I forgot to there we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. I wanted to get this thing on. Not that fast. That's the crazy part about this. I think I'm good. All right. I think I can go ahead and talk so I can see if this headset working. Dang. I pulled the headset out my ear. What the freak? I'm going through it over here. Hello?
I'm back.
There you go. There we go. We Gucci now. Yeah, I had to make sure this thing on the headset. All right. There we go. Now I got my topic like I want it. What you got going on now up in the building, Ayana?
Bedtime. Yep.
Wiping your glasses?
No, makeup.
Do I hear anything? What the heck? It only went into one ear again. Something up with this dang on. Hold up. There's something up with this, hold up. It's like this thing is not balanced. It's on. That. It's not the balance. Dodge. Low. Middle. No. Nope. Volume. Echoes. I only hear people in my left ear. Only. That's crazy. I'm trying to fix this thing. I'm over here struggling. Go ahead, talk again, Ayana. I gotta see if I can hear you.
Marco.
It's Mark. Swin, what's the deal, man? I have to reset this thing on live so I can get this thing going. So we're just gonna rock with this because this thing on headset tripping. So we're gonna rock with this though. So the loudspeaker. Yeah. Yeah, make sure people hear me today. They're not y'all used to that me talking on my other phone. Yup. I'll be like, hold up, y'all don't hear me? My famous words, you know. Y'all must don't hear me or something. It should be good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's up. This headset is doing half the. So that's a microphone over there. That. I don't know why it's playing one side. One side. It's just making me mad now because I can only hear my left ear. Like it blew out or something.
Wired headphones.
Right. See, I hear you. Only on this left side. Did I press a. Trying to see, did I mess up and pressed microphone, treble, middle? I don't know what that is. I don't know what you heard about me. She can't get a dollar out of me. I had to press something because I'm only hearing out this left ear only, and I switch headsets. It's doing the same exact thing. I
What
know
type
if I
do you have?
is what
What type of phone do you have?
I got a boy, I don't even know what it's Android though. It's an Android, but
Try
that's what I'm
turn,
about to do.
try turning your ringer on.
My what?
Your ringer.
Hold it real quick. Headset. What I'm gonna do? Try to see if it's doing the same thing with my head. Let's see. Nah, we about to try this out. Nah, again. Let's see if this is what's happening. You there? Feel like I'm on a game. You
Can you
talking?
hear now?
Huh? You said what?
Can you hear?
Man, this junk literally on the left side. I must have messed something up. Dang, I can hear myself loud as clear though. That's how loud I sound on y'all. Dang. You better be heard, boy. It's over now. Boy, I hurt my own ear. Alright. I didn't know that's how I sounded the whole time. There we go. I need to bring this back. People getting too comfortable talking over me and stuff, man. This got to be a what is this?
You said what?
What in the world?
Oh dang! I turned into a little squeaky sound. Um, what is that? Balance. You would think balance would be where I can hear. I don't know. Hello, you there?
Hello.
Dog, I literally only can hear on my left ear. That junk is. What is going on? That junk is crazy. I don't know what I pressed. I pressed.
You should totally turn your phone off and turn it back on.
Switch to my head. Said again, I ain't about to have this on. I did something. I had to press something because this thing. I thought my head said blue, but it's just whatever. Hello.
Hello.
Yep, back on the left side again. Whatever. I'll try to figure. I'm going through all type of stuff tonight. Boy,
Wait,
I
this
was
is
already
like
struggling
voice
trying to put
check.
this topic on. It is what it is. Is that even readable? I made that tiny.
I gotta look really close. Hold on.
That look real close.
Yeah,
It's decent. Okay. Let me make sure.
I just can't see in general.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a good person now.
I can read it.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. What you been up to?
I've been. I just got done finished cooking and cleaning up, of course.
You been cooking with Alter? Cooking.
Yo, wait, well, my husband actually said, "You're on TikTok. What's this cooking with Kaya thing?" I said, "Oh my god, now I know it don't went crazy.
That's right.
You don't ever know nothing." Like I was like, "Bro, that is so funny, man."
That's all right.
Yeah, I said that's so funny. Clapback was on there talking cooking with Clapback. I said, I'm sick of y'all.
I seen that right. Everybody right.
But it's just so.
There go trending. She better make well with this little fame she got, man. She better.
Yeah, she was
I
on
went to her
a.
live. She had like 20,000 people up in there.
Really, I
Morning.
never see her live.
Yeah, she just went live today.
Oh,
She was cooking and had another phone on. She might have had her backup on there. She had like 20. Like when I first seen it, it was like 17,000 people in there. Cause I was like, maybe she got like 1,000 or something. Maybe like how them popularized. Like nope, 17,000. And it got even worse.
17,000.
Got even worse. It went to like 25,000 before I left out. I'm like, man, she got 25,000 people watching her. Oh my God. It's gonna die down though, because a lot of people gonna get tired of seeing them cooking.
That's how people do. It's why you guys, I guess, soak it up or something.
Yeah. Get your little crew. Get your little
your faithfuls.
Who you sharing it to, Ryder? You about to send it to some of them divestors? It's like, no,
I'm sick. Oh my God.
I'm gonna figure out why this thing only on my left.
What's that Beyonce song? Go ahead and get gone and call up that chick and see if she's on. No matter the reason, she didn't answer them.
Call up. To the left. To the left. To the left. She got them people mad on this boy.
Some people rather get knocked upside the head than let you cheat. It's like, boy, y'all swear. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm quiet. I mean, he gave me a bunch of bruises. I done went to the hospital 3 times a week, but he cheated. I'm leaving. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Like, what the hell?
Man.
I came up just because I seen Alta. Shut up. Go on mute. And let me and Kev have this conversation.
He left me.
Say cooking with Sean now.
Cooking with Sean.
Oh, man, you wrong for that
one. Cooking with Sean.
Oh, man. He can be like, first before you cook.
Hey, man, I barely. Damn, you got the prompt. You got your face big. You got your face bigger in the box today. I'm used to seeing the prompt being big. That motherfucker small.
Right.
Y'all need to learn how to read. No, but y'all need to work on your eye strength, okay? Because
I can see it. I'm driving in the car, so I was trying to read.
So you should be reading nothing. I'll read it for you. Victim mentality versus survivor mentality. What's the difference?
Hey, man, that's your problem with women. Y'all always trying to do stuff for me, and I didn't tell y'all niggas. I'm about to go off. All right, read it again, my bad. Read it again.
Y'all always trying to take over.
Damn.
Yo, then y'all get mad we ain't doing nothing. When you want to do it, That's it. All right.
Yeah, that's true.
Is trauma a good excuse for sleeping with someone or a bunch of people?
Ooh.
Heavy. I know. Well, let's read that one more time. He said, "Damn." Is trauma a good? He said, "Damn."
Dog, I discovered something some time last week.
That's so funny.
Me and Sean is not allowed to be in the same room. That's just crazy.
Hey, when was that?
I thought me and my cousin was mad. Me and like, right, me and Sean, me and my cousin De Niro, or me and Mirror boy. You cannot put us in the same room, man.
That's funny.
Was that live where Warlock was on it? Me, you, and Warlock?
That was something. I fell asleep in that live though. But you talking about that live with me and this other dude from I followed. I think you was in that live. I just went in there when it was a dude from Detroit. I guess he was hosting that live.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Some name 313, something like that. Mr. P 313. That dude.
Yeah. Okay, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. They was not trying to see nothing. I'm like, but.
Hi, Florida. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Oh, she done switched the picture up. No wonder I ain't noticed you. Are we gonna switch the picture up on me and stuff? What you all there doing?
I did it yesterday.
Okay, I see ya.
I tried to go over there on her side of TikTok, man, but they wasn't speaking no English, man. I was gonna join the panel.
Gonna go live in Spanish soon, so I will try to do it in English too.
Hey, it looked like y'all was having fun over there, man. I didn't know what was going on. All right, damn, I want to join.
They're always joking around.
I want to join. I want to know.
I was thinking to do one where both of the cultures, get together and everything.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want to join, I will do it.
Ooh, trying to bridge the gaps. That's what I'm talking about. See that,
There
Kev?
you go.
Solutions.
Facts.
Yeah,
Get your
you're
way.
always welcome. You always welcome in your spaces, so you will always be welcome in my space.
Hey, there you go. That's what she said, but yeah, I feel it.
Ooh,
That's what
Kev
he
getting
said.
invited places. That's strange.
Hey,
Hey,
I
but what
get
was that other you say? Is trauma good? Hey, Alter, read that again, man. Come on. I'm
Is
kind of driving.
trauma a good excuse for sleeping with someone or a bunch of people?
I don't think so.
It
You
definitely ain't no good excuse, but some people
no,
definitely use it as an excuse.
they do.
It ain't no good excuse, but
as
some
a
You
people
don't
coping
will
know.
use
skill.
it for an excuse.
I'm about to be blunt tonight in a minute, though. I'm thinking about it. Don't let me get. I should get some wine and I
When the
might hit the
hell you,
courage
hold
juice.
on, when the hell you not blood? What the
Oh,
hell? Yeah, I'm lost.
man. Because I was thinking about it. Because, like, I heard it was this group it made me think about that. Because she's like, well, I got this when I was young. So I decided to go sleep with a bunch of people. I was like, what?
What?
I just ain't get that, though. Like, how do that equate? Well, my sexual drive got high, and I just used that to. I don't know. I don't know, man. So
You
that's why I'm
already know I'm
trying.
gonna say
Have you guys
something.
heard the term about hypersexual?
That's what they say, you know. I guess
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's what
yeah, I
they.
heard of
you
it.
do you know hypersexual is for people who suffer from mental illness, like bipolars go through a stage of hypersexuality.
Oh
Interesting.
damn.
Is related to mental illness, and a lot of people use it as, oh, I'm hypersexual. And hypersexual means that you sleep with women and men.
Ooh,
You
Oh,
don't
I ain't
care.
thinking about that. I ain't
Yes,
thinking
just look
about
for
that.
the
That's deep.
meaning.
That's deep. That's deep. They like
Yeah,
forget it. I'm just trying to find
yeah.
it. Right. I'm gonna start getting people with that. You ain't hypersexual. Why you ain't get bent over?
You just look for the meaning and you will see what it means.
I'm gonna use that on the dudes so they can.
Yeah, one of the
I
guys
forgot the
told
women. They
me,
don't care though. They do both sides
one of
anyway.
the
Nowadays.
one guy that I met, he told me I'm hypersexual. I said, oh, so you're bisexual? He didn't like it, but that's the meaning
Mm-hmm.
of hypersexual. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm about to get this. Hold up. Y'all got me still trying to over here fix this thing on background. I wanted to be bigger.
You got a lot going on.
I know. I know. He said he had to squint
It's
his eyes,
annoying.
so I have to try him again. I'm gonna get
hey
it
man,
down, man.
I had to go at old boy earlier, man. Charles, man. I finally got my one-on-one with Charles, man.
Oh,
Charles,
not
oh my,
Charles.
not Charles. I
Hey,
blocked
they
him a
end up.
long time ago.
Oh damn, you blocked.
Yeah, he annoying. He don't talk about nothing. I waited for him to say something about women one more time. As soon as he did it, he the man. And we was talking about what you grateful for. Still got to talk about women. I'm like, that black women ain't. I'm like, well, all right, bro. Block. You had
Hey,
enough.
that's what he did today. Hey, that's what he did today. He was like, yeah, with because he changed his name to Passport something, Passport Bro.
Mm-hmm.
So he was talking about some, yeah, I went to Ethiopia and got my wife because these women over here in the hood, and the women was like, hold on, the where? He was like the hood. I'm like, man, out of all things, why you got to go and talk about women in the hood? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, he
Man,
tried to say that I was from the hood and I was lying about having a two-parent household because black women can't come from that. So
Damn.
I blocked him too, I think.
he talk about the same thing, man. But at least he got a name. He got a
He
name
never
on
got a
paper.
seatbelt on. All I hear is dinging of a seatbelt that he never has on his body.
I think he was like one of the first guys I held accountable in my life. That was crazy.
But
I'm like,
I got on the panel and I told him because he was on that same person that had the live. I jumped on her live last week and I said that
mm-hmm,
y'all kind of be proving a point sometimes. Every now and then I say some shit about what men be doing. I really kind of like be sticking to, I stick to what we do, but every now and then I kind of like call out women. If I see like something is off with what they're doing, I'll go ahead and voice it. So I was like,
mm-hmm.
I said, y'all kind of proving a point about this nice guys finish last. And it was on Cat Sincere thing, and she like what? She like, hey
I ain't
man,
gonna lie, man. She be irritating me, man. I
damn,
noticed that
Kev,
she can't take a difference of opinion. She just can't.
on her panel.
Yeah, I noticed that. I go over there. I be feeling all awkward. I'm like, bro, you can never take no difference of opinion. It got to be your way or the highway.
Nah, it might just be you, Kev. It might be how you do it. Cause I see,
Maybe.
hey,
I
when I
seen
watch
Saul
your
try it. I
videos,
saw
I be
everybody else
laughing.
try it.
Oh, when I be watching your videos, well, I be laughing like a motherfucker when it pop up on the page. Yeah, you be sarcastic as hell. But I say, I said, I said, I said, y'all kind of proving a point that all of the so-called red pill men that y'all deem as red pillers and problematic dudes, they get the most attention from all. It could be a panel full of men or full of women, and it'll be just that one problematic man up there, and y'all arguing back and forth with him. And then when the other men come up, just trying to have a decent conversation, they'll get dropped, or because they not problematic, like they not bringing in all the views. So I'm like, why do you know this man views, but why do you still bring him on the platform? What is the point? And he get all the attention. So if I'm on the outside looking in, why do I want to be good? Well, I know this sounds stupid, but I mean, a lot of people think like this. Why would I want to come on the platform and try to be respectful and nice when I'm seeing that the way to get the attention is to be rude and be problematic?
That's true. That's true.
But it's in every panel. Even the women who are more noisy, they always have more
Yeah.
time
Oh yeah,
than
all you gotta do is have some type of gossip
mm,
or something, and
mm-hmm.
you going popular. Them lives
Yep.
be having 1,000.
It was a woman hosting a live, Kev, and she muted me in the comments when I said this. I was like, okay, this a game. When she put, it's all men proving me wrong, right? So I know the game. I know that soon as you request up, you fail, right? It's an automatic fail. I knew it. So I said, hey, I say, man, any of y'all dudes request up, the moment you request up and you get on that panel, you automatically proving the prompt right. Like you coming up to defend something when you
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't even have to defend it. And then she muted me right away. I said, okay, I'm messing up her game. You know what I'm
Mess
saying?
the
Let me go ahead
game
and
up.
leave. I messed
Yeah.
the game up, yeah.
She's like, no, don't do that. I seen this one dude. I don't know what the heck he stand on. He came with. At one moment, he's like, "Oh, all black people can be racist." Then other one, black people can't be racist. I'm like, bro, what the? I guess you just want some clicks or something. He keeps switching up. Now he had another he had another one, and he getting the numbers though, because off the whatever the heck he doing. But I would rather not go out that route. He got, oh, Tupac wasn't the best. That was his last one. I just saying Tupac was overrated. So that's what he said, something like that. I'm like, oh, his dude just picking
Well,
anything now.
that's a bipolar pander then.
Is it what?
He's a
Bipolar
bipolar pander.
pandering?
I don't know what the heck
What
he
happened
is.
to your friend Public?
What happened to who?
To your friend Public?
Oh, hey, hold on. What the hell? Hey, hold on.
You said the wrong word. They automatically thought about
Oh,
that.
what you mean?
Even she know.
Hey, I'm like, where the hell that come from? Okay, what do you
You
mean? What
said the
happened?
P word.
What happened?
You know what?
What happened? What happened with him? What? Give me your experience. What happened?
Well, I start following him without even know anything about the thing going on, you know? And he said, because I got out of the group they had, because it was too much for me. So one of them said that I was trying to go with him, you know? And only because I offered him tamales.
You offered some tamales,
Uh-huh.
and
That's when they got the conclusion that I wanted him.
Wait, wanted who?
oh Lord, how the hell Ryder come out of nowhere?
I love Floor. I love
Hi,
Floor.
Rhoda.
Hi, I miss you.
I miss you too.
But you
Yeah,
wanted who? Who did you want?
that's that's what happened. And then he blocked me.
Oh my.
He blocked me because I told him that he's a narcissist and he's lying. And why does
Who?
That's why does he let the people talk about me like that when he knows I didn't even say anything to him.
Who put a name on it, y'all?
Starts with a P.
Starts with a P.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next letter? Say something that the name rhymes with. Like,
Pondering.
huh?
Nobody says anything.
Yeah, so what is the
Here
name
comes
rhyme with?
Evo.
Sean, do you know who it is? Somebody tell me.
Type it in the comments.
Don't type it in the comments. Just say if it
What are you,
rhymes
screen
with
recording or something? You sound
if
nice. You sound like you suspect or something.
if I was gonna
You
say
sound
if
real
I was gonna
suspect
be
now.
if I was gonna talk about Sean, I would say it rhymes it sounds like John or something
She
like
said
that.
public.
Like
It's fine. She said it already.
Look at Alta.
She don't care.
That just popped up out of. She been on the teacup last 10 minutes.
What? I just.
I tend
She
to
don't
make the
care. She said
ladies
I
start
stick the whole
speaking.
chest out, my boy.
Yeah. And then he
Whatever.
blocked me the last time that I told him that he was a narcissist and he's a liar, and he blocked me.
But why?
He got hurt. I
No.
hurt his feelings.
Isn't he married or something?
He is.
Hmm.
That's the thing. I will never ever go for a married man. Like that's stupid, you know. Who would go for a married man? Like that's totally.
Hmm.
I get this together. As soon as I get this together, make this readable.
Kev, are
Readable.
you listening to Billie Eilish? Is that you?
I want to know. How did you say that's my boy? Like, where that come from? How did I get looped in?
That's my fault.
That was so
No,
random too. As soon as you said that word.
yeah. You said my friend. And don't get me wrong, we mutuals with each other for sure. And I be over there on this panel. I be over there in the live, but
Not for
I
sure.
don't be jumping on the panel. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, for sure.
But
Shit, for sure.
everyone, I thought
Yeah.
it
Leave
was.
Shine alone, man. He got his reasons, man.
I
Listen. I don't be hiding it. You know what I'm saying? Like I be in everybody panels, man. Well, not panels, but I be on everybody live. Like people who
I
I
The
be on
don't
panel.
agree
everybody
with.
live. I be on everybody live too, so yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, people who I don't agree with, I will follow them to a certain extent. I'm like, okay, nah, it's just too much, and I bounce off. So I'm like that with everybody.
Facts.
But I thought you were cool with him because everybody said that you guys were super cool with him.
Who the hell is it? What's it?
What's
What
up,
the
All
Mika?
hell?
the girls, and everybody.
All the
Mutuals
They
mean
will
girls?
they
never,
both follow each other. That's what mutuals
they
mean.
will never talk anything about you. You were respected in the group.
I
Hold
didn't
on.
think so though,
Hey,
because didn't they have a live about Sean one time? I could have sworn
yeah.
they had a
No, that's a
live
whole
with
nother group
Sean
here that
Hold
got
on.
on his
and
head.
Hey,
LJ, right?
hold on. That's the same one. They were centering me. I like that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. I
You
look at
like
that
the
as a sign.
attention.
No. I look at it as a sign of respect. Let me tell you why. Because I'm not these other. Well, I'm saying I'm not these other men who you can manipulate. You could sit here and try to get me to apologize for something that you try to make me feel like I done. I stand on my own. I don't pick a side. Uh, I'm on the side whoever I think is right. And if I have to pick a side and I can't hold you accountable, I can't call you out on your bullshit, then I'm not going to be on that side. So I've always been who I am, right down the middle. And I think some people try to get me to join one side than the other, and I don't roll like that. So I don't think they don't have enough information on me to label me anything. So I think that's what bothers some people. And this all started from me unfollowing a woman who I thought was problematic, and she got upset that I unfollowed her,
And
and
who
she
is
made a
this
live about me.
exactly? And who is this
I
exactly?
know, man. It sound like you record, man. It sound like you the cops.
I'm
That's
not
It
what I
sound
recording.
said. She
So
on
here's
some
the thing.
I
stuff,
don't
I
bro.
don't care
know.
about
She
anything.
just sound like she
I
up to
actually just
something.
want you to know
I
something
don't
that is
trust
going
right.
to
I never
be
did trust her. I'm gonna be real,
okay. No
man.
one
no,
It
wants to
I
just
say the
listen.
me.
name. Hey, I say the name. It's Tara.
Okay. So
It,
why
it,
did you
it's
unfollow her
She's
exactly?
coming. She's
but
coming.
no, it's because hold on. This is what people fail to realize. I remember when a dude. I'm gonna
Why
say
do
his name.
live jump up out of
I
nowhere? I'm scared now.
remember when this dude. I remember when this dude Chad came out with these allegations
Sean.
about him. Right. No, I'm saying the name. I'm doing it. I remember when he had these allegations about him, and he was jumping in people's inbox, and the women were saying, "Well, I think he's forcing himself
Get
on."
your water.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
heard women saying, "Well, he was forcing himself, like he been in our inbox trying to make us agree such and such," and they didn't like that, right? So the same with me. If I feel like I think your content is problematic for me, and I feel like it's too much for me, I have every right to not want to follow you, and I don't have to explain anything to you. So when you find out that I unfollow you, you shouldn't then like she went. I guess I didn't know you could do this, but you could go in people's room where you could go like click on I guess how many people in the room, and you could see who in the room. So she noticed I was in the room, and she decided to call me out while she was on a panel, and she was upset that I unfollowed her. To me, you know, that's the word they use is pick me behavior. I don't know why you concerned about a married man unfollowing you. So I feel like
Mm.
they don't stand on what they talking about. Some of them. So that shit don't bother me at all.
You
So
broke
I
their
look
heart,
at
I'm
that.
telling you. You already know the deal.
But honestly, Sean, they must have thought that you were like very much within their group because I thought the live
Right.
that I saw it was you and it was also LJ, and they were saying how the men that tried to like be on their side are actually problematic. So they must have thought that you were trying to like be on their team or something.
No,
Maybe
no,
I don't know.
they don't like the fact that I think they was trying to get public to I guess go against me. I guess like because they deem me they try to say I'm like okay the woman called me a bitch, right? And instead of me
Uh-huh.
disrespecting, she called me a bitch, like
Mm-hmm.
when because I unfollowed her because I was on a live. I was watching her on the panel, and I was watching other people, but she happened to be on a panel. So it's not like I'm watching her. I fuck with the person who hosting the live. So she was like, "Why?" She said, "Why Sean bitch ass in here when he said that I'm problematic?" And I said, "I'm not here for you, woman. Like I'm sitting here looking at somebody, listening to other
They be
people."
swearing.
Yeah, so she thinking that I was listening to her, but even if I was, I'm not bothering you. I have every right. Y'all say men should go and unpack and go in women's spaces and don't say nothing, just listen and get the information. Well, motherfucker, that's what I was doing. And you still got a goddamn problem with it. And then when you say men should go talk to other men, so when I'm over there in the so-called Red Pillars Live, then you're accusing me of agreeing with them when your ass told me to go over there and talk to the goddamn niggas. Like, come on now. You motherfuckers are confused as
That's why you
hell.
don't listen to all women, and people think that
I,
they're
yeah, I
people
don't
go
listen to nobody.
Could I just say
I don't
something?
listen to nobody I'm married
heck
to.
no. No, it's like, I
If I
mean,
ain't
shit,
married to you,
why
I don't
would you
listen
already
to
put
you.
in?
Could I just say
TikTok
something to
is a free
support?
space. You can
Hold
go
on,
wherever
Flora.
you wanna go.
Faith is dying to speak. Go ahead.
Hold on. But I sent the woman this was Kev. I think somebody said I'm condoning bad behavior. I think it was Vio. I sent the woman a galaxy, right? After she disrespected me, right? Because I'm like, that shit don't bother me. It was kind of like I'm pretty much laughing in her face, right? She made a live the next day and said, "This is what dudes do when they such and such. They want to send you galaxy and love bomb. I ain't love bombing shit. I should have sent you 1,000
Do she
coins
got
in
a
that
man?
motherfucker.
Hey, can
I
I
don't
just
know.
say something to support
Me and her
everything?
be going at it for a long time. That's why them people, all the people that you used to be cool with, they never liked me. Well, I had a pass with them before I even knew you, though. They just all of them don't like me.
May I just say something to
That girl
support?
named Tori. It's a girl named Tori. It's so many of them that just don't like me over it. Every time
May,
they see me in the room, here go this dude.
may
That
I
should be so
say
funny.
something to support what you guys are saying?
No. You don't even know anything that's
Hell
going
yeah.
on, little girl.
If it's support, hell yeah, I'll take it. You know,
Yeah, that
I don't
men
even
Go
know
ahead.
don't
what
Wait,
normally
you're
just
no,
saying, but
just let her
let's
speak,
hear it.
please. She's been trying to speak. Go ahead, Faith. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I just want to say, like, if there's some woman that is really that all caught up in what the heckers you are doing online and she doesn't live in your household, she has no, she has no business being worried or starting lives or anything about what you're doing online. That is weird. That is weird, obsessive behavior. That is behavior of someone that doesn't have anything better to do with their life. That is someone who is like hyper obsessing. That is someone who is targeting you and is
I'm not
good.
gonna
You
hold on, hold
sent
on.
her a
Hold on.
galaxy for
I'm
the
not gonna blame her.
lulz.
Hold on, wait. I'm not gonna blame the woman. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm a likable guy. You know what I'm saying? Like she have every right. She had every right to be obsessed with me. You know what I'm saying? Like 'cause I'm likable like that. You know what I'm saying? I see nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? So that's okay. You know what I'm saying? She'll get over it. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't gonna ever find another follower like me.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead and stick your chest out. There you go.
We have Jake up here. Jake, do you want to say anything that you heard or did
From
you
State
have?
Farm. All right.
I'm not too knowledgeable on your guys' conversation as far as your
It's never.
personal experiences. But what I will say, that woman kind of, again, as you stated, kind of a pick me. She kind of felt hurt because you unfollowed her. In my opinion, no one should be worried if someone follows you or unfollows you. Like, that's, in my opinion, like, that's high school shit, you know?
Exactly.
Like, oh my god, I'm so mad that you unfollowed me. Now I'm gonna trash talk you online and have my friends hate you as well. Like that's high school shit. Like, I thought we were done with that once we graduated, you know? Like, I don't know. That's just weird.
I completely agree. It's way too childish to be. I don't even. That's why I wouldn't get entertained too much. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah. But people think y'all are parents out here. I don't know who y'all kids are. It's not nobody on this app, so stop playing. It's just really ridiculous. Who the hell do y'all think y'all talking to? But anyway, Jake, did you have a I know you said you weren't talking about the conversation. Did you see something in the prompt that you wanted to speak about?
Yeah, so victim mentality versus survivor mentality. I think there's a very stark difference, and in fact, I think they're polar opposites. Victim mentality is actively searching within your everyday life, actively searching for something to victimize you so you can be a victim, right? That's kind of in some people's mind their currency. Oh, you can't criticize me because I went through this. Oh, you know, I'm acting this way because I went through this. You know, that's victim mentality. This kind of idea that victimization gives you kind of a social currency. Survivor mentality, you were either put in a unfortunate situation and now you are crawling your way back to kind of how should I put it? The word is not coming onto my head directly right now, but you're crawling your way back to success, in my opinion. If you're put in a bad situation and you find a way out, that is survivor mentality. I'm going to live through this no matter what, right? And there's a strength in that. I think the two differences is searching for a victimization and allowing yourself to stay there, and the other one is empowering yourself to get through that situation, right? That's just my opinion on that. If anyone disagrees with that, then I understand, and we can have a conversation in regards to that. But that's my viewpoint.
Okay.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah,
that was really good.
Yes.
That was really good.
Yep.
And then I guess is trauma a good excuse for?
We gonna wait for that too. Everybody answer first.
Yeah.
Yeah. If sorry, go ahead.
Who did you even answer the first one? You can answer the first one.
Or victim mentality versus survivors mentality.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think kind of like on the lines of what Jake said, the victim mentality is you know, always looking through the lens of something is happening to them. They are so helpless and they play no role in what is going on. A person that's a victim don't really see how they play a role in their own, you know, victimization. They don't see how they play a role in anything. They think everything is just happening to them or everybody is out to get them. With the survivors mentality, the survivors mentality is more so like a fight or flight. They kind of have their back against the wall where they're like, you know what, I have to get out of this by any means. And they have to I feel like they have more of a do or die type of do or unalive, my bad, type of you know, mentality, where they don't have a choice but to survive it. They don't have no choice but to get over it. You know, no matter how much they might have to go through, no matter how much it takes. I think perseverance is their superpower because they don't want to be in that same position anymore. So I think that with a victim is just looking for everybody to feel sorry for them, versus survivors. The survivors mentality is looking to persevere. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could perhaps respond.
It's your turn to answer the question first, and then we're gonna go to open panel.
Yeah, I want to respond. I didn't know if everyone had responded to like the first question or not. So I agree with what Jake said and what
No, what's
Il
your
said.
version?
Excuse me?
What's your version first before you?
Oh yeah. So I agree with everything that they're saying. So I don't even know if there's a way for me to say it better, right? I feel like a survivor mentality, you build your identity on the fact that you are able to overcome things, and you do not build your identity on the fact of like what the world has done to you negatively. You build your identity on the fact that you are able to like overcome and accomplish things, right? So when I think about people, there are like people that come to the United States in asylum, right? They come from countries that are like war driven countries, right? And they come here and they're very, very successful, right? And they don't have like a victim mentality. I can say the same thing for like most Africans that come over here. Is someone playing music? Is it you, host?
No.
Okay, I think, can you mute Jake then?
I
Sorry.
do hear something.
Yeah, so I feel like that is they're coming from a place of, okay, life has handed us the short end of the stick, but no matter what, we can always overcome. And we're not gonna base our identity off of the fact that life has given us like these traumas or bad things. Like we'll base our identity off of the fact that we overcome things. So I guess that's sort of what I would say the difference is. I feel like a victim mentality is you base your identity and the short end of the stick life has given you versus
You playing the game?
the fact that you could overcome things. So
I
yeah.
sound like you playing the game.
What'd you say?
So you playing the game or something?
What do you mean?
Are you playing on a system, a video game?
No, my puppy is over here eating on my bracelets.
Oh, you scared me a little bit. Like, what type of dog you got?
A little 5-pound dog. She's just eating on my bracelets.
Man, PS, PlayStation. I'm like, that's probably one of the dogs that beat me online. All right. Who was next
Yeah,
after
so
that?
did that make sense though?
Yeah, gotcha. Flo, you next.
Okay, I'm next. So I
Yep.
think both of these things come from trauma. You know, when you go to trauma, either you continue to play the victim and have that victim mentality, or you have a survival mentality.
Uh-huh.
And there is people who go to trauma and they still, until they're older, 50, they still feel victimized. They still have that victim mentality where everything is a people's fault. You know, but when you go to trauma, obviously somebody hurt you, but you have to overcome the situation, look for help. But there is people who go through trauma and they go through their life feeling victimized and having that victim mentality about everything they go through life. And then even the little things is like, oh yeah, it's because they don't see me as human and playing like a victim all the time. Then the survival mentality is like you went through a traumatic situation, but you find a way to overcome the situation, going to therapy, working on yourself, trying to assimilating that you were a victim, but you're not gonna be the victim the whole life, your whole life, and you survive, focusing on yourself and um, uh, well, finding a better way to overcome whatever you went through. And I agree with all of them. That's my point of view.
Okay. Bring this thing in. All right. All right. Who was it? I'm looking at the list again. She had up there. Ayana then Sean.
How did this order get picked? Or did I miss that?
Now
I'm
you
sorry.
next. Everybody done went
Um,
except you and Sean.
I pretty much agree with everybody. I feel like um when you have a victim mentality, you like to make it everyone else's problem except for your own. When you have a victim mentality, you refuse to address your own problems and you want everyone else to solve your problems, but you really don't want your problem solved. You just want people to feel bad for you so you can take advantage of whatever you're trying to get. Versus survival, you are trying your best to get out of it and you are aware of the cards that you have been dealt. And so now you are choosing actively to do what you can with those cards to get out of the situation. So, yeah.
Okay. Sean. Sean, you there?
I think he went to sleep already.
Sleep around here. All right. Twin on you, and then I'll try to go after that. I might try to throw something extra in there. You're right.
I'm trying to get to Kevin, so I'm gonna just hurry up. So we gotta say,
Hurry up.
hurry up. Hurry up. And Sean, don't try to come back talking because I'm talking. Don't do that.
Right.
Because you done nothing. So victim mentality versus survival mentality. What's the difference? So just really quickly, the difference I would say is victim mentality. You are always thinking in a place of victim. That's just what it is. You're just always thinking, well, it's me. People are out to harm me. So you can never think of moving forward than just being the victim. That's what it is. Survivor mentality. So survivor mentality. That's what I was really thinking on. I think in a sense it can be negative because like I survived, and these people like you can have that type of survivor energy, or you can have one that's like, yeah, I conquer things, I make things happen. I'm not a victim. They don't usually sometimes people that see themselves as a survivor, they don't want to be viewed as a victim because they overcome like whatever they experience. So they don't want you to see them that way. They know how to persevere. So you have those two types of survivor mentalities. The one who is like, woe is me, and is still like a victim because they're like, I survived. They know they survived, but I barely did, and people are trash because I had to go through this. So it's just really those two different ones. So that's the difference to me is the victim mentality. They see nothing, no type of issue that they had or no type of way that they don't see themselves as a common denominator in some of the issues that have occurred. And they don't have the idea to look outside like, hey, I could be adding to some of these issues I'm going through. You just know whatever happens to me, whatever I go through is because somebody else did it. It's not me. I'm the victim. You guys did me wrong. And that's the difference. One who is willing to surpass what they experience and to live life and make better decisions, have better outcomes. That's a survivor. The victim is just one that never sees where they mess up. And so they continue to repeat the cycle.
Okay. Then drop the mic. Okay, I got you. Let's try Sean again. Sean going once. Sean going 3 times. Sean going to work. All right. Your boy in here. So that's what he. Hey, so not talking to him. Oh my, that's funny. What is up with them? I'm about to break this watch. All right, so I'm about to turn into a victim real quick. So I think I look at victim mentality. Victim mentality. So I think a lot of people have that to this day. They always gotta. They let me see. I'm trying to think of what angle I'm trying to come from with this though. So with the victim mentality, yeah, it's what everybody said for the most part. So most of the time, they trying to find every last excuse of why they can't. I believe they use it as an excuse of why they just can't become better. Um, and it's a reason to not take accountability, which is the name of the room, which we don't see down there because I forgot to block it off. But for the most part, it's it's a I think people. I'm trying to find a way to answer without having to put my other prompts in there. I'm gonna end up putting my other prompts in there. But it's people use it as a crutch, as a something that one time I was a person. I got bullied before. You just don't understand. Like nobody else have not got bullied on this earth and stuff. Well, some people probably haven't, but then they use that same exact thing, as in why they got to snap on people and stuff. You just don't understand that I don't went through this, and you. They they use the same exact thing all the time through their whole life. Or I got cheated on, so they just use that why they don't like uh men or women no more for the rest of their life. Um, and it's just be that one pointer. So then they just use it as like every last room they go in. If you ain't been, if you never got what's I'm trying to think of the word. I'm trying to think of something without getting in trouble. I'm trying to think of some stuff.
Essayed.
Huh? He's over.
Essayed.
I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be the nice twin today. So stuff like that. I'll be the nice twin today. So yeah, that's one too. That's most definitely one. Because that kind of ties it to like the when people got to use that as why they got to sleep with a bunch of people and stuff. But that's a whole other thing. But yeah, for sure. That's one of the main ones. Everybody somehow, that's the reason why they gotta be treating everybody bad and why they got a high body count. Because I have been I got touched on my toe before when I it be the weakest junk too, man. I was over there twerking and this dude came up on me and all that stuff and I got essayed. Like, all right, bro. You just told him to touch it and then you gonna still say it. So yeah, I think it just get that bad though. All right. So what survival mentality, right? I think is a person that might have went through the same exact thing, but they talk more in avoidance type mode. It's the opposite. I just look at it like, okay, I think victim mentality more is a blame. It's blame all day, and survival would be um solution based, or tell you like, hey, let me let you know how I got through this situation. What up, though? So I think that's the difference between it. And I think a lot of people uh it's like I think that's what actually going on through this on this app right now. Is victim versus survivor. Because everybody went through some type of trauma for the most part. Everybody done had some version of trauma or some type of hurt in their life, and some people just figured a way how to overcome it, and some people just stay in it for the rest of their life for the most part. So that's it. So I gotta answer it that way because I feel like we about to get to the other parts too though. So if anybody want to add or something, whatever, open panel, question some things. Otherwise, we about to go to the next one.
I also wanted to say that like people who have a victim mentality, I would say do your best to stay away from dating them or being friends
Right.
with them. Because you're gonna always be the villain if that relationship falls apart. You're gonna always be the villain, and they're gonna always run around telling everybody how you did something to them, but they never
Yep.
they never see where they are the participators in in the situation, and that is an uphill battle. So the minute that you spot like some victim mentality, especially if they always talk about what somebody did to them, if every time you turn around they're, oh my, look at my friend betrayed me, they did this to me, it's like, damn, how come you always in a position to be a victim? That means that they have poor judgment of character, and their discernment is off, because there's no way in hell you don't have no type of awareness to keep yourself out of being a victim or keep yourself out of certain situations where you're going to end up being a victim. So if a person always coming off like the world is doing something to them or everybody's always doing something to them, that's a major red flag, because they don't take no accountability and they don't have any self-awareness. That's it.
Exactly. Exactly. And people with victim mentality, as you stated, they will constantly, everything that goes wrong in their life, oh, I ain't got enough money. Oh, it's because of this, it's because there's not enough opportunity. Oh, or everything that goes wrong in their life, they're going to continue to look for who did it to them, not really facing the reality of the situation. Maybe you shouldn't have picked a part-time job and went with the full-time job instead. That type of thing. It's that constant victim mentality and not searching for solutions and validating their situation by blaming everyone else around them for what is going on. Right? That is the victim mentality right there, and it's unfortunately utilized as a crutch for people. That's all I gotta say in regards to that.
Oh, I was gonna say it's so paralyzing. Just kind of what you were saying. It's like we paralyze ourselves when we feel like, because when you're a victim, when you have this victim mentality, you don't find solutions. You feel like everyone else is supposed to bring them to you, right? When people bring them to you, you're still like, well, I would do that, but then I need this and I need. It's continuation. So I like that you said that, because it's self paralyzing. If I become a victim mentality, if I have a victim mentality, it makes it where I feel like there's nothing I can do to get myself out of it, and I'm not gonna do anything to get myself out of it. So that's a huge part.
100%.
We getting somewhere. Oh yeah, I got my new little sticker. We getting somewhere. Hold up. Do I got it down there? Oh yeah. We getting that's so tiny, nobody can hardly see it though. That's why I know. That's why we getting somewhere.
Are you in
FaceTime.
psychology somewhere? Anything?
You said what?
And I was asking, is Jake in some type of psychology?
I do. I have a bachelor's in psychology, my concentration was on social psychology.
Okay, I knew it was something. Okay, cool. That's what's up. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Jake was listening in class, y'all.
Hey, there we go.
I try my best.
That's cool.
Let's get to the juicy one now. Is trauma. I'm gonna just go ahead and get to it then, so we can just shake the room up. So I think one of the main things. So basically, I hear people that use, especially like essay, or if they got whatever as a kid, they use that trauma to say that's the reason why they had to sleep with a bunch of people. Though, is that a good excuse? So that's basically what I'm asking. Like, if you get some form of trauma, is that a good excuse for sleeping with a bunch of people or even one person?
Can I start on that?
Go ahead.
All right. So in regards to, it definitely can be a coping mechanism, right? For a lot of people, sleeping with a lot of people in a lot of ways they don't really like, especially if they've been through SA. I don't necessarily believe it's a good excuse, because in all honesty, it is self-destruction, right? There's a lot of negatives that come with sleeping with a mass amount of people, right? There definitely is, and I don't think anyone can really argue against that. But there is a sort of trauma response to that, where they don't want to get close to people, because a majority of SA cases, right, it's mainly someone close to them. So their main response is, I'm going to experience this kind of pleasure, and they get of course you're going to get comfort out of that pleasure, right, of sleeping around. but there's also, again, that negative. So I don't necessarily believe it's a good excuse. I do believe it is somewhat of an excuse. Of course, they can make any excuse for anything, right? We all have excuses for what we do. But as someone that has went through treatment, mental health treatment, what a lot of therapists will say is, let's point out the negatives on that, and then let's try and resolve that. But if they're just utilizing that as an excuse and not actively trying to go to therapy and fix the problem and understand that not every relationship is going to be negative, that not every relationship has that kind of negative experience associated with it, then it's just an excuse to go around and sleep with everyone. I mean, yeah, that's my opinion on that. I don't know if I made tons of sense there, but yeah.
I think there's a difference between an explanation to something and an excuse. I think an excuse could be used to to excuse bad behavior or to dismiss the person's behavior, and the explanation is why something happened. Like, it's the cause. Like, we have cause and effect in life. There's a cause, and then there's the effect. The effect is basically why something. Why did this happen? Why did this occur? But what are pros and cons from playing victim?
I don't think we on that one yet. I gotta see.
You're not. Which one?
Did everybody even answer
okay.
this the
My
first?
bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you good.
It's trauma.
Can I say something?
Sleeping
Go
with
ahead, yeah.
a bunch of people.
So
Oh, did you
little
answer so?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't answer it. But go. I'll let Ayana, because she didn't want to speak.
Okay.
Now go after her.
I'll be a little bit more personal, but not like for real, because I'm not about to dump. But I will say that I saw someone in the comments that says that they felt worthy during the act, and then after you feel like gross. Smex is a drug, just like anything else. You
Right.
chase the high, you get the high, and then the high is gone. I feel like when it comes from a standpoint of assault, when you are coping with something like assault, you're always looking for like to reclaim it. So when we hear this new term of like sexual liberation, oh, I'm liberated, oh, I can do, it's my body and I can do whatever I want to with it. Yeah, in theory you can, but why? Are you doing it because someone took advantage of it? Or are you doing it because you genuinely feel liberated? And so I feel like a lot of times we see a common trend of people are trying to reclaim their body because someone took something and they feel that high during the act, and then it's over, and then they keep having to chase that high. So they keep sleeping with people and creating the same offense. And it creates this cycle of like, when will I be enough for one person? But then they don't settle down with one person because they don't know how to create those important interpersonal relationships. And I don't think that this is about women always trying to play the victim. I think this is for women and men. I think men go through the same thing, but because men are celebrated as far as sexuality and all these other different things, that it's seen of less as a trauma response and more as men being men. I think if more men came to terms with, would you be this sexually driven had you not dated a 40-year-old woman at 17 or whatever that case may have been, however that looks in that situation, because a lot of people don't consider things assault when it comes to the men. I think that would solve a lot of people feeling like they can sleep around with other people and that they have to. So yeah, I would say that.
Okay. I would say trauma is the explanation for why someone might be sleeping around. I don't want to necessarily say it's an excuse, but you do have instances where people, like she said, they are trying to reclaim something that they feel like that's being taken from them, but at the same time they are also giving power away to people just by sleeping with them. So they think they're like that. I never understood the whole liberating thing, like the sexual liberation movement. because it's like, what are you being liberated from? To do what exactly?
I'm
That's the
trying to see, like, okay, she said reclaim. How do you have I'm trying to understand, what do that actually mean, though? Like, how do you have this? Because I could see,
Mhm.
if you had I know the thing, like, you usually you run towards pleasures, you run away from
So
pain.
can I explain it a little bit?
Let me see. I'm not trying to explain what I'm trying to get to about that. What's up, Dev? That
Can
she said you're trying to I think you
Mhm.
got one bar, my brother. She said that you're trying to reclaim something, and who, like, this person that's trying to reclaim something, right? Who's who put in their mind that it's meant to, like, what do that mean? Like, I'm trying to get to that. Like, what do that mean? Like, who put in their
can
mind
I
that you gotta
explain?
reclaim something?
Hey, host,
Go ahead,
can I
Jay.
explain some that real quick? So it is a this is the reason why I said it was a trauma response. So I'll explain it a little bit in regards to a psychological standpoint. So when someone goes through SA, it's not on their terms, right? So obviously they were to perform those acts. When we look at the trauma response with sleeping with a mass amount of people, what it is now you are saying it is on my terms. I am going to sleep with this person because I want to, not because someone is forcing me. So that is what she means by reclaim that liberty, right?
Jake, are you so
Um,
lonely? Are you so lonely, Jake?
Huh?
Terry, what are you talking about?
Click on
I'm
his
just
profile.
explaining the psychological analysis
Click
when
on
it
his
comes
profile.
to
Are you so
the
lonely?
topic.
Are you lonely, Jake?
What are you
Where did that
are
question
you are
come
I
you
was
from?
asking
like
a question,
stalking my
bro.
profile
Hold on,
before you're coming on a live to attack me?
is he stalking you, or you know him, or you don't know him?
I was
I
on
don't
his
I don't even
profile.
know him. I didn't know about anything about him.
Yeah, that was weird. But go ahead, Jake.
Yeah.
But that's what the psychological analysis is of the reason why they're doing this. Um, right, but any good therapist will tell them, hey, this is not the right track, this is actually self-destruction and self-harm, because it is considered under the DSM-5 a trauma response
Mhm.
and also resulting in self-harm. That's why, yeah, that's my psychological analysis on that reasoning behind that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, host?
Mm,
You kind of
mm.
a little stuck a little bit.
Wait,
I
okay,
think the
can
part
I?
I'm trying to get is, like, what kind of put in their mind that they had to get something back, and then to say that you're getting this back, that you gotta give it back out, which make no sense. It's just, I don't know.
Well, I can
And then who
say that,
told you
like,
that you had to? Mm.
me, I told me, for me, okay, for
Ayana, we
some
can't hear
Not
you.
you.
cases, hold on, wait, pause. It's these stupid beats, man. Hold on, don't get beats, y'all.
So a kid just come out of nowhere, or a person would have just come out of nowhere and say that
No.
I need
It's
to reclaim.
it's not that it's a kid saying that. I can say in some instances it's how it manifests. Like if you are exposed to something at an early age, it may then manifest into you searching stuff, right? Then it manifests into you being fixated on a relationship super young. Now you've had your first relationship. Now you are sexually active younger. Now it's just manifested differently in different stages of life. So now you're an adult and you're like, whoa, I can do whatever I want to. This is my first time being an adult. I'm living on a college campus. I have free range of my body. I can do whatever I want to. I get attention. I'm pretty, whatever. And then you go out and then you're like, you get that drug, you get that thing that you want, which for some people may be attention, whatever. But when we talk about sexual abuse, typically the thing that someone is seeking out after that it's something like an assault is attention, because now you have to feel revalidated and re-loved, and you don't know how to operate in love and validation when someone is taking advantage of you, because 9 times out of 10, that person lied to you, that person said things to you to get you to do things with them. It's not just like it just, sometimes it's sure it just happened, but a lot of times no. So now you're in these situations where you feel like either you have to do something with someone because they're telling you things that you want to hear, or other side of it is you're doing things with someone because you think that they're going to then love you and you think you're going to build a relationship with them and they don't. Or you feel like, you know what, I don't need a relationship and I don't need love. I'm just doing this because I can and it's my body and it's my choice. And someone took that option away from me when I was younger or whenever. So now it's in my hands and I can do whatever I want to.
So, but don't do you think that we have to be a little careful with that? And the reason why,
No, I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm saying that that's the thought process behind someone that has been assaulted.
yeah, no,
I'm
I
saying
get it.
that you have to heal, and that's not safe, and that's not a good thought process to go into it whatsoever.
You
I'm just
believe
simply
everybody had
explaining.
that same thought process?
No, but I do
No.
think
That's what I'm
that there
saying.
are a
That's how I
lot
could
of
tell,
people.
and that's why I said,
And
like I said, that's why I'm getting confused because I feel like, and I understand you saying from your point of view though, and that's how you was thinking it. But I think the reason why I'm trying to think of it in a mass type way or a lot of people, because I don't think, the fact that you use the word like reclaim, and you said you told yourself that, right? So I guess that's how you viewed it. You felt like you
But
lost.
what was taken from you in order to reclaim something? It's the same thing. Whereas people who do self harm, right? They might, I don't know if you can say that word, but you can like cut their own self or something like that. There's been a study that says that people who do that, it's like a control sense. They want to be able to control their pain on their own terms and their own accord. So
Mhm.
if they feel as though like when people hurt them, they can't really do too much controlling of that nature. But if they can do it to themselves, and they can control how much they want to, they can control how much pain they go through. They can control how much hurt that they inflict on themselves. But that's why you might have some people who go out there and they cut themselves. Not necessarily. Sometimes it could be for attention, but it could be I need to take control back because somebody else I can't control when other people hurt me, but I can control. It's weird. It's not weird. It's just I'm not gonna say weird, but it's
I feel like sometimes it's not a conscious effort though. It's not like a someone betrayed me, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go sleep around. I don't think that's how people think about it. It's
Can
more
I
of like
say
a
something? I
yeah.
see it
Go
in a
ahead.
different point of view. I've been working with a lot of kids. One of them, it's orphan, you know, and he tends to look for a lot of partners, you know. And what I see on him is that he's looking for love, and the only way that he feels that he's gonna find love is by sleeping around, and that's the trauma that he has when he was younger, when he was abandoned, like when he was abused, you know, all the stuff. And then that's why he tends to sleep around, because he feels that if he's gonna sleep with that person, he's gonna find love with that person. That probably somebody's gonna fall in love with him and love him like he never had that love. And I've seen a lot of kids that I work with, and it's when you ask them why did they do it, is they actually told you is because I feel that when I sleep around, I kind of find something around. I find that love that nobody gave me. And because some people don't have traumas like him, they ended up leaving him or leaving that person, and then he has to go look for another person, and it's like an addiction. And the only way they can feel that they can find that is by having sex with a person and sleeping around, because somebody's gonna love them anytime.
Well, it's also the only affection that they allow themselves to feel.
Uh-huh.
Because
Mm-hmm.
whenever they were vulnerable and they showed affection, right? The person ended up leaving them. There's
Yeah.
actually a diagnosis in regards to that. It's called BPD, or borderline personality disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the symptoms of BPD, which is being sexually promiscuous. So the reason being is because they crave that affection, they crave that attention, right? That they didn't really experience before, and now they're afraid because they may have experienced it, and that person ended up abandoning them or leaving them, right? Then they go into this idea that I'm not going to allow myself to get close to anyone. I'm not going to allow myself to get attached, but I kind of still want that feeling of validation and love. And if I sleep around with a whole bunch of people and just leave them before they leave me, I can still get that sort of love for the moment, right?
Even if it's not
And that's what
genuine.
they crave. I'm sorry?
Even
Well,
if the love is not. Even if the love is not genuine, like I've heard somebody say
Yeah.
this before. They said, "Look, I don't care if you really love me or not. Just at least make me feel love. Like don't try to."
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? Like you got some people's mentality that is like that. Like even if I know you don't really love me, you don't really care for me, at least fake it. At least fake like you do. Fake love is better than not having no love at all.
Yeah.
I'll
And
be
that's the
right back, y'all.
difference between the victim. Oh, I got you, Kev. I got you, my brother. That's the difference between the victim mentality mindset is saying I expect somebody to help heal me, and the survivor mindset is I'm gonna heal myself.
Yes. Now, I will say there's a lot of mental justification that goes into those actions. I speak from more of a personal standpoint, but also from a psychological standpoint. This is why the reason, I mean, again, there's never really a good excuse because, in essence, no self harm is ever good to do and to go into, regardless of how tempting it will seem, right? And that's why it's always criticized. If you go to any therapist, they're going to criticize you for if you're sleeping around with a whole bunch of people to get this substantiary validation, right? But this is
Jake?
why I don't think it's really cut dry with this conversation.
Well, and I think a lot of people are out here trying to get validation and reassurance from other people before they give it to themselves.
Mhm.
So, like what Soul was talking about earlier, it's like if I don't, if I always phrase it this way, if I don't, if I already question what love is, when I question what love is and I question what unlove is, I know the direction that I need to go. So if I know what being unloved is like, I know what love I'm seeking. So am I going to be a victim in that, or is that turning me away from being a victim and turning me into a survivor? Because there are survival tactics that a lot of people will use. And when you get into a comfortable situation, you'll still use the survival tactics that you were using when you were surviving. And it's like, are you really healed? Are you really, like, did you really actually maneuver? Like, it always goes back down to self. It always goes back down to self. The victim mentality, even the survival mentality, it's always back down to self. Because you had to make it through one circumstance and you got through a circumstance. That's why I always say, do we not talk about how we got through what we got through?
I
Well,
mean,
why
I
don't
think
people want to talk about that?
I think victim mentality is more because people be playing victim, like real shit. Like
Exactly.
it don't even be, some of these people don't even be real victims. They be bringing up victim shit just to get some sympathy off that shit. For
Like
real.
manipulating?
yeah,
You
that's a
said
form of manipulating. Yes.
It
Oh,
is.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
It is.
And I think when somebody is a survivor or something, they can understand that they've been through some bullshit, but they not letting that bullshit really affect 100% of their life. It's more like I made it out of that shit, and I'm looking to do better. You get what I'm saying? I'm looking to. It's like I think
Because when you have a victim mentality, like you ain't taking risks to really do nothing. You
Exactly,
don't
honest.
you don't want to. It's like you don't want to move in life because that shit done scared your ass so much to where it's like, oh, anything could be a little fear.
You know what I think
You
about it when I think of victim mentality, honest? I'm like, it's like you're wanting people that made you a victim want to do something for you. Like, it's like, how long are you gonna stay in that victim mindset? You're expecting somebody to give you something that you can't even expect from anybody else. The same people who even hurt you. The same people. So if you stay in that victim mindset, then what? Then what?
Victims to me are just sitting ducks, and what and, you know what I
Quack,
mean?
quack.
Yeah, they're just sitting ducks, and it's easy to target someone who's a victim. It's easy for them to be out there and for anybody to identify them, because if you're saying, okay, yes, this hurts me, and I get it, you're supposed to be able to put things in its rightful place and to be able to identify what is what and who is who. But at the same time, too, you're also teaching people in reverse of how to hurt you and how to hurt you even more, because if you're not showing any type of resilience, it's easy for people to bully you. It's easy for people to always pick on you. It's easy for people to always do something to you because you show no resilience. And
So
it's,
you think people who are victims, they're always in toxic relationships and abusive relationships?
well, I mean, not just in the sense of that. I mean, yes, in the sense of those two, but you could be a victim just by family. You know what I mean? Family, friendships, personal relationships, business relations, anything.
Or
People people
exactly.
find,
So
yeah,
I think then we have to separate this idea of a victim and that victim mentality, right? Because even a survivor was a victim at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think I truly, if you ever truly hear a victim of a situation, they will probably never identify as a survivor.
you know, I'm
Not a
glad that you
survivor,
brought that
but they
up,
will never
Jake.
identify as a victim. I'm sorry, I got those two mixed up. They will never identify as a victim. They will always identify as a survivor. Right?
Well, I'm glad you brought that
Even though
up,
they
Jake.
still have the victim mentality.
No,
No, no,
no,
no.
actually, they have a
Well,
survivor
hold on.
mentality.
A
Be-
victim knows.
because no, we all look. How many of us are on this panel?
There's 8 of us.
8,
Did we not survive
9.
through something? So it's the emotions that you tie to your like what hurt us, that's what we think about with victim. So are you carrying over that hurt, and are you using that hurt to drive you?
Yeah, exactly. And we want to look at it as from a trauma aspect, right? If we want to look at it from a trauma aspect, the active victim mentality will recognize that you were the victim of something, right? Because there's a difference between avoidance and a victim mentality, of course. So recognizing that you were a victim of something and then not taking active solutions to solve that trauma, right? So, for instance, someone that constantly wants to have this victim mentality, saying everything's going wrong because I went through this, I'm struggling, so this bad because of this, and not do anything about it. A true person that has survivor mentality will go into therapy, will take active steps to get through and solve that trauma, so they can progress with their lives and become a successful member of society and integrate normally.
Because a lot of people
let it happen
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, because too many people talking at once. We do got somebody new on the panel, but Lovely, go ahead, because you a mod. And then we're gonna get to your.
Yeah, a lot of people will use look, you go through trauma, it's the emotions that are tied to trauma that a lot of people bring into different experiences. So just because I was in a survival mode or a victim mode at one time, I have to channel those emotions in order for me to be able to move. but there's a strength within it. A lot of people don't want to talk about the positives. What do you think that got me through that? That got me through that? Like, maybe I was strong, maybe I was resilient, maybe I was kind, maybe I was compassionate. Maybe there's a lot of positive aspects that got me through that experience. And I know I don't like to quote scripture, but I always say, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, does not mean that there's no weapon. It's like I was fighting with a weapon. What weapon was it? Was it that I just knew how to talk to people, or knew how to meet people where they're at, or get over the trauma that I experienced? Because I can't control that. I can't control what already happened. I can only control what is.
I hear pastor in your future, sis.
Do y'all think that people who are, victims of like real life things, does it plant the seed for them to look at the world through a victimization lens? Because what happens is that you have to be careful of, like, some people just have to be careful with, yeah, you may have been a victim of this, but this does not mean that the rest of your life you are always the victim.
Right, exactly, so.
So you got certain people that will take that one incident and they will drag it out until they're in their 30s and until they're in their 40s, and again, there comes a time where you have to cross that threshold and say, hey, I am responsible for the things that happen in my life. You know what I mean? I'm responsible for playing certain parts in my life and why certain things happen. This is not a one-way street where I'm just walking outside, I'm just waking up every day and life is just happening to me. Like,
I'm gonna put a little twist in it, real. I'm gonna put a little twist in it, though.
Can I put a twist in it real quick?
Get Tiara in there.
Kev. Can I put a twist in it real quick, Kev? What is
Lovely,
it like?
lovely. Let Tiara go, because she ain't even get up in there. She ain't get a chance to speak at all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She can finish what she was saying first. That's fine.
No, it's okay.
She was about to ask a question.
Honest always checks me on this.
I was just like the victim mentality is going to, it's the people who repeat the same thing over and over. Like, it doesn't stop when you have a victim mentality, because you're not gonna choose to do the things to get out of that, like those situations. You're just gonna think that it happened to you and there's nothing you can do to change it.
Okay, that makes sense.
And how about survivor mentality for you?
I think just go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because survivor mentality is going to be people who accept accountability and learn from their mistakes and recognize, like, they can change. It's like the locus of control. How much do you believe you can change things with your own actions versus how much of the world happens to you without your control? Like, a survivor mentality is going to be the person who, like, will recognize that they can do something about it, and they'll make decisions to stop that habit from continuing.
Do you think there's a play on strength too, like the survivor's mentality? Because when you say survive something, it makes it seem like, and maybe I'm digging a little too deep in this, but it makes it feel like, oh, you didn't think that you can get through this, but you actually did. So there's some sort of like doubt. There's a small amount of doubt there that happens. And when you say, oh, I survived this, like when people say, oh, I survived this by the skin of my teeth, that means that you didn't, a little part of you didn't think that you would be able to make it, or you was incapable, but for somehow you did. So it took a little doubt to actually triumph, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, a victim mentality is going to look for someone else to save you. A survivor mentality is going to recognize, I'm the only one who can save me from what I'm going through, or like from the world.
Would you say, Jake?
I have a quick question for you. So would you correlate doubt with fear? Because I think, in my opinion, right, a lot of things travel back to fear. A lot of that doubt emotion kind of traveled back to fear. You feared that you weren't going to make it, right? I think that fear within that survivor mentality is even a strength, right?
Yeah.
for instance, I'll give you an example. A mom that gets in a car accident and her child is left in the vehicle and it's on, it's flipped over. There's been instances of where that mom picks up that vehicle. That fear of losing that child, something that they care most about, gave them strength. And I think that also comes in correlation with their survivor mentality, especially when you reference doubt, because I don't want people thinking that doubt is in correlation with weakness. Right. I think it really goes back to that fear aspect, which in a lot of situations is strength.
I think can I answer this question? Is that okay? So I think that also goes along the lines of, are you able, or what is the strength of people's willpower? Because now we're testing the fabrics of life. Now we're testing the fabrics of people's willpower. So what's the will to live? What's the will to survive? And I think like that is a very unique piece of life, because you can't test your ability to or your strength unless you go through something. So yeah, you might come across doubt. Sometimes fear and doubt can go hand in hand. It depends on what the situation is. You could be doubtful of something by using probability, and possibility as the way to navigate how to make choices. And sometimes doubt could be, oh damn, I doubt that may happen because I'm scared of what's going to happen. So that's probably not going to happen. Like it's a difference in how you can navigate both of those things.
And do you think about it, Soul, that maybe becoming being a victim makes you stronger? Because
we gonna get to the pros and cons. You already getting on the next question. That's good.
Yeah, I want to hear what you got to say, host, because I know that you had something you was about to.
I'm trying to wish everybody good. So I said I was gonna add a little another thing to it, that people also play victim to things that they've never been victimized to. If I'm not like I made that up, but nah, as in like they never experienced. I noticed a lot of people like do that stuff too. So they may I wasn't here. They may have said, they might, oh dang, my auntie went through that, and then they start playing victim because their family member did it, and then they be trying to, just like they say, they see they mama might got cheated on and stuff. Oh man, ain't ish after that. Like, what the heck? You didn't even try a man out. Oh man, ain't ish. So stuff like that, like a lot of people, let's go make it sting though. Like a lot of us black people, let's make it hurt real quick. We acting like we done got a whip across our somewhere, and we were like, hey, these white people, I can't believe this. And we start talking like that, like, no, we even, how the heck is we acting like we do? So I think that's one of our biggest things. They hate to hear that one, though. We play victim mentality. No, we been through some stuff. Like, what the heck you been through? All you had was a Chinese guy that looked at you and thought you was about to steal something. That's all you been through. And like, he's racist. I'm like, bro, what the heck?
I think that's.
But my thing is, some people, that's where I think I'm trying to get to that point of view too. Also, a lot of people like playing victim to things that they never been no type of experience to, or because they thought so, or their prejudice of what they had learned from in their past. And then all of a sudden they like, nah, it's the people that's holding us. You ain't never got held back in your life, and you keep on talking about it's the people. Like, so stuff like that. I wanted to throw that in there.
It's kind of like what you're saying, Kev, is like when people compare trauma. Well, I went through this, but you went through that. You
going through all my prompts? That's literally my last prompt. She just going through all of them.
It's generational question, though.
I literally got the point of competing with struggles. And then she about to answer all my questions in a minute.
I didn't even go through your prompts, but
right, that's crazy.
You've talked about it before.
It's like,
hey, look. First of all, you probably don't want to go through what I went through, and I don't want to probably go through what you went through. But why are we comparing it? At the end of the day, it's like.
But what I went through was worse than what you went through.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you unalive, but I unalive more.
I think it's the.
What the heck? How you more deeper in the grave than me?
It's the trauma. It's the trauma just the trauma gymnastics that people play. I'm not really into those types of games,
Trauma
but
gymnastics.
yeah, I'm not really into those types of games. But I will say this: when it comes to us as a people, there's a sense of generational oppression where it can trickle down from one generation to the next. So when we say these types of things where it's like, oh yeah, that person is racist or that person is this, it's because it's felt. Power is never seen, but it's always felt. We can definitely feel the power of when someone do not like us because of our skin, because of how we look, because of the stereotypes that is carried on from generations to generations till now. So it's not necessarily because we are trying to say, oh, we've been chained, we've been whipped, we've been beat. It's the simple fact that those stigmas that's been carried out, we still feel those today, and it still manifests until today. Now, if it was a different story, then maybe we wouldn't be able to say stuff like that. But just I can only be optimistic as the facts would allow. And when you see these things occur and these things are not being stopped by the same people who say, oh, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Well, show me where it's not as bad as it used to be. Just because we got iPhones, technology, TikTok, Facebook, and social media, there's still the same things going on. We just got technology. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think, like I said, at the end of the day,
But I ain't gonna get into that. That's too much. That was too much.
So, go ahead, Ken.
All right. My grave was that was funny. That was a funny part too, though. That my grave was deep, 7 feet deep instead of 6 feet deep. I was trying to actually see. Is Alter up? I ain't hear nothing from her in a while.
Yeah, but I think she doing something.
Oh.
I was just about to suggest agree with you because there is people who will sit up here and bring up slave shit. You know damn well you ain't never been a slave a damn a day in your life, and it's like at the end of the day, it's like people be sitting up here making it seem like it's your ass that been through all this shit. Like your ass witnessed. No, you ain't witnessed none of that shit. Your ass very privileged. You privileged enough to sit up here and watch TV. You're privileged enough to sit up here and go everywhere you want to go without sitting up here being a judge. Or you could sit up here and put on a damn dress and a wig as a damn man and feel like you not even gonna get judged for it. But so it's just like at the end of the day, it's like people be thinking that they going through something real life. It's people out here who really getting bombed on in their country. You ain't been through shit.
Right.
Well, it's like it's the same thing as the survival and victim mentality. It's like I've seen some people who are like, I don't have to try because nothing will ever be good enough. And then there's people who are like, I'm gonna beat the outcomes based on what I've had to deal with because of whatever. It's like the same dynamic. Like you can take different directions with that mentality and still like accept and acknowledge the things that come from that, or like what you dealt with because of that.
Yeah.
I believe we do this junk the worst, man. I ain't gonna even lie. And you know what I mean by we, right? Because it's people that probably and we think we the worst too. I also believe we think we the worst too. Because it's people that just literally seen their family get whomped up in front of their face and all that stuff, and they still not playing victim, right? They not. So I just like, dog. I feel like we just be so soft, and just because I think because we in America, right? We get to be able to cry about these things and keep using it as a crutch every time we mess up in our life, and be like, you know what? This holding me back. They not paying me.
I think as a whole, we just didn't get our just due, and I think that's just all we want. And most people,
what's that?
When most people would say, well. I heard somebody say this yesterday. Black people who asking for reparations, but they confuse reparations with handouts. Why are we calling something that we never just got our just due as handouts? It's not handouts. If somebody were to come into your house and do everything to you that was done to us, wouldn't you want something to be owed to you as well? Wouldn't you want things to be?
We need to get that from the other black people that held us captive first before they sent us over here. If that's the case,
that's fine. We need to say that about the Jews who also did the same thing to their own.
Yeah, it was most definitely Africans that held us first and then sent us over here. We don't never want to hear that part. We don't want to think the thought of another black person holding us.
Yeah, I don't want to carry the conversation to that.
We don't ever want to hear that racism is real. It's real at the hands of YT people.
It
It's
is.
real at the hands of black folks. It's real at the hands of Hispanic folks. You can't play it down. It exists.
Hmm.
The only reason why the conversation stays here is because we allow it to stay here. And a lot of us melanated individuals that have platforms, we use it as talking points. We use it as conversations. A lot of people do not believe racism is real because they never experienced it.
Hmm.
Me personally, I've experienced it. From somebody spitting into my face to somebody slapping me in the face. From a child to an adult. Do I teach my kids to not like somebody because of how they look? No, I don't. But what we can't do is we can't water down people's experiences and sum it all up to say, oh, that's just a you thing. No, it's a world thing, but it's a world thing as a whole, not just black folks.
And that's actually a good point, because if you actually break down the difference between racism and slavery, actually there were a lot of YT people that were put into slavery in another country before they even came to America. You know, there was a lot of slavery that was presented there though too. So
But we're never gonna have those conversations because people don't know how to separate it and say, hey,
I know,
because
I
you don't
know.
look like me, lovely, you don't understand what I've been through. But you've probably been through the same thing just at the hands of another person because you look different from me.
Exactly. And then you just proved my point. You just proved my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I'm gonna get back to his prompt because I don't wanna get back. I don't wanna like move his topic.
Oh no, we there. We talking about victim mentality. Let's get to it.
We here.
Okay, cool. All right, fine.
Oh, I was
So,
about to battle you,
so
Kev.
what about survivor's remorse? What about that? And what I mean by that is like some people who haven't been through what someone else has, so we feel guilty because we didn't go through that.
What am I feeling guilty for?
I'm just asking. I mean, true. What are we feeling guilty for?
I mean, here's the thing, right?
Mhm.
I believe in survival remorse when you actually had a connection to a person. So I understand that a lot of people don't want to live after whatever person, their matriarchs, their significant others. When they pass away, a lot of people don't want to live on after that. But the key factor is not really survival remorse. It's why are you allowing yourself to be defined by the heartbeat of another person?
Mhm.
You got me thinking though. Do we really think I'm about to be just? Do we really think we about to get that reparation stuff for real?
Hell no. Y'all should have been done. I don't even know
Cause
why
I
they
hear
be
people be
asking for
talking
it.
like it's about to. That junk is
No, I
done for,
mean,
man.
Because
no.
now
The
the
closest thing to
argument has
reparations
been
you gonna get is your tax return. That's it.
Yeah.
exactly.
I
And
think my
now
whole
the
thing
reparation
is what I'm
has
getting to
come.
is that everybody has been treated unfair in this world, man, and I just don't like that some of us use that as a reason why we just can't get no further in life, and that's what kind of irritates me. Because like I said, I just see people that probably done got treated racist, whatever the situation is, and probably just got took out just because they nose was shaped a different way or something like that, and they probably and they family still finding a way to make it or whatever. I just
But you got. I
it's
think.
just something
I
about
Bro,
think the
us,
I just
difference
man.
gotta
is.
say this, and I know people ain't gonna receive this the right way, but I'm gonna say it anyway, and I really don't care. YT people, yes, they are racist. And I hear a lot of black folks say, black people can't be racist. You're right. Y'all ass is prejudice. So it makes you just as bad as the other side. If you dislike somebody because of how they look, what makes you better? If you are running around here demanding reparations while you're tearing up your own communities, make that make sense.
I wouldn't
Well,
necessarily say that's.
Exactly. And it's like now the new topic is, do we want reparations or do we want settlements? Do we want land or do we want money?
You need to work. That's what you need.
I,
You ain't the people that deserved it. They done been gone off the face of this earth, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say at this time, and I ain't gonna sugarcoat what the hell I'm about to say. I'm just gonna say that motherfucker.
We know, John, you don't sugarcoat anything.
Yeah. If I had to think of me being oppressed, what I don't like what we do as in our community is we think that one of us represent all of us, and I feel like that is I don't like that way of thinking, and I don't like that if one of us don't think like the majority of us, then we question. We're the only race of people that question each other blackness. We're the only race of people who, if you don't agree with the majority of us, like you are not one of us, like you are outsider. And I think before you start talking about what YT people do to us, think about all of the you could call it prejudice and racism. That shit falls under the same umbrella to me. Like if you, I think we use words, and I think that they're like when you say prejudice, right, and you say racism, when you look at the two, if you still or if you have something to get someone based upon the skin, like the color of their skin, it falls under the same category to me. And I don't have the freedom to be a black person because if I don't have the same views as you, guess what I'll be called? Uncle Tom. I'll be called a coon. I'll be called a sellout. And we got some shit where we'll take your black card. I ain't got to worry about that with no YT person.
Put the eyeballs up.
Yeah. I ain't got to worry about nobody with that, right? So I feel like, and you talk about reparations, I'm going to say why I feel like we don't need it. Is for some reasons, black people done the best when we didn't have no government handout. You look at 1921. You look at all the Black Wall Street. You look when black people before the segregation, how black people was thriving. We wasn't under no government authority as far as assistance. We were self-efficient and we done for ourselves. When Martin Luther King brought his little whole ass on and started doing all this other shit, and let me tell you what he did. He was the worst thing that happened to black people. I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm speaking the fact. When black people, hold on, this is what I'm saying. It's the emotion. That's our politics. That's our politics. Get black people.
Oh, baby, you might want to skip over my box. Don't aim none of that towards here because I'm keeping it calm. Don't do that.
No. I didn't aim it at you. I'm aiming at what you said. So it's not personal. I'm just attacking to what you said, not you. Those are two different things. Like you said, prejudice and racism. I could do the same thing. Okay. So when you think about here's the facts. If you look up when were black people the most powerful, right? It was when we had less government. That's not my opinion. That's just the history of it, right? Less government. So now when Martin Luther King came around with all of this, when black people had the freedom to pick and choose whether they want to go support a black businesses or YT businesses, black people went over there on their own to go support those YT businesses, right? They wasn't forced. When they was forced, they stayed with their own. When they had the option, they went over there across the track and dealt with them YT people. Now that we have all of this government assistance, right? And that's what politicians want us to do. When they give you handouts, government assistance, it puts you at a point where you're not going to fend for yourself. You're going to be looking for hands out and you're going to always vote depending on what can they do for you. So to me, if you just look at the history of it, anytime black people were thriving and successful and supporting one another, it was when they had less government. So why would you want to go against that? That's not my opinion. If you just look it up, that's what I'm saying. People don't care. They talk about their black shit, Kev, but if they knew about black history, they would know that everything I'm saying is factual. It's not my opinion.
Let's get it.
So again, facts is based on who was actually there to find the facts. That's number one, but I'm going to let you make it. And I'm going to let you have your opinion. I'm not here to fight your opinion.
Let me have it. Prove I'm wrong. Don't let me have nothing. Prove I'm wrong. That's what we want to do today. Prove I'm wrong.
I would. This is why I don't come over here. This is why I don't come over here. I be trying to respect your panel. This is why I don't come over here. Because you know the words that is about to come out of my face. I did not meet this man, but this is one of my biggest issues. I didn't meet you with no type of energy. But instead of me wanting to be combative with you, sir, I let your point be your point because that is your point of view. Nothing I can say, Kev can say, or anybody can say can change your point of view. But for some reason, it felt like the whole time you were talking, you tried to strike up a debate. You're not going to get that with me. You're not going to get that with me. You're not going to trigger those emotions or any of that. Your point of view is your point of view, and I'm fine with that. That's yours. If you dislike MLK, that's on you. I'm not here to change your mind or change your heart. That's your point. That's your house. How you feel over there is how you feel. See, that's the main problem with black folks. When I don't agree with you, you are expecting a debate when I don't have to give you one because it's your point of view. Point blank, period, sir.
Okay. I
Now,
wasn't looking for a debate. I just wanted, if we're addressing black people, I would like for us to be honest. Our opinions do not matter when we're addressing our community, right? So I don't want to debate me. I'm just saying that anything that I said about when we had less government and we would have more government, which one will we thriving the best in? That's not neither one of our opinions. That is both of us knowing our history, right? So I'm very prideful when it comes to talking to the community and we not speaking facts about our community. That shit bothers me. It affects me. And I don't want nobody to give me nothing. I want to prove something. Like if you're
but
gonna,
for what? Why are you trying to? Why do you have to prove something to me, brother? I don't know you and I don't lay with you. Why you gotta
it's not
prove
proving to
something
you.
to
We have an
me?
audience here, so it's not just proving to you. Me and you are not having this conversation one-on-one. We're having this conversation amongst the people on the panel and 17 other people.
But your
and the people that's
commentary
on the
was based
outside.
on what I said, correct?
No, not solely. No.
Oh, okay.
I brought up some things that you said, but some of that stuff was just my own stuff. But this is what I'm saying. Even if I said, like I try to even soften it up. I said, this is not directed towards you personally, because I don't know you personally. But we're on a panel and people are speaking. People have the right to address something that they think you said was incorrect, or they think that's something you said they could build on that. This is what a panel is for. So, I mean, if someone addressing you, this is my energy. It don't mean that I have no animosity towards anyone. Anybody who see me on these panels, no, this is just how I talk. I'm passionate. It don't matter if I'm giving you credit or whether I'm coming at you. The energy is the same with me. So
I put
Y'all
my
gonna
mic
like each
on
other
you
one
to
day.
give you that respect, brother, because I don't know you. You don't know me. I think right now this
Y'all gonna know each other.
conversation might just be a little
Because I like
bit,
both of y'all. Y'all gonna like each other.
you know
So
what?
give it some time. Y'all both powerful speakers. I know y'all both on y'all way of thinking. But we gonna make it happen now.
Yeah, exactly.
It always be
Kev.
like that too. It be the two people that's like the it's funny. It always be like that some way. They meet each other the wrong way sometimes, some wrong angles. They be like, hey, this person actually kind of cool. You know what I'm saying, man? I don't went on their side, and okay, yeah.
They be hugging lions, Kev.
They be hugging lions after that, boy.
can I address? Let me address what the prompt was, okay? Because I don't want to feel like I personally attacked her. I get where she's coming from, but I was just passionate on what I heard, right? Okay.
I promise you, it's fine. Like I said, I'm not taking it personal. It's fine. How you feel, it's okay. My feelings, your feelings, we come from two totally different areas. So we're not going to have the same point of view on everything. What you're saying might be facts, and I just don't want to hear it. And what I'm saying might be facts, and you just don't want to hear it. I think right now, I got to agree with Kev. We both have very two strong personalities that's just not seeing eye to eye, and it's being perceived differently than how it needs to be presented.
That's true. I got a hard time backing down. I ain't gonna lie to you, so I need to work on that. Yeah. Now I think
Not accountability having it.
Right.
There you go with that accountability stuff, man. I don't know. I just okay. I guess when I be hearing conversations, like I only came off mute when I think about we talk about our community, right? It's and I hear this a lot where sometimes I believe that being like in survival mode and out of fear, I do believe it takes a lot of strength to be in that sometimes, right? Because when you think of somebody who have like a week or a month to live, they have a different perspective on life. Like the shit that normally piss them off, you even piss them off. So you are in survival mode. You like in fear mode. I've seen where dudes were like, I'm in real life. I'd had a couple fights and people think that I'm not fearful, I'm not scared, but I'm scary when I fight, right? And when I fight, when I'm scared, I'm willing to
bite people.
I'm telling you, you ever back somebody in a corner, they're fearful, they're gonna attack your motherfucking ass, right? So I do believe that being in survival mode or in fear, sometimes it can be healthy and sometimes it can't be. But I feel like in everything in life, if you think nothing is balanced, then I think that you will fall on that side where you don't know how to take what's good and make it bad, and you don't know how to take nothing bad and make it good. You always just going to be stuck right down the road. So I do feel like there's a healthy way that you can have survival mode and fear. And somebody said something about victimhood, like victim mentality. Yes, at some point you have to embrace that you were a victim, and that's a time period that you stay in that. But you can't just not acknowledge that you were a victim. You have to acknowledge that and then work on getting past being a victim. But if you just, like I think what Lovely said, you hear a lot of people talk about how they were survivor, right? But they don't talk about at the stage that they were a victim. And the reason I feel like you have to have both is, and it's going to ruffle the feathers again, but fuck it. It's just like when I hear people that are mixed with black and white, and you just be like, well, I'm black. No, motherfucker, you come from both sides. Like, you can't just sit there and just say you one or the other. No, you don't dictate what the hell you are. Like, your blood is a 50-50. You got one side and you got another side. So I feel like the same thing with being a victim and then being a survivor. You have to be able to acknowledge both and be able to have a balance, but you want to be on, like, I don't know how to explain it, but the shit just confuses me.
That was good. That was good. The balance.
So I got a couple points, just a few, and it's not going to be received very well. But as a black woman that grew up in the community and left the community and tried to pour into the community, I'm tired of pouring into the community. I'm going to pour into my kids. Because I'm not going to keep pouring into a whole bunch of children when you don't pour into your own children.
Ooh.
Education starts at home. And when we try to provide the tools and we try to provide the camps and everything to make sure our community is educated, we don't show up. We don't bring our kids. We don't drop our kids off. But when them Jordans come out and you got to not pay your light bill to get the fresh set of Jordans so you can go stand on the block and not make no money, you line up for that. I'm not, that's not my focus anymore. My focus is to pour into my 4 boys, melanated, that I'm raising. That's my focus. Sometimes we put too much energy in trying to fix the community while we tearing up our homes.
I 100%. Now I see. Okay, we might be on. We might have to agree for sure.
I told you, give it some time. Give it some time. That's all.
I just think more people need to pay attention, sweep around your front door, clean up your house, wash them baseboards, and worry about what's going on at your address. Because we too focused on other addresses. That is where my frustration with the community is coming from. Can I agree to say that government assistance cause a lot of issues? I don't know. I don't think so. Because again, I was raised on government assistance. My mama ain't never stopped hustling. My mama ain't never stopped working. She never stopped. And the same thing how I was taught with government assistance, if you need it, you apply for it. But if you don't need it, then don't apply for it. That has been taken advantage of on all sides of the spectrums. Black, white, Hispanic, you name it. Everybody is taking advantage of it. It's not just black folks. It's not.
Let me we're in a healthy spot, Kiel. Let me respond because we're in a healthy spot right now. Okay. I definitely agree on the part where you said about the like, you know, forget the damn community, because that's what I'm on right now. Like, it's all about pouring into my kids, and that is my community, right? And that's my world at the same time. And the only reason I said it's nothing wrong with government assistance, right? What I meant by government handouts is, or less government is, I understand that no matter what race you are, people hit hard times and you need some type of assistance. But I'm just saying, I know in our black community, at one point, when I talk to my big mama, you know, because big mamas are gone, I want to bring big mamas back. I don't like all these nanas and all these new nicknames and shit. Now, we can go back to big mamas. But I do remember at one time where, you know, you see the movies where you short on some canned goods or something, you could go to your neighbor and get some canned goods or borrow some sugar. It was one point you could go to your community and your community would look out for you. We were at a time where we were doing that as a community. And it was community helping us raise our kids. It was at one point a community. If somebody see me down the street doing something wrong, an elder or grown up, they had the right to check me on the spot and they go tell my mom or dad on me, right? We live in a time now where you can't do that anymore. You can't say nothing to any one kid. So we don't really care about the community. So at one point, our community was thriving and we were helping one another. And now we just don't give a damn. So I don't know. When I think about less government, I'm just saying as far as like all of the stuff that they try to implement that we need, and they try to preach to us during like election year. But all the other 3 years, we don't hear nothing from them. But then when it come down to election, I feel like they play on our emotions and they try to give us handouts. And I think most people fall for the handouts.
I can't disagree, but what I can say is there's more important elections other than just the presidents, but black folks is the least educated on them. We don't show up in places where we need to show up in a lot of different ways.
Okay, now I'm getting a little frustrated now. I want this nigga at the bottom to explain what he meant by, well, you worry about your kids and not their kids. Because to me, once again, that's a selfish mindset if you think about it that way. So it's okay we want to do better for the community, but also accepting reality. So you tell me, what is your solution for the community?
I just love you, man.
Yeah.
Man, fuck the community. That's my damn solution. Fuck the damn community. But to help the community, first you gotta first help yourself. Everybody else be trying to help everybody else, but you don't help yourself. And if you don't help yourself, you can't help nobody else. You know, that's kind of self-explanatory, brother.
I don't think they answer the damn thing. Anyway,
How to help the community? It begins with helping yourself.
Okay, I would tell you how you help the community is if you're going to speak on the history of. It's okay to help your community, but I don't like. We're not saying nobody on this panel. I personally don't like someone who is active in the community. And if you want to check my credentials, look up Men Motivated Men on Facebook. We have a nonprofit organization. I am the vice president. I'm doing shit in my community, right? One thing I don't like is when we bring up the old times and we don't give the facts of the old time. We only use the bad times of the old times and encourage our kids to not even try or make any progress or make it feel like no matter what they do, the YT man is going to be there to hold them down. I don't
Victim mentality.
Victim mentality. So I'm saying if you're going to do it's okay to do for yourself, like to make sure you are good. But then once you are good and you swept around your own porch and you got to make sure your house is in order, then you could go out into the streets in the community. Yeah. But I do believe what you said is start with home. I've already taken care of home. Now I'm out there in the streets trying to help the community. Now, I don't believe that you should help the community if it come in a point where you're not taking care of home and your home is not taken care of. So if your home is taken care of and you have the support of your home to go out and do what you do, if you're going to speak on Black history, nigger history, Negro history, Afro-American history, speak on the truth of it. And my truth always comes from when I talk to the ancestors, when I talk to my elders, the people who lived during Jim Crow. They could give you firsthand information instead of getting information that the YT man put in the book, and it may be distorted. It may not be the whole truth. I feel like we have the capacity to go to our big mamas and our elders to get information firsthand, but we don't care to get it at all. So I don't like that type of shit.
And sometimes when you can't get it from your elders, I think a lot of times we got to be comfortable with starting to divorce our damn family. They ain't got all the answers.
Ooh.
Sometimes you gotta leave your family where you at to go find the answers that you need, because sometimes it ain't in your bloodline. That's the real truth. And then,
but I kind of agree with Sean, because it's more like people be sitting up here speaking on things, and it's like, was your family a part of that shit? Do you got actual proof that your people went through certain things? And it's like, at the end of, it's like people be trying to make it seem like everybody and their mama and their grandma was a slave. Some of y'all people were slave owners. Some of these people was real life slave owners.
Hey, Honest, let me tell you what
happened. They had yesterday. Some of the biggest plantations.
Let me tell you what happened yesterday, Honest. It's crazy that you said that, right? And this is the weirdest shit ever happened. Yesterday, I go to my my stepdaughter. Like they had like a Christmas carol thing at school, right? And on the whatever that thing they hand out with the paper, let you know what's going to happen. It had the name Miss Wortham on it. That's my last name is Wortham, right? I'm like, man, who the fuck got my last name in this motherfucker? And I researched my history, and I know my family come from the Wortham plantation, right? I know that we come from the Wortham plantation. If you look up the Wortham Center, it's a big old thing in Houston where these people have money. So I said, man, I asked my wife, I said, who the hell is Miss Wortham? Like, they got your name on this motherfucker? She was like, nah, that's the principal. I said, what the principal? I said, where my brother at, man? Where the nigga at, man? She was like, nah, it's that white woman over there. I said, man, I know you damn lying. So after the thing was over with, I go up to the white lady, right? I say, hey, can I ask you a question? Like, are you kin to the, like, do your family, like, own the Wortham Theater in Houston? She was like, yeah, we own that. I said, have your family, like, you know, I'm not trying to be rude, have your family ever been a part of, like, you know, had slaves or anything like that? Because my last name is Wortham, and that's not a black name. That's a white name for sure. She was like, unfortunately, yes. And she said, I hate that, but that is true. And I like, were y'all plantation in DeSoto, Texas? She said, yes, my great founder. So now I'm thinking to myself, okay, motherfucker, y'all owe me some money now. Why I can't get some of that money? Because my last name is Wortham. So what I'm saying is, it's a lot of times like we don't know. The more the story is, knowing your history and knowing like you could like connect dots, and then to see that shit come like around full circle at a moment like at a school yesterday. That's what I mean by like knowing your history, and then you're going to speak on certain things. You're going to call yourself speaking to the community. At least be knowledgeable of what actually happened. And I think if you don't talk to you don't talk to your elders that been around. If you don't trust your own people that been around during that time, I don't see how you could go to a YT book and trust what the hell they say about your own people when you go to your own people and get the real source.
Mm. I don't think everybody got that though, but I feel it. Do I hear snoring? I do.
Man, who is that?
Sean, the question with Chris Sean, why do you feel like she owe you money? I understand your family like back then, but why do you feel like she owe you money?
No, it was a joke because they have a lot of like the Wortham family has a lot of motherfucking money, especially in Houston, like Texas area. So when I seen a woman, I don't think she owed me money because she's a school teacher. Like she ain't balling her damn self. But I just find it funny that, you know, here I am. I want my wife to have a lot of us walk around wanting our significant other, our wife to have our last name. But in reality, they don't have our last name because we have the last name. A lot of our slave masters like plantation names. So I thought it was funny, but I don't want. And if she would have gave me some money, I would have took that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Hey, it's like, do we really know our names for real? That's crazy.
If your look up a lot of black people in America, I don't say all, but I do believe a lot of us who say we have slave descendants, your last name is not an African name. It comes from a slave plantation, like the Johnsons. You know what I'm saying? It's John's son. You got Williamson. It's William's son. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to pay attention to how those last names are. You are William's son. And that's how they talk to you back in the day, boy, and all that type of shit, right? My last name is Wortham. Yeah, my last name is Wortham. It comes from the Wortham plantation. Whatever your last name is, try to look it up and see if there's a plantation for that.
Okay, let me go ahead and bid him a good night.
Hey, who is that snoring, man?
It's Saul. He up out of there. Good night, my brother. Good night. There's my cousins up in the building.
I heard you say earlier, Kev. I heard you say earlier, you was like, damn, you said something about we always want YT people such and such, but how about we want them black people in Africa or whatever to like pay for the reparation. You say we don't want to talk about that, right? And they don't. Like that's something that I feel like it's easy to hold YT people accountable for what happened instead of our own, because we know our community is gonna look at you like a sellout or something. Like, why would you want to? And because we know Africa don't have nothing to offer. We know that, so we feel like what's the point of even trying to go for that?
You know what? The more I think about this, I feel like I'm gonna get banana for saying, but I was thinking about this one day though. Like, I can't see like some of them. I don't think that they wrong because I'm gonna put it this way, right? There's some of the YT people that had us as slaves, right? Because look at it this way, like if we came from Africa and they got told that you buy this black person from me, you buy this from me, you get a free maid, right? That's how they look at it, right? So they paid money basically for a maid, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, and they get to treat them however they want to treat them, you know, because that's what they paid their money for, because the Africans sold us, right? So it's like we giving all the energy to the person that bought us, right? For the most, for the person that bought. So some of us, like I said, that's why I was looking up all that stuff, which made more sense, because I'm like, no, that don't make sense. How that many of us getting taken, you know, stolen? I can understand the stolen part, right? But they were stolen slaves, stolen slaves. So that means you were slaves to something else before you was even here. So that's why even if you look at it, it take Google. That's all it take. But all they teaching us is that we got stolen from the land. We wasn't free. Then we was all free. And no, we wasn't free where we was at either. You know what I'm saying? For whoever was there. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know where I came from. I could have been here. Whatever. I don't take all my time because I'm not wasting my whole life on that, because I got this. Even if I got 70 years of my life, whoever knows. I mean, life ain't promised for real. But like at the end of the day, everybody be coming with these weird stories and talking about, yeah, we was so free and doing our own thing before these YT people came in here. That is not true. You got told about the Africans way before that. They don't want to. And even if I had to look this, even that day, because I did it that day, right? I did it when I had that live about that. I said, don't you realize that the Africans enslaved us first? And I said, which one came first, African slaves or American? Of course, it was African, right?
Yep.
And we got shipped over here. They always want to stick with the American part, and we talk about how cruel we got done and all that stuff or whatever. No, they was doing what they paid for. At the end of the day, and that's how I look at it. If they paid for that, they could do whatever they want, because we was their product basically. So we be acting like we acting like that. We got done cruel and all this other stuff, but like I said, I don't know what we was captive for or what we was slaves for, but it was something. It was something. So I don't know how.
You don't know how it started. It started from in Africa. It's pretty much how the Europeans came over here to America, right? It wasn't the people who was accepted in Europe, right? It was the ones that was the outcast, the bad, reprobated motherfuckers, right? So they came over here, and it was the same way with Africa, where the YT people in Africa, if you was commit certain type of crimes and shit like that, you know what I'm saying, they would pretty much unalive you, or you would pretty much just go to some type of, I ain't gonna say prison, whatever it was called back then, if it was a place where, you know, you pretty much just done with, right? So the YT people was like, you know what, instead of y'all just unaliving them, we will purchase them from you. So we gonna make a profit off of them, right? And then it got to the point where it was doing pretty good, to where then they started capturing certain people in certain villages and taking them away. So before we was ever taken away from our families in America, Africans was taking us away from our families in Africa also. So, and then when you think about that, happens to today's time also, where if you start asking people about the YT racism and the black on black crime, we always go back to the YT person as far as racism, because I think we have some type of fear of addressing our own, that we know what comes with that. And I feel like that's have always been the issue. And I think we was on your panel one day when I asked this African dude, I said, hey man, I have no animosity. But
I remember that.
Yeah. I said, y'all do have a derogatory name that y'all call African Americans. So don't act like, and I told him, I said, I don't like when people from Africa try to come and tell us that, you know, we have a negative view of them, when we don't have a negative name for y'all, but y'all have a negative name for us in America. And I said, well, can you go ahead and say it? He didn't want to say it, like, because he knew I called him in his lies. And I feel like that's what part knowing history, right? When you know history, you're going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, because if they don't know history and you do, they're going to be pretty much intimidated, or I feel like they'll be intimidated by you, or they feel like they can't really have a conversation, because their conversation is going to be based upon what they heard and not
what they feel.
Yeah.
Because even if you get them, you sound stupid. That's all they're going to say. Because they never did to look up for themselves. So it's quick to say, it's better to say, you sound stupid. You just a coon. You know, they're going to say something, whatever it is. But I swear, nobody, they really don't want to talk about that. They maybe want to do a topic on that again. They don't really want to talk about that for real, man. Because like I said, at the end of the day, like who know why we were slaves for? We could have been bad people for all they know. We could have. I don't know why we be acting like, just like, even if we was to go biblical, right? That was like kind of our punishment. was being a slave because we didn't abide by certain rules that God gave us and all that stuff. So I guess that's what they called our curse or something like that or whatever. It's no different from jail today. You do something, you're gonna end up in jail. You're gonna have to probably do some work in the yard, all that other stuff. You gotta whatever it is. So it's like the more I keep thinking about this, like, dang, some of these people, it wasn't that because they was evil or something like that. Shoot, just like you said, some of them got bought because we was gonna get unalived. So they just bought us. So I don't, it made me think about, I think we be thinking where we innocent though, but at the end of the day, we don't address the people that first enslaved us, which is the Africans. And then we don't even know what I was enslaved for. We don't even know. It's crazy. That's just like a person in jail, like, I don't know, man, they did me bold. You did yourself bold first. That don't make no sense. You did yourself bold, and then they did what they will with you. You was probably gonna be on an unalive penalty until somebody bought you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I be thinking about stuff like that. It's some stuff that just people just. I think we got half the story on a lot of things. 'Cause some stuff just never made sense to me. It just didn't. And it's so easy to not know much, right? It's so easy to be just ignorant, I guess, for the most part. Especially when you want things to fit the way you your lifestyle and your narrative. It's so easy to always backtrack. That's what the pros and cons on the second prompt to playing victim. It's so easy to, you get by. You can throw a race card out sometimes. You can, and get your way for that moment. I think pros is like to shorten the whole prompt on that. Pros would be more short-term effects, and cons would be the long-term effects. As long as you keep playing victim, you're gonna get affected by it in long term. Maybe not at that moment, but later down the line, your mental gonna be done for you. You can't keep nobody because you keep always putting on everything else but yourself. Can't keep a job, everything. Somehow always the job doing you. But I had made a video about that too. I said I was feeling bad about my peoples, man. I see them, like, they come in there, go to work and all that stuff, and be gone in about a couple days or a week and stuff, and then they get replaced by a YT guy, and they still be working and stuff. I'm like, bro, they making us look bad. And then I'm like, the first thing they gonna come, well, they racist. Man, you was sitting here when they told you not to bring phones in there. You got phones in there. You thought you could sneak the phone. You showing somebody brought their girlfriend to work. That was some crazy stuff. That was some wild stuff. I ain't never seen that before. Like, they be doing all this stuff, and then next minute, oh, then they fired me, and then I bet you all you're gonna hear is that one side, they fired me because they racist, they ain't like me. Of course they're not gonna like you, not following their rules. And that's why I be saying, like, that's why I can't deal with that, man. That's gonna be annoying. That one-sided tell you. That's why they do that in real life too. Everything one side is always their way. Their way, they always innocent, and they hurt themselves. To this day, I got family that's like that. They always say their part. They don't know what they should address. It's just always me, and they really be sad over this stuff. They're super sad. They really sad, for real, and they just don't understand what's happening to them. That's why they're taking pills and drinking and all type of stuff, man. Coping, trying to sleep with person to person, and whatever to keep their mind from their mistakes or from seeing that mirror. But the only way to resolve that issue is looking at it. You can't not run away from a situation all your life and think it's just gonna disappear. It just don't work like that. People just, I don't know, don't talk about it no more. There's people that be doing that.
They gonna run like Forrest Gump.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But I agree. Like, some people just need to understand, like, you can't just sit up here and think just because things ain't work out your way that you ain't have a hand in the reason why it didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't sit up here and make it seem like life is just coming crashing down on you for no reason. And that really be the mentality where I can't deal with certain people, because it's like, I feel like things will pour off onto you by being around certain people who think a certain way. And it's like, nah, I got to get away from this shit, because been around your ass too long, I'm gonna be thinking victim mentality, or I'm gonna be
Maybe he
sitting up
did. He
here.
got gaslighted.
Yeah, or I'm gonna be sitting up here in my own mind, like, damn, I know that lady was racist to me. I know she said something, so it's like I
hmm
can't let myself get in certain positions because it's gonna put me in a certain mindset to where it's
That's what
like
she said.
I'm not oh to where I can't just sit up here and let certain things affect me just cause you had a bad experience. And a lot of people be taking that whole that because you feel like your family was slaves, that doesn't mean I feel like mine was slaves.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Then they got to throw us in a monolith after that. We went through this. You. Now, hold up. Y'all just gonna force me in it? I ain't go through that. Well, just because you ain't experienced it, that don't mean it ain't real. That's everybody famouser too. Who said it wasn't? I don't know who. That's everybody go to. Everybody act like just because one person got checked or whatever by a YT person, or they snout their nose because they thought you was gonna steal something. Now that's gonna be your thing for everybody. Well, don't invalidate everybody that went through it. Like, what the heck? I ain't about to use that one. And that's what I was talking about earlier. People use that one thing in their life and then use that for the rest of it and make that a whole. Don't let me do that. I done got my car broken into. I done got got into a fight. What I'm supposed to say? Every black person want to fight me. That's stupid. What the heck? Every person want to rob me. Everybody want to break my car. That's crazy. You can do that with anything if that's the case, and just live with that for the rest of your life. I think that's actually why a lot of people be pandering on here, and also on both ends. Why people don't like people, they can't get along with. That's why got some women that be pandering to men because they don't like women. Some men don't pander to, they don't like men. And you could tell they got into it and with people and don't like them as a whole and stuff. So yeah. They just be coming with some stuff, man, and then make it a whole, all of them mad.
And that's what we talk about a lot of
Welcome
times.
back.
Is how people compare trauma. Well, I've been through this, and you've been through this, and I experienced this, and you experienced that. And you know what? Half the time, I don't want to experience what you had to experience.
Right.
But it doesn't mean I can't embrace you. I can't love you, So yeah, we see that all the time. Like people comparing bad circumstances. But nobody compares like, hey, did you know that I went through this and I got this award, or I got this, look at the love that is coming into my life. Nobody compares that. Why not?
No, they don't. Yeah, right.
Right.
When I decided, okay, I'm gonna be done with this community shit, right? I'm still gonna try, but overall, I just know it ain't no winning, right? I'm gonna give you, like, if you do two different things, there's no way you should get two results, right? The same results. If you do two different things and you get the same result, I feel like something is off with whatever it may be, right? Let me give you my example when I knew that I don't like to say, I don't consider myself one person, black person, represent, or no one represent me as a collective. I don't have that mindset anymore because I feel like I have all the freedom to be whoever I want to be. But I feel like people try to hold you as a collective and say we all one people, and I feel like it's like a cult mindset if you ask me. So I remember when my first child mother is with a YT woman, right? So when I was speaking on black issues and I was trying to do work in the community, now that people don't say shit in my face. Let me say that. People always talk behind my back. Oh man, how he gonna be for the black community when he with a YT woman?
Right, that's what they do.
He a coon and sellout, right? I was like, okay, damn, I'm feeling bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching Dr. Umar talking about some no snow bunny hopping. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, I see what's going on. So I said, okay, cool. Me and her didn't work out, and I was like, man, I just got to get back. I got to go back over there, man. Like I can't do this, right? So I end up now I have a black wife, right? And I still have my same talking points. Nothing changed. I'm still, even though I got a black wife, I got black kids. I still get hit with the same shit. Oh, you a coon, you a Uncle Tom, you a sellout. I'm saying, hold on, wait a minute. Now you said on the other side, I can't talk about black issues and try to empower the community because because I have a YT woman. Now that I have I married a black woman, I'm with a black woman, you still use those same things. So that's when I realized that you can't really help people as a whole. You can only focus on
Some people.
No, I'm gonna say as a whole. I feel like
It's certain people though that be talking like that because they try to. I just call those the invalidators. They try to anybody that. That's what I'm about to say. Once somebody show any type of sign of invalidation, you just know who you're talking to from that point because they just looking for every reason. Even if you had the same exact problem, well, it wasn't as bad as mine, or it wasn't. They gonna come with something all the time.
So. This was at a time where people were telling me, you know what I'm saying, you need to have empathy. You need to be able to see, like, put yourself in other.
Yeah, you ran into that group for real. That's what it sounded like.
So I was trying to be like, okay, I understand where people are coming from, and then I realized, man, I was becoming less of myself because when you try to, like, I understand, like now I understand that I don't really like if I hurt your feelings with the truth, I'm not fit to apologize. I'm not fit to be like, oh, well, you hurt my
Candace Owens.
Yeah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? If I hurt your feelings with truth, then that means you want me to lie to you. And I don't think that's good for anyone. So now I'm at the point where, especially with today's time, for some reason, people want you to, especially with our people, is if I say I've never been, I like that Candace Owens, my girl. The only reason I like her is because she's a different, she reminds me of myself, right? She go against the grain of what majority of our people would consider the culture, right? Mm-hmm. So I go against the grain on that's just me. But I feel like it's wrong when people don't allow you, like when you tell me that I'm oppressed, I'm like, okay, you may feel like you oppressed, but just because I'm black, you trying to make me feel like I should be oppressed or I should be experiencing the same shit that you are, and then we'll contradict ourselves. In the same sense, we'll contradict ourselves and we'll be like, well, you was raised in the suburbs and such and such. You ain't like us. So okay, hold on, wait a minute. So in 1 minute, we'll call black people who were raised in good communities, we'll call them lame and they not like us. But then when I don't have the same view as you as a black person, then I'm not like y'all. So I'm like, okay, I see what the hell going on. It's a mind game. That's all it is. In the same way, like somebody like people think just because, like when I posted that Candace thing today, right? Somebody put on there, right? Like I feel like what she said was 100% true, right? But somebody put on the comments, and this is how I know how fucked up the world is, and I love it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know, that other side of people ain't gonna like it that follow you.
I know what I'm trying to tell you. I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. Now, when I posted her, and I feel like the message she gave about, be true to yourself and people be unaliving themselves because they try to be they try to live the life, their reality through what other people say they should see it instead of their own personal experiences. Because remember, I told I'm very big on that when people say, oh, no anecdotal experiences, I don't like when people say that because you telling me to see the world in the way I don't see it. You telling me to see the world how everyone else see it, and you ain't robbing me of my own experience of the world. So I can't speak on how other people see the world. I can only speak on how I see the world and what I see in the world. So, and the woman put on a comment, she was like, overall, she's just a horrible person. What the fuck they got to do with the message she just gave, right? I feel like a lot of time people think that, like, let's say if I follow a creator and people are like, well, why you follow this person like this such and such? Okay, that don't mean I have to agree with 100% of what this person is saying. And I feel like people get caught up in, if somebody say a shit that you don't like, if they say some good shit, don't let the good shit go over your head because you personally don't like the person. Somebody that I don't like can still give good messages. I know some unemployed people know where all the good jobs are hiring. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to discredit him because he ain't got no damn job. If he got a good information where I can find a job, I'm going to take that. It doesn't matter about his lifestyle in itself.
Well, I think I know one. I meant to. I heard, dang, this thing popped up my ear. Now, one person, I ain't gonna say their name. I was confused. You said you don't know what's the problem with that guy. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, okay. I think I know. I think I
You
know
know
you
about
talking.
it. You know what I'm talking about, but because I'm like I said, I hear everybody's in, right? I hear it, but when you said that, now I'm like, ain't no way. Because I can say what's the problem with red pillars, right? If they was actually red pills or whatever situation is, but
Okay, I'll tell you.
when you said that, I was like, what?
I'm
I ain't
gonna
gonna lie, I
tell
got triggered when you said that. I'm like, wait, what?
you. Hey, you left. You put in the comments. You was like, man, I'll be
Oh,
back.
you
Man.
did see it because I was triggered. I was like, what, John?
Hey, hold on. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you how I see it. Right. At one point, I used to be triggered by what people say that I didn't like, and I personally get upset with that person, even though I don't even know them. Right. And then I was like, okay, well, let's say let's go. Let's say if I believe this person is pandering. Let's just go with that, right? Let's say I believe this man is pandering. If this man is feeding his family off of that pandering, who am I to judge him on it, right? And the only reason I'm saying this for me is, now this is why I feel like we be hypocrites, right? Is I know a bunch of us know people in the community that's doing harmful to the community and selling candy, and we ain't gonna report their ass. We believe in no snitching. So why you want me to get on this internet and snitch on a man that haven't done nothing to me? Even if I believe what he's doing is wrong, I could personally feel like what he's doing is wrong. But why do I need to get it? Like, okay, this other point. I don't see the difference in if a man is speaking about women all the time, like women do no wrong, and he's always going at the men. I don't see the difference in men that get on this app and post content about the wrong shit that women do and don't speak to men. To me, they both are pandering. But for some reason, people think pandering is, when you think of pandering, you ask most men, they're gonna think of a man catering to women. They let me know that you don't know the definition of pandering. Pandering doesn't have a sex or gender tied to it. So I feel like both sides are the same. And I think red pillars and what so-called panderers are the same people to me. They both cater to one side.
I think, but even though you're saying that, right? Because like I said, we still can't use two wrongs and make it seem like it's right. So I'm just was like, dang, you gonna at least admit that I'm trying my best to talk in code because I know that's, but
if I went out with people saying kill, I wouldn't be on your panel. Because people call you a red pillar and people say that you problematic.
Yeah, that's cool though, but that's I'm about to say that's cool though, but I can at least I could at least say because that dude is non compare. He is not compared when everybody got their thing just like we got other people that's on here. I think it's people that's far left and it's far right, and those both are issues. There's not many people that's kind of balanced. And the fact of even doing that, huh?
I was gonna give you an example of what you're trying to say. Let's say honest. What you be saying main thing? You be throwing me out with the main thing. What okay? But let's say go honest, right? Let's just say you and honest have a good relationship. Where honest is real with you, right? But then me and honest don't have a good relationship, right? Now, would I be wrong to tell you, hey, Kel, why in the hell are you following honest? Because your experience with honest is not my experience with honest. I experience honest in a dishonest way. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have the best relationship, but what you have with honest is a good relationship. At that point, is it right for me to tell you that you should see honest the way that I see honest, even though y'all have different relationships? So what I'm saying with old boy is, I know I get what people be saying, right? But I don't know him personally, but my relationship with him, I have seen this man come to my defense with those same women that they say that he's pandering to. So I'm like, okay, hold on. He's taking a chance. And you heard the other woman said that me and him is cool. And I told her I feel like they was coming at me because they wanted him to disassociate with me. Even though, and I feel like they can't do that because of how I stand on my own. So I've seen him come in panels and defend me against those same women. I've seen him come randomly on a panel and be like, hey, man, Sean don't say nothing about nobody. You know what I'm saying? He just kind of like keep it to himself, right? So I've seen him defend me in those same things. So I can't, me personally, can't 100% say that somebody is pandering when I'm seeing that you're willing to go against the people that you.
It's not even just that though. It's not even just that. I'm gonna put it this way. No matter how I'm gonna put that if since you ain't gonna do it with him, no matter how cool we is, let me know what I'm doing or saying is wrong. Just let me know this so we better talk about it. Cause I think some people can't be saying things that's dangerous, right? And then we can break that down to why it's dangerous too. Some people can cause I wouldn't say I think the like I said, the part that got me was you said I don't see nothing wrong. Or you said I forgot how you worded it though. And I was like, ain't no way, because I think everybody got something. Because I can name a list of things like when, you know, I don't guess that wouldn't be his fault though. It's more his people that be in there though.
Hey,
I can't blame him.
Let's say I'm gonna give you an example of what you were saying, what I said towards him, and I'm gonna use it like for me and you, and I'm on somebody else's panel, right? If somebody were to say, "Hey, Sean, you don't see all," hold on, somebody actually did. I'm gonna say his name, Chad. You already know how he be feeling, how he be taking shots at you and shit. It ain't no secret, right? Okay. Right. He probably, the way he look at you, I don't see you in that way, right? So he may ask me, well, why are you such and such? Why are you such and such? Okay, that's not my job. If I'm cool with someone, I'm not going to speak against that person in someone else's presence. So for me, if somebody like, why you over there with Kel? I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, you don't think Kel be doing anything problematic? If I fuck with you, I'm not going to say what I think you do problematic around mixed company, that motherfuckers who don't fuck with you. If you come and ask me, hey, do I say some shit that's problematic? I could tell you directly instead of trying to say it amongst other people who don't fuck with you. So that's just how I look at it. I would rather, if you act like, I'm not gonna come to you out of nowhere. Hey man, why the hell you posted that, man? Like, what the fuck, man? Even though I may feel that way, if it's at a point where I'm like, okay, I can't follow this dude, like he's too much, then that's something different. But I'm not gonna just speak ill of you in front of people who already don't fuck with you. So I feel like that's what people be asking me to do with public is they be wanting me. Damn, I said the name. That's what people be wanting me to do with public. They be wanting me the same way them women wanted him to kind of like denounce me publicly so they could kind of like break it up. I feel like that's what people on the other side be wanting me to do. And here's the crazy part. Y'all people be acting like, man, this dude, I must have some type of power or something, because I don't even have this man's number. I don't even know his damn real name. I don't really know nothing about him except a TikTok name. And people attack out of all the men that follow him. How come I'm the only man that stands out? That's what I don't understand. And I don't even be on a panel. I just be in the like. I'm on your panel more than any other panel, and people don't attach me to when you be going viral. You're problematic.
You know. Well, you already know that about yourself. I guess you got like a unique way of how you I guess you explain yourself, so which is kind of rare, and people. You stand out differently. You don't talk the same way as the rest of the guys on there. So it's like you more. It's like if it was like, what's his name? Cousins, right? Cousins. He got a unique type way. Okay. Who else? And just like the opposite, right? You got like Saul. He unique. Everybody got their own type of way to where they get people based off of how they kind of deliver. So it's like I don't know. It's like an energy. I can't explain it though. It's like a.
I think I get it.
Hey. Yeah, because there's a reason why them girls got offended. For real. Because like I guess it's the way. I guess the delivery. Because everybody. I don't know. Is it delivery? I don't know. Or the way you try to, I guess, I don't know, because it's like the same thing they do with me sometimes. It just depends on the type of, because I guess I could stand out on certain things. That's why some people don't like me. It's either far left with liking me or not. That's what it is. So, but I'm trying to see.
How does someone deal with, that's what I'm saying, like, and what people are saying about certain individuals, you'll never hear me say, oh, it's like, even when I think the Hispanic lady was on the panel earlier, you never heard me defend someone, but like, oh, he's not like that, because I don't know. So I feel like even when people ask me things, or I don't know, like if I can't, you never would hear me defend a person because I don't really, like, I honestly don't know. Like I really don't have no idea. So somebody like, if I'm on a panel like, oh no, he ain't like that. Oh, such he ain't like that. Then I can understand where people are coming from. But the man said out his own mouth, he don't need no one to defend him. He said that, and I think if people pay attention, is I don't defend the person also. They only pay attention to the one side. Look at the other side of I'm not also defending this person. Now, I agree with what you said when we was in the other live. You was like, how come you don't see it?
I get you. I get what you get to though. I got you though. When you explain that other part, I had got you. I'm like, yeah, you right. I can't do that because like at the end of the day, it's either you and it seemed like y'all got a cool little thing anyways though. So I wouldn't want to say that and make it seem like you know, because when I was trying to think of some stuff, I was like, dang, maybe I'm thinking about his peoples and stuff because it wasn't like. I mean, you know, he's just another person I highly disagree with. That's all it is. But I wouldn't say. I think his people is what make it even worse. Because that's why I stopped coming in his room. Because low key, I mean, he still follow me and stuff. I just can't go to his room. I just can't. He got some hateful people, and I don't like that he just allow his people. But then again, like I said, I can't put that on him. You know, I can't put that on him. He got his crowd. Or whatever. It's not like he personally. Well, he be throwing shots sometimes too, but not as bad as Chad. Chad, that dude. I don't know. He be on my nuts. He be on my nuts heavy, boy.
Maybe, man. Hey, maybe it's something like for some reason I like shit like this, right? Like when I see you come around on my page and you be like, you know what time it is. Hey, when I see it, I'm like, okay, this dude gonna start some goddamn trouble, man. And whether it's something I agree or disagree with, I can still engage with it because at the same time, it should be funny because I know you be dead serious when you talk about the shit you talk about. I've seen you in lives, and I've seen that what you say when you post your videos, it match up with what you say when you actually on panel talking to people. So when I see it, I don't look at it how everybody else be like, oh, that's that red pill talk. Oh, he's talking about women not within weak vetting. I don't see it like that. I see it I be seeing it like a comical thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this shit funny, motherfucker, man. Like, and it's you know what time it is? It's time to increase that weak vetting of yours. Like,
right.
So I don't see shit like other people be seeing.
Like what you and Sean are talking about too is like people will be like, well, it's their tone. It's their tone. But what message are you listening? Like some people don't even sit in the comments before they actually listen to what's really going on. You know? Yeah. The tone. The tone. Like everybody wants to pay attention to tone, but look, my husband talks aggressively. I had to learn that. You know? But it doesn't mean he's not spreading the wrong message. You know?
And the only time, think about this, Kev, and it's only been a small sample, but let's say I were to hold, like, the only time I ever got into it with Vio or a man really talked about, I'm a diss because I took a woman with kids. I think that's the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard in my life, right? And the times I've been disrespected like that happened on your panel, right? I can't sit here and be like, well, damn. The only time it ever happened is around Kev. Kev need to hold him accountable. No, this man run alive. This man has his own thing going. It's his platform. Who am I to tell this man how to run it? As long as he ain't joining in and be like, yeah, Sean, I'm not going to hold this man accountable. But I understand how other people may hold hosts accountable for what people doing their thing. But I just choose not to do that. I feel like I deal with somebody on an individual basis, not by the people that follow them or support them, because I will agree with you on this, because I got into it with some of those people. Some of those people at one point made me start to feel like what y'all was feeling like. Damn, I can't go over that, man. Like this shit just too goddamn much. But I'm like, okay, I feel like I wasn't really supporting that man. I feel like that's not a real supporter. If his supporters could run my support away, then I'm really not a supporter, right? So I'm like, you know what? Whether they're gonna say what they're gonna say, whether I'm there or not. So I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna antagonize their motherfucking ass. I'm gonna let them know that I can stand my motherfucking ground. You ain't gonna run me away. You can't goddamn tell me about no internalized misogyny and try to make me feel like I'm a red pill, whatever the case may be. I'm gonna stand firm, and I think they really get upset. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I comment and then he comment back in the chat, you be seeing eyes and shit pop up. They will, and I think they be like, especially after the incident with old girl, I think when I went back over there and I just comment, I say funny shit in the chat every now and then, and people was like putting eyes when he coming back. And I'm like, damn, y'all watching this? Like, this man don't even have the freedom to really interact with other men that y'all deem as problematic. Like, and then the whole point is, you can't sit here and tell. That's why I feel like a lot of them be confused. Not all of them, but a lot of them. When you say, hey, you need to go have this talk with men, right? So when you see me over there in a red pill live, you don't care. And I feel like they do this to women on purpose, Kev. They will go back and tell women that Sean was over there in the red pillars. He was over there in the red pillar lives, right? But they don't say that I was over there going against the motherfuckers. They'll just paint the picture to the women that I'm over there with the red pillars. So they do this shit on purpose just to get the women to stay on their side. So I was like, okay, I see it's all about a game now. It's all about getting as much as people you can to be a part of your game. So when you got enough people in your game, guess what you could do? You could go from live to live bullying people. And then they could make it seem as if you are a liar and you are a red pillar, because if they get so many of their supporters in a group to say one thing about you, a lot of people are going to start to believe it, even though it's not true. So I understand how it works. And I love it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. Factual. That's what. Yeah. I was something I was about to say. I forgot it was something. But whatever. Oh my. But yeah, that's why. I ain't gonna lie. When I be seeing like, what I notice who them divestors, I just call them that. It's cool. It is what it is. How I feel about them.
Hey,
When I see that,
that again, Kev. Divestors.
Yeah, when I see that, I ain't gonna lie though. When I see them be comfortable around certain people, I automatically got in my mind, like, because I don't never see them get along with nobody. If I see them, that I either look at it that in order to be cool with them, you will have to do some type of level of pandering, or you have to be toxic. It got to be like a toxic supporter or something like that. And that's the times I really be seeing, and I ain't gonna say pandering, right? I think the time, and I only see them follow people that might talk maybe more on men, right? And try to keep it away from the women or something like that. That's why they start following. As soon as you say anything holding them accountable or be a rep, you dang near lost their support. Because I'm like, when I just see a certain, like it's like at least 4 names that I see. If I see them in their room, I'm like, what type of lie this is, I know something up. I done seen it in a few people. I'm like, uh-oh, this lie done turned into that because I see too many divestors over here. They got into if the divestors is comfortable in the room and I keep seeing them in there, I know something up with the host. That's all. I'm put it that way. Or I just know something up, man. That's how I look at it. Cause it ain't no way. Cause like if like I said, if they was holding both sides or balance, right? Let's call it balance, right? which I would claim I feel like I'm balanced, because I don't think I go too far left, far right, and I give both of them the same. No different from what Kevin Samuels did. I give both sides the same exact energy. It might be my delivery, but what it is. But when I see certain, like if I see just a whole room full of red pillars, I know what time it is,
Right.
Even red pillar women, I be seeing them pandering women. They can be that too. I done seen it, and the woman that's pandering, I notice they have a problem with women anyways. They try to uplift the men and have a problem with the women, because they done probably got into it with girls all their life, and now they like, oh no, these men is always right. Men. So okay, but I do be saying, because I be paying. It's some rooms I don't want to say their names and stuff, but I'm looking at like, hold up, how is y'all that comfortable in here? Something is up, dog. So I'm like, it's either toxic in here, or it's either or they pander, because they really stay to their own. I done slipped in their room a couple of times too, and they just same old thing, no different from they from the old, like the old they call it the women empowerment group, where you don't talk about solutions. And what they motivation is how much they can bash a man. That's why I say they switch the roles up, because they really just talk about how bad man is, and this little motherfucking Peter and he's a this and all this other stuff. You never see them holding. They don't even know what holding accountable is. It's just bash. and then they say the stuff where if it's either me or people that's actually red pill. I say something I was red pill. That was crazy. I just messed myself up. People that is red pill or me, I'm saying about opposite way. If I say something like, hey, women should keep their legs closed, something like that, that's bashing. That don't make no sense. That don't make what y'all do is bashing. And they switched it up. Y'all literally be saying, "Oh, this dude got little deep energy and this other stuff, and all he do was suck his boy off." And they be saying so, like, if y'all sneak in some of these diversity rooms, they be saying some wild stuff, and I don't see how people be thinking. But I look at that, if they that comfortable, right? They that comfortable, and I see them around certain. At the end of the day, people gonna realize people the panders or the whatever, you might want them for because they got money. I say they got money though. They'll pay you off, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they was dangerous, right? For the most part, even just like the red pillars, they just as dangerous. They just all they do is talk down on people and all that stuff, and that's all they do. Call people names and that's all they do on this app.
I agree, Kev, because we've been on these lives for a long time now. And remember how we used to have late night laughs just about what other people did on their own app. And people will slander people will demise other people, they'll make fun of other people, and they actually create their own platform off of that. You know, and it's just crazy and wild. It's funny that you talked about the red and blue pill, and I was like, well, red and blue, if you put it together, it actually is purple. So, and you're blinking in the background is like purple. So it goes to purple. Yeah. So, but we have discussions about that, but the same discussions that you bring up are actually more about, what's really going on rather than arguing about what's going on. Let's talk about what's going on and let's find some solutions as to what's going on. Like, it doesn't have, some people, have different rules and different rules of engagement, I guess, for their lives. Some people like the chaos.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's all it is. It's entertainment, and then they act like that's all it is. I get it. Some people is only on here for entertainment, so I feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the time, their entertainment is still destroying this world in a way. It is. Exactly. I mean, they call it entertainment, but this show is more real than they think it is. All this talking about the tea and what's up with this person doing all this stuff. This stuff is, and then at the same time, we come out of our mouth like we trying to help people.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not.
Exactly. You're talking mess or talking shit about somebody that you don't even know.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It really is stupid. And I'm just like, wait a minute. So when you go to sleep and when you wake up in the morning, and you go meet real people, do you treat them the same way? Are you the same person on live that you are, outside of the world?
That's what's going on in their head the whole time.
Exactly, Kevin.
As they walk around this planet, they got an internal battle. It's a, what do they say? They say it's we in a mental health crisis.
Yep.
Everybody talking to themselves. I just think it would be funny if you can just get a picture of everybody in those little toxic group talks or whatever. And you imagine having a camera on every last one of those people at those moments and just know that this is some weird shit when you look at it on the outside and everybody in here yelling or fighting with each other and then go back to, I got to go to work and I work as a teacher at the school. Or some shit like that.
Right.
It'd be some crazy.
It's the same thing, Kev. Man, we got two Kevs here. We got two Kevins.
Yeah,
my brother-in-law's name is
1.0,
Kevin too. So, yeah, Kev 2.0. It's the same thing. Like what you're saying is man, you're a teacher. You know how many times I've heard a lot of women, and I'm gonna give it from a woman perspective. Well, I have a psychology degree. I rarely ever share that I have a degree in psychology.
Do
I don't
men
even
do that? I
want to
wanted that. I
anymore.
always wanted that. I thought about that. Do men say that?
I don't even want to anymore, Kev. And you know, not a lot of people know what I do. You know, well, psychology was my master's, but criminal justice was my bachelor's. But it's like you got a lot of people out here throwing out their degrees. All these women, well, I have a psych degree, and I know this, and I know that, and I was like, well, you
I
don't
think
act
when I
that
think
way.
I think
You
they
don't
say
act
that when
that
they don't know
way.
how to argue. I think that's when they say that. They don't know how to argue, so they just like look. They like look at my badge. My badge. You know what I mean? You see this? It says top
Right.
flight security. You got to listen to me. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
like
like a police officer, Kevin.
yeah,
It's kind of like, look, I got
I'm
this
the law.
badge. I've got I got the law behind me. I can prove something. I was like, wait a minute. So just because you
it's just
did
a
that,
false sense.
does that not make you human? And me and my husband had this conversation a long time ago when we first met. He's like, don't psychologize me. And I was like, what does that mean? I was like, I'm human. Like, I actually want to be your wife, you know? So, but because I had that background and he has the IT background, we had to like come into a construct where it's like, look, I don't, I run my own business now, but you know, I don't come home to psychologize you. I'm not here to therapize you. Therapize, that was the word that he used. I'm like, I just want to be your wife. Just because of what I do doesn't mean that sometimes I probably want to sit in the parking lot in our driveway or in my garage and pull in and just say, you know what, I don't want to talk to nobody because everybody's been talking to me all day long. You know, and sometimes my husband understands that. And sometimes I understand that he's got needs that need to be met as well. But when we sit down and we're like dinner is made and we sit on the couch or watch a movie or, you know, we're big sports. Both of us are sports fanatics. So that's helpful, you know, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like, look, I'm still human. But I'm not gonna go around bragging about like, well, I got this psych. Just because I have a psych degree does not mean I don't know what everybody's got going on.
You know what? But that's just that's like a low vibrational way to get yourself valid in arguments that don't make sense.
Exactly, cousin.
But
Thank you.
I think that's like everyone does it at some point. You have to like if you don't have reverence in the group that you've already speaking, then you need to figure out a way to establish that you are a subject expert, quote unquote, in whatever y'all talking about before you're taken serious.
Exactly.
And so that's
Yeah,
the
you
fault.
got to say something.
It's the fault of the people who are doing it, but it's also the fault of people listening because we don't like to take anybody serious unless we feel that they have some type of status or something. Because we always hear, well, who the hell are you to tell me? So I got 2 psych degrees. You get what I'm saying? Like that's where that come from. Because there's always a belittling of anything that you say. So people, they try to, you know, make themselves higher than so that they can be respected for what they say.
Right.
Women
Right.
like to use their education or something that they have to lean on for that, and men use stats. And I don't know if y'all realize this, if you ever notice
Yeah.
it, that's the first thing a man is going to do. Well, you know the stats say, because a stat is so bullshit that you can't really contest it unless you know the study, unless you know you know what I mean? So that's one of those things that we've learned through society that if we throw that out there real quick, then people are going to take you serious. And it's just BS, really. And now people are trying to act like they're professionals and they're acting like they're this and they're that. But the reality is you can barely run your own life. How you trying to tell somebody else how to run theirs? So I think that's what that is. Hey,
Yeah, I
what's up,
think like
y'all?
most people
By the
got to
way,
go
I ain't
from their
saying
own
that. I'm
experience.
being rude and shit. What's happening?
You.
Yeah, I mean like man, I remember when when that red pill stuff was first popping off, right? Like years ago. And sometimes I got to think about, and I'm being real honest, thinking about where I was at that moment when that ran. I mean, because I'm sure every man, at least nowadays, can say within the past 5, 6 years, like there was a moment in your life where you heard something and you knew it was wrong, but it validated your feelings. And I think that's a new thing with men is tapping into that, the feelings part, and being vocal about it. Um, you know, two things could be true at the same time, two things could be false at the same time as well, you know. And like I sit there and I think about myself, and I think like when I came across some of that content, and if I was in a bad place, it resonated. That's how I know it's not good, because that's how the devil works. honestly, honestly. But man, like it's man, like you see the grift is real. The hate is just disgusting. You know, everybody on this planet damn near has a mom and dad in their life, so they have a woman and a man at one point or another has been in their life where they've interacted or whatnot, and it's just wild how like you know we consciously all have to get together and understand that that's just a division thing. It ain't even real. It ain't even really a problem.
Facts.
Let me get CC up in there. I don't think I heard her say. CC, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Good uh morning.
What's
Um,
up? You all right?
yes, I'm doing well. How's everyone?
I'm blessed.
Which one are we on? The red and white or green or
Oh, we not even.
yeah, y'all just free talking?
We
We
was
could
free
talk
talking
about
for a
something.
little bit though. But if you
Um,
want to get on it, don't matter though. For real, I just try to make sure you spoke if you wanted to
oh,
speak or something.
I was listening in, but listening to what Miss Lovely was saying about like when certain women when they talking about like their degrees and stuff. I feel like yeah, I don't that happens so often. Like sometimes I don't like it. Like
Uh,
because I feel like what do if I have something to say and then you come behind me to like say what I have to say, but then cut me off and then say, well, I have a degree in it's like I don't know, like a sometimes like when we on topics about children and how you should discipline them and all then you have the women that come in and say, well, I have a degree in child psycho whatever and all this and it really hurts and you shouldn't do it and you should these steps and these books and it's like, do you have kids? No. So you want me to go buy a book that's telling you how you quote unquote should be with a child other than you actually having a child and understanding that when you it's no blueprint, there's no one way, all children are different. Yeah, you might want to do that to a child that can accept that maybe, but some of these kids laugh in your face. You just have to sit down and talk to them and find out what's going on. Yeah, okay. I was a child once and I remember I had if I was able to get away with it, I'll sit there, yeah, I understand, yeah, I got it, yes I do, yeah, get out my face. Like, like I don't want to talk to you. Like, like sometimes it'd be like you always had that one adult that drank too much that wasn't even a part of the family, but they always want to sit you down and have a long live conversation with you. And then the
Long
only way to
alcoholic
get through
breath.
right. This is the only way to get out of it. You like, yes, 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 sir, yes, ma'am. No, then you just cannot wait for them to be like, all right, now you go on there and you be like, thank goodness, you didn't heard a word they said. Like so I do understand. Like to me, that's a little frustrating, and it makes it other people feel like their points are not valid because they don't have degrees or they haven't went to school. And I've heard some women even say like, "Oh, well, if a man doesn't care about a woman's having a degree and stuff. He just wants a no-brain woman. And I hate when I hear that because it's like, well, women that don't have degrees doesn't mean you're just brain gone, like you don't have no sense, no anything. That just mean what are you trying to say? Like we just chop liver, like or you didn't get a degree, so you're just stupid. Like, no.
They got a
I,
family degree because they know how to
right.
keep a family. That's what degree they got.
Right, like you're just stupid. You're not gonna live life. If you take everything, money away, jobs away, anything else, what is your degree really gonna help you in? Because can you actually go out and maybe cook a meal or learn how to mothers that stay at home sometimes and go out in nature, learn about how to hike, learn how to hunt deer, like a lot of different things, activities you can do that if you're always working and going to college that you miss out on. Like I just feel like I don't know. I hate people do that. That's one thing I heard when Miss Lovely was saying. And then other than that, I was sitting here trying to feed my face. And yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm here.
Okay,
Excuse me.
for sure. Anybody? We all good? Or y'all wanted to? Anybody? Anything? Before we get to the next, before we get to the prompt.
Yeah, I'm looking at the prompt right now. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to clap on.
She's.
I'm surprised Warlock isn't here.
Too late for him. This is bedtime.
Right. What you got, Kevin? Well, the other Kevin.
I'm looking. I'm like, walking on eggshells. When is it, or is it not a good time to walk on eggshells? Like, when is it? I'm like, well, damn. I mean, when you got a target on your back.
True.
Like, when you doing some dirt shit, that's when it's like the only time I feel like people do that.
You know what? When you say that, like as Kev asked this question, when walking on eggshells, it reminds me of walking on tippy toes. Ooh, like you're peeking. Like, ooh, I just gotta creep. I gotta creep because what am I gonna be prepared for?
Right. Make sure you ain't standing on landmines. That's what it is.
Right. Or stepping on one.
Right.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know. Like when it comes to that though, like when it comes to walking.
I think you got a call.
To the.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think nowadays, I mean nowadays I feel like that shit is over with. I mean, like I think that's just how I've been feeling since the end of 2024, moving into the next year. Fuck all that, walking on eggshell shit. Especially when I know that I'm moving and moving in the right way and moving in good and moving and being a better person and shit like that. It's like almost ain't no sense to like be that way no more. What I said before was for sure how I've lived my life a lot. Trying not to piss anybody off or trying not to, stick out. But then like you end up getting nailed down anyway, so it's like fuck it. And like, yeah, fuck, screw trying to hide that shit no more. I feel like a lot of people aren't hiding their intentions nowadays anyways. Everybody's all out in the open, so shit. Might as well be fully authentic who I am. I'm trying to be more like, I'm a photographer, so I spend a lot of time, doing photos and stuff like that. I work as a truck driver as well, but my main thing is that like, I always sit back and I think about what my aunt said when she said, closed mouths don't get fed. And then it just makes me feel like by walking on eggshells like that, you're restricting yourself in such a way.
Mm-hmm. I always think like why people have to walk on eggshells. Who is the people that make us feel like we gotta tippy toe around them or be because when they talk about eggshells, it's almost like you're afraid of something.
Right.
I
That person
say,
probably shouldn't even be around you.
I'll say the only people I feel like I gotta walk on eggshells around really is my dad, my grandmother when she was alive. Because I don't want the backlash. I don't want you to feel like I'm disrespecting you. I don't want to, I don't know. Still as an adult, I still watch what I say and how I say it. So my message won't come off as being disrespectful. When I talk to right now, like I said, my dad, because he's the one that's still here. But yeah, I have to, if I'm like trying to express myself in some way about something, I make sure that it's a line that I don't cross. So I don't just be like, well, you know what? You're just wrong, Dad. You're just like, I'd be like, Dad, I wouldn't say like, I try to like walk around. I don't talk to my dad like I would talk to my friends or like I would talk to my sister or my brother. So I guess that's one person I can say that I do kind of walk on eggshells around just because I don't want the line to be crossed of disrespect or
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I want to say this. In my opinion, I think walking on eggshells, it just comes from no confidence. And I think that we should, as people, strive to a point where we don't have to walk on eggshells, period. We understand that in life, it requires tact, right? You can't just be the same person in every situation. That's just not how society works, period. Like, that's just rude. There's people that will sit here and say, well, if you just can't take how I am, then that's your problem. No, that's your problem, because every scenario requires a different finesse. We talk, we act differently in a church as opposed to at home, right? We talk and we as work or on a basketball court. There are different demeanors that are present in different scenarios because we're dealing with different people. That being said, your baseline and who you are should never change. The core of you should never change. And in my experience, it seems that when you have to walk on eggshells, it's that you haven't figured out how to deal with whatever that scenario is. And so I can't see the screen, but whoever was talking before me, the young lady was talking before me, like, we all had that situation where our grandparents were old school, or maybe they were a certain way, and we didn't know exactly what to say that's going to be, because it was heard, not to be seen, and not to be, you can't, you just got to listen and don't say shit, that type of thing. They was old school, so we walked around them trying to be good or not be ourselves or whatever, and we would call that walking on eggshells, because that was a show of respect. That's how they received respect, and that's what we did. Now we get into a point where you are a grown person. And when I remember my grandmother was the same way. Like, one grandmother was super religious, the other one was just, I'm sorry to say it, I love her dearly, but she was an asshole, right? She was just rude and crass, and and that's what she was. And then it got to a point when I got grown, I figured out how to tell her to shut up. And I wouldn't say, Grandma, you need to shut up. But there were certain things that you could say that she would get the message, right? And you had to learn that, to where then I got comfortable. And then it was like, all right, so when I'm here, I know how to convey my message that I'm trying to get to her. Like, look, you being rude, lady, and I'm showing you respect. That's the only reason I ain't snapping back on you, because you're my grandmother and you deserve that reverence. But you need to watch how you talking to people, because you know what I mean? You just don't get that. And so she kind of got that as I got older, because I learned how to express it. So it goes back to my original point. When we have to walk on eggshells, it's because we haven't learned yet how to deal with that particular situation or that particular person that we're around walking on eggshells. See what I'm saying? But once we get that knowledge of how to deal with them, then my eggshells, that should leave. Now we can be however we are, and we just know how to handle it. So I just think it's just a matter of people are not confident in that whatever environment they are, and it requires them to walk on eggshells because they don't want to rustle the water, so to speak. You know what I mean? We don't want to cause waves. We just want to be smooth and be up under and not cause no problems. But once we figure out, when we learn it, we get more confident with who we are and how to express ourselves. We don't have to worry about that. So in my mind, that's what that is. But
you don't have a time that you should walk on eggshells. You don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you don't know, right? You don't know the situation. You're supposed to sit back and observe, excuse me, right? You know, some people walk in the room, they want to be loud and boisterous and, oh, look at me. You don't even know what the situation is. You know, came in here wrong, right? We see it on these panels all the time. If I can walk in the panel, get up on the panel, the first thing, what's up? Bro, we weren't even talking about that. Like, you know what I mean? Just sit back, sit your ass down, shut up for a minute, observe. That's walking on eggshells. You get me? You trying to figure out what's going on. And then when you got it, now you can exert yourself. I think there's a time where you have to be the opposite as well, where you have to be assertive. There's some times where you got to crack some eggs. You can't get no omelet unless you crack an egg. So there's sometimes you got to walk on eggshells and not crack them. And there's other times you got to throw them shits on the ground and throw them in hot grease. And some people need that. So it's just a matter of, you know, going through and learning yourself and understanding how to express yourself in the appropriate times, in my opinion.
Yeah, like reading the room. Reading the room is a skill.
And that's probably a form of walking on eggshells, isn't it?
Exactly. I agree.
Kind of like what Cousin is just saying too. You do want to know.
Yeah, because it's almost
it's like going in the hood. You're gonna be like, oh, right. Just come.
Yeah, I had to tell you. I'll tell you a funny story. There was this one time, right? I was working for a moving company, but I was living in the Bay Area at the time, and I'm from LA. And I remember we were going over, hey, what place are we going to?
Man, finally.
He was just like, oh, we're just going to Los Angeles. I was like, all right, cool. All right, whatever. Turned out when we stopped the truck, I'm like, we in Hoover right now. And I'm wearing all kinds of purple and shit. So I'm like trying to explain to the dude, like, hey, like, you know, I know you don't know where we are, but I do. I wish you could have told me. And I tell you what, like, after working with him for like a few weeks, I realized that he was one of those guys that you needed to crack an egg for him to understand what the hell is going on. Because if you don't, you get led over a cliff like a lemming. And, you know, once I got wind of it or whatever, was able to read who was around me in the room that I was in, I realized that, you know, I needed to not be near that guy. And then turned out he ended up getting in trouble and shit. And my instinct kind of told me that shit. So now I agree with you that you need to, like, there's a time and a place for all that shit, because it can get you in trouble.
Well, it sounds like even just what you and Cousin said, and even as Kev asked this question, it's almost like walking on eggshells can actually protect you in a certain sort of way.
Mm-hmm. We're getting somewhere. Let me put my symbol down, my new symbol down.
Hey, do you think there's a healthy way to walk on? Do you think there's a unhealthy and a healthy way to walk on eggshells, or it's only?
Okay. Right. That's what I was gonna say.
That's the point of me putting it up there, because it got to be a time. Well, I wanted to see if somebody gonna say none. That's what I'm waiting on. I think it's time that you walk on eggshells, and it's time you shouldn't. I think we got things backwards though nowadays, because the times we should walk on eggshells, we don't. The times we shouldn't, we do. So that's it. I don't know, whatever. But just like cops, let's talk about the cops, right? Some of us run our mouth so dang on much, we should be walking on eggshells when it comes to situations like that. But they want to, I know my law. You're not going to tell me anything. Damn you. You know, we be sitting there all up in their drill trying to wait for them to get. So stuff like, I mean, it's so many different things you should be walking on eggshells on that you should. And then some things Speak your mind. Don't be scared, you know, just because this person, I might lose a friend. I don't want to lose my friend because they going to be, stuff like that. Nah, speak your mind and stand on what you stand on, man. But then again, it's got family members that might not be able to handle it, but still, it's going to be it got to be a point where we got to speak your mind for real, or you got to say, stick your chest out. That's what I be saying in this room all the time. Stick your chest out. Say how you feel, man. People going to either feel a certain way how they feel or not. You know, that's how I ain't gonna lie. I ain't always been like this. When I first started this app, I was not like this. People probably are lovely to see us. One of the ones that seen me from the beginning. I wasn't like this, and I was hanging around people that I had to walk on. I guess I was walking on eggshells. I thought I wasn't. This is a whole nother level right now. I ain't gonna lie. This the new Kev now. I'm this to watch out for Kev now, because every time I go in rooms, they don't like me no more. Everybody know. But I guess this was just, me speaking, because I realized that I think that happened when it happened that first year when I started TikTok. When I realized that, I'm like, dang, I'm going to lose friends regardless. Why the heck I'm kind of keep friends around? Because they around supporting me, so-called supporting me, right? And because, I'm not realizing they only around because I, tell jokes or to make them laugh and we talk about, funny things. But when I want to talk about something real, why are you talking about that, Kev? Well, you should put trigger warning before you do that and all this stuff. I'm like, man, why the heck I got to do all this stuff? I'm thinking in my mind, but eventually I think I just got fed up. I'm like, it's something I got to talk about. I'm not about to keep switching my stuff up because you got your triggers and your issues. I'm not about to not say it because you. So I ain't gonna lie, I lost a few. Actually, one of them was one of the people I know. When I finally talked back to her, I found out she was in cousin room. That was funny. Let me see.
Cousin stole her from you? Trying to say
no,
cousin
not
stole
stole
her
it. No, it's just no. She ain't. No, it wasn't that. But that's how I knew cousin was different from me, because he must have been more calmer than me or something like that. Because she used to support me like crazy. Actually, it's Lion, Hobo Lion, but she changed her name. So me and her knew each other for a while before I think she met cousin. But then I think we actually got back cool again because cousin started coming in my room eventually. But me and her husband, well, I don't know if they they're not with each other now. We used to go back. I think one of these topics that it was like three of my friends that I lost in one night, right?
Yep.
It included her, huh? You said what, love?
Remember that. I remember.
Yeah, I told you. You seen all this stuff when because things changed, man. When I started speaking my mind for real, and they got on. It was about something, and she was just like, and I think what I didn't like about her, and she all kept throwing her victim mentality thing in here, and I'm like, bro, I'm trying to help the people. Why you keep coming in? What if? And then the thing is, she couldn't handle her own thing because she used to mess with all like big creators like what's that dude named Guru and all them. They used to she be trolling. I don't even know if she trolling. She just be saying her stuff, and then like when I come back, then she got an issue, want to act sensitive and all that. Whatever. I ain't about to get on her like that. But I'm just saying we had our times, right? But now me and her cool now. But it's just like she done seen the people, that I used to be around that be in here, and and I had to walk on eggshells with them, but. Eventually, you see, they not in here no more. It's a wrap now. Like they know me, but they still on the same tip. And as I said, I notice the people I walk on eggshells. These people be in the same dangerous room that they be claiming that what I speak on is dangerous. But you in a room full of people that have went through all these things, but then they talking about pulling up and F you, I done did this, and all they do is gossip. And it's like, wait, who really the wrong was? My stuff is coming with solution-based things and trying to help other people. Y'all just want to help yourselves. And then y'all getting a thrill out of people hurting each other. And then I went in one of the rooms, right, a while ago, and he's like, man, people still saying the same thing. That's what one of the ones I was saying that I used to kick it with. I'm like, hold up, but you on the same tip. Why is you talking? You on the same, every time I see you in the room, y'all gossiping about something. And you yelling your brains out, you talking about what this motherfucker not gonna do. All y'all do is cuss each other out. Y'all don't talk about nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but then you get on people like, oh, you the same old Kev. You the same old you. I don't get it. Like, I don't see one person I actually seen on here, dog. And I used to be trying to I used to try to help her out because I don't want to put her. Well, I ain't gonna say her name, but I actually was like, man, if you gonna do these type of topics, because I seen that she was like one of the ones that be just easily triggered, but then she also want to hold lives like mental health and all this stuff, but her mental health wasn't all that cool. But then like, eventually I seen her get into it with people because I was always wondering like, why you always be in these type of lives? I'm like, dog, I'm like, dog, something up, man, because I'm not seeing your other side. But I was just to sneak her lives, and I'm like, oh, you with these old gossip head people and all that stuff. And I actually seen her like get into it with people so bad. And when I told her that this app was gonna be messing her up because you don't seem like you mentally there for this app. But she claimed that she like I'm a doctor, I do this, I got this degree and all this other stuff or whatever. But then like she done got so into it that she started developing a stutter. Her stutter started getting bad, and she could not talk. She was like, and it was like that joint was so wild. And then I was like, dang, that joint done got to your nerves so bad that you end up developing like a stutter, and it actually like it just started affecting her. And I was like, wow, I was like, man, this junk, you really just letting this app get to you. I was like, bro. But
yeah, a lot of people get high on their own supply.
Yeah, but they need their own supply, man. That's why. But yeah, these are the same ones that try to tell other people what they saying is wrong. Well, I had this school in this. Let me stick my chest out. Da 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 da. I know about this stuff or whatever. But then you still talk about the same BS everybody else talking about. I don't be understanding it. That's why I stopped taking people with these degrees serious. I stopped because that stuff don't mean nothing. I done seen a divester that literally keep using her degree to keep saying how bad man is. What? I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? That jump don't make your jump valid. Well, if you know the man's mental, you would have kept on getting tricked then. You must be feeling at something then.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm just saying. Who's my bad? All right. But man, it's just people be just so funny on here for real. But I wish y'all was around through my whole journey. If y'all just go to some of my old, if y'all go to YouTube, look at my lives from the beginning, because I got some of my old lives on there, how I used to be, or people I used to kick it with, they used to be, boy, until now. They on the same tip. And I knew it. What I knew is that people that's not trying to change, they gonna stay the same exact way. Even if I talk to them, I bet you they're the same way to this day. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely, me, myself, and it's not even to my home. I've noticed I did a lot of growth. I can notice it myself. Like a lot of stuff I used to be impatient about or snap on, I slowed down. I don't do that much. I through even this, because it's affecting my real life too. I done grew more compassion and stuff, even though I'm very direct. But I am starting to see more of the compassionate side or whatever, or empathy, whatever they like call it. I started to see that. That's why it'd be so hard sometimes for me to stay mad at people, or if I see somebody, I could actually, hear those different things or whatever. Like I try to be a little bit light. Some people I might end up pandering to or kind of for a moment, depending on the situation. Like, all right, man, you don't know that this person might have went through. So it's like a more of a balance that I'm starting to create, because I can see both sides, but it's like I said, man, boy. But that's what makes it so fun to me. This junk is fun. It's like, man, what more can I learn, man? That's how I look at it. What more can I learn? What more can I expand my mind on? What more can I get better at that I didn't know I had to be better at? It's all fun. I ain't gonna even lie. Not that type of fun as in nothing as in just make me feel good for the day. Not that type of fun, but fun as in like even meet new people. I mean, it's not. I love it.
Sometimes you got to realize, man, everybody ain't made for it. And
right.
With this, with the internet, everything looks easy, especially if you're good at something. If you're a good host and somebody see it, they don't like your message, but they see you got a whole audience and you got things going on, and I can do that. I got a message. I can talk. Yeah, it's a whole different thing talking than running a live with multiple
Facts.
people. It's a whole different thing about being organized and keeping some shit in control. That's why these people lives
Some
be off
people
the
got to learn
hinges.
that experience, and you
Yeah,
saying that perfect too, because some people got to learn the hard way. It is
yeah.
not the same. You got that right.
They
You
think it's
got that
easy.
right,
Hold
cousin.
on,
'Cause
let cousin finish real quick, 'cause I
You
did
know
cut
what I'm
him off
saying?
though. But that's
They think it's easy, and that's why be running off the rails all the time. And it's like, so what they do is they say, you know what? I can't really control this live. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep it chaotic and think and say that's just the platform that I run. That's how I run it. Bullshit. That's your excuse because you can't get control of this bitch. So that's a cope. And if we gonna be honest, let's be honest about it. Because of all of us who run lives, you know how to control something if you are a professional with what you do. But the reality is most people ain't. You know what I mean? And we just on here and trying to be something that we not. People trying to be talk show hosts. People want to be, you know what I mean, whatever their favorite podcast is, they trying to emulate and they trying to do it because they feel like they can do it because everybody else, they ain't got nothing to say and blah, 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 blah. But the reality is you thought that shit was easy. So you jump up out here and you realize it's hard. But now you're trying to save face. And now you got some fucking Jerry Springer shit rolling because you can't control it. And that's just really, I think, how I go down. I could be wrong, but that would look like
That's
to
true.
me. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. Some people are still the same person. I ain't gonna even lie. Oh, that junk.
You know what, cousin? You just said it right, and Kev knows this. And it took me 5 years to be able to go live because you know what I did is I built up like people like
She just bust her live cherry last week. Don't get loose with it though.
I opened up the lion's den. That's what I did.
That lion is wide open. Not that I'm talking. But we gotta protect you, man. You too nice, man. We gotta make sure you protect
I
you,
know.
man. You don't need something.
And when I went live, I was like, I know the people that I know that I've backed up for a long time are gonna back me up. You know, so and I appreciate that. Just gotta give that to you, to cousins. I know Alter will be there. I know Warlock. Will be there. There's just a lot of people that I've met over the years that that I've stuck with for years. But there are also a lot of people that I'm like, nah, I ain't there. I ain't there. I swiped it. You know, so I agree with what Cousins got to say. You know, you gotta, because there's a platform that I go on to. I don't know if anybody of you have been on a Pure's platform. No cussing allowed, nothing. Like he don't even let you like say like acronyms that we didn't even know existed. You know, and it shut you down. Make you give a gift, come back up. Make you give a gift, come back up. So, you know, he's not asking for no cash app, but the conversations are good. But everybody runs their platform a different way. And I can't stand when people come into the platform and say, well, why don't you do it? Like, you know, Kev, you know how many times somebody has told you how to do what you do? They're like, well, why don't you ask this question? Why can't you shut them down? Well, you know, it's like, wait, you're telling me how to do what I do on my own platform?
Yeah, that'd be to irritate me, man. I swear, and that's why I say that's the reason why people probably think I'm be mean sometimes though. But when I be hearing repetitive things through all these and things don't change though, it's just, you got to shut it down from the beginning. That's just what it is. That's all it is, man. I don't like literally. People got to realize I've been doing this for like 4 years now. You know what I'm saying? And people is literally. I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, they robots. I say y'all done heard me say this plenty of times. They really is robots. Like people will literally do. Like some people got that same tag. They come up here. What's the topic about? This thing right here. I don't get what you asking that for. That make no sense.
Right.
But this your way of saying you disagree with her. I don't like it. You know, I want to say what part of this triggered you because it's obvious you can see the question right here. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same tactic. They do the exact same thing every time. That's all they do. You know, there's so many different tricks. I mean, I can't think of some more right now, but it's so many things dealing with this stuff, man.
You know
That's
how
why I be laughing. I ain't gonna lie, I be laughing at Sean sometimes because it seems like he just run into some stuff that I've been and ran through a few times. He's like, man, I ain't know that. These
know
people
how
want you to do. I'm like, yeah, you ran into one of those.
I'm gonna tell you how I look at that shit now, right? And some okay, this is where it is. What people
I
gonna
know
say.
Sean's gonna give his 2 cents on this.
This is where people were mistaking my confidence as arrogance, right? I believe, just me. I believe that I done cracked the code of life, and what I mean by crack the code is, I remember I was playing a game. I don't know if I was on this panel where I gave my Big Mama analogy with, with the world and having creating a player on an NBA game, right? But I remember I used to play the game, and I used to get upset and be like, I throw the damn controller at the TV. I used to break games when I was younger. And one day my Big Mama was walking by, and she used to always buy me a controller. Like, I was a Big Mama, you know what I'm saying? So she'll buy me a controller whenever I break that motherfucker, take me to GameStop. And she was like, why are you getting upset over something that's in that game is already programmed to do what it's going to do? No matter what you do, that game is programmed to do what it's going to do. Those characters are going to move how they're going to move. You can't control that. So why are you getting upset? So maybe a year ago, I started applying that shit in my real life, right? Like, okay, like, and I know it's working because people be asking me like, how do you be over here with this person? How do you such and such? How do you not let stuff bother you? Because I already know that it doesn't matter what I think or what I do to anyone or say to anyone. I believe that people, when you go back to what you said, care about robots, right? And that's what made me think of this conversation. I do believe that people are designed to do certain things on this earth. And that's what they're good at some of those things. Some of those things are good. Some of those things are bad, right? But I do know that certain people are just designed to just be, I'm going to say, you could call it evil and you could call it good. But the difference is when I see it is, I know that I believe the crack to the code for me is the gray area. Like, let's say that right on day to day, like we all believe that we're going to wake up and we're going to be able to live tomorrow. Like we all believe, none of us believe that we're going to be gone next week or nothing, right? Most of us believe we're going to be here Monday, right? So when you have that mindset, certain shit about today could bother you. Certain shit that someone said to you could really get on your nerves and it could have your stress levels high. But I've seen people who, if they were known they was going to pass away a month from now, nothing in their life changes. Their finances never changed. They didn't get a better job. Nothing really changed. And they would be like, the normal shit that would affect them day to day, they don't even allow that shit to affect them. They be more appreciative of just waking up every day and living it like they last, right? So I'm like, okay, I think that's the area where I need to function in, right? That I believe that I'm not promised tomorrow. So when I believe I'm not promised tomorrow, sometimes I'm human, so don't get me wrong. Sometimes shit just get the best of me on certain days, right? But for the most part, I try to live in that era of I won't be here tomorrow. And even when me and my wife is having disagreements, and I'm like, man, fuck this goddamn marriage. I'm tired of this shit. I sit back and I'm like, you know what? If my wife was sick and she was going to pass away next week, would I still have this anger that I have for her now? And every time I come to that conclusion, it's always no. So I try to live as if I'm not going to be here tomorrow, therefore I don't let too much shit affect me. And I think most people live with the fact that they're going to be here next week, a month from now, years from now. And when you tend to do that, you tend to hold on to unnecessary stress. You tend to hold people to higher expectations than what they have for themselves. And I'm like, man, you know what? People are going to do what they want to do. People are going to say what they want to say. I'm going to deal with how I seem, how I want to do life. And hey, and once again, can't nobody put you, and don't let people put you in boxes, right? Don't let people try to control you. And like when Kev, you say when you was on here at first, how people were supporting you, and then all of a sudden they start coming in here, hey, I think you should do this. I think you should tweet that. It showed their true colors that they was only around because they really thought that they could control you in a sense. And once they realized they could control you, they tore their ass. They moved on. So I just believe the code of life is, and COVID proved that, right? And you got people, if you talk to people, I learned a lot of lessons when I talk to people that done time in prison, and when people who pretty much almost unalived, and then they end up coming back, and then they just have a different perspective of life, but they have the different perspective of life temporarily, right? like they were appreciative of their life and they happy, and then all of a sudden, maybe 3 months down the road, they back to their normal life to where they kind of like, well, you know, fuck it. Like they forgot about how appreciative they was when they first came out of surviving. So I think the crack the code is try to live most of your life thinking that you won't be here tomorrow. And therefore you can't carry the stresses of today to tomorrow because you already think that tomorrow is not promised. But if you think tomorrow is promised, every negative thing that you feeling today, you will carry that over to the next day.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's
right. If I can add to that, one thing that I have always implemented that works for me was my no stress policy, which is called fuck it. And it is very simple. If you can't control it, fuck it. Period. It is no other solution. It is no other scenario for you to stress over something that you cannot control. That is entirely 100% you creating stress for yourself. Because no matter what you do, it's not.
I disagree. You know, there might be some like stress.
I knew he was about to come in here. I was ready for that button too.
You can disagree, but it still don't make it. This is one of those things
that's pointless. He's just trying to throw you off.
I know, but
what's his name is so I can block him.
This is no, let him. Sorry, because this is he can say that if you want to, but when you go home,
it was Nasir or something. Nasir.
Nasar.
Nasar, yeah.
Yeah. But
Nasar, yeah.
It's one of those things where, and I'll give you an example. Like if the sun doesn't come out, or if it does come out, it ain't got nothing to do with you, right? It's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. 0% of what you can do to control if the moon, you're gonna see the moon, or the sun it's gonna do what it do regardless. So why would you sit here worrying about, oh my God, the sun is gonna come out tomorrow. I wonder what I'm gonna do with my life. Oh my God. You are now creating some shit to yourself that has nothing to do with you. And this is what we do most of the time, because we are in this idea that we need to control this life. And we have to control. The only thing that you can control is your output. That's it. You can't control how nobody feels about you. You can't control somebody some respect. You can influence certain things about life, right? You can influence people to treat you a certain way by how you treat them. That is an influence. It's not you controlling it. But we have this idea that we're controlling things, right? That we the boss, no, you're not. Certain things, the only thing that you are a boss of is you. That's it. You don't control your kids. You don't control none of this shit. You can influence in certain capacities. Mm-hmm. But the only thing that you can control is your output. So once I realized that, and I really, I really understood it, it was like, oh, got it. Why am I now stressing over if, the mailman is going to run on time, or if this bill don't come? I have to do what I have to do to make sure that my life is running straight. And then after that, I can't control it. Fuck it. I can't stress over it. And so that was the big thing for me. I don't know. It's not an easy thing to do.
No,
and it might work for somebody else, but it's just an idea.
Cousin, I love the fuck it mentality, and you and Sean actually just hit it on point, and so did Kev earlier. When you talk about fuck it, it's like, well, look, just like when we were talking earlier about all the trauma that everybody experiences, and some people want to compete against trauma. It's like sometimes you just got to tell yourself, fuck it, I can't control what already happened, but I also don't want to try to control what's gonna happen. I need to be right here. I need to be right here in this moment, in this present. I need to know what the fuck I need to do right now.
Hey, you know what I out of that, right? You made me think about that. So even now, right, we can all understand, and I talk about this all the time. What Sean and cousin, that's just crazy, because I always talk about that. And I think that made it more. They put it in a different angle of that, because that is how I kind of live. Even if you hear me speak, I'll be like, tomorrow ain't promised. That's why I'll be always saying I preach about gratefulness. And that's crazy. Yeah, I like that he said that though, because that's what people is. It makes sense why people mad and all that stuff too,
Mm-hmm.
because they think that they got a long time. That's why I be saying about forgiveness, and I think I put it in a different angle too. Also, is that people just don't want to forgive because they think, I'm gonna heal on my own time and I'm gonna heal and all that other stuff. But what I notice, and the reason why we understand this is that it's either that most of the time all of us understand it already, and the people that want to understand is going to get to understand. But the people that don't want to, right, they just don't. They're not going to understand at all, no matter what it is. And I think sometimes we be trying to talk to the people that don't want to understand because they're going to stay that way. And they go back to that group I was talking about right before. That it's just people, and I ain't gonna lie. These the same people that keep using the tone matter and all this other stuff, right? If you ever notice all these tone matter head people, they never change. Somebody prove me wrong. I have not seen a tone matter person change to this day. Because the person that know how to look right at the message, these are the people that's trying to move forward and change something else. The ones that be trying to use the tone to invalidate the situation, it's the way you're saying it to me. No, I still do it. See, you doing the same exact thing from when I first met you, right? I have not met one person to this day. So, like I said, anybody can try to prove me wrong. Let me know when a tone matter person has like, you know what? I get it. I'm going to change. And they actually did change, right? Not just saying I changed. They actually changed. You know what? I'm going to stop sleeping with these people. Or you know what? I have not seen it to this day. And that's the reason why overall I say tone matter, but it don't at the same time. Because I think people just be using, they only just use it just to say it, just to say they don't want to change. That's why I had that one topic that tone really don't matter to people. Tone only matter to people that don't want to change. That's all it is. And I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with that because I ain't gonna lie. Tone can help motivate sometimes or whatever to make somebody push into whatever. But at the end of the day, when a person really want to do something, they can care less about none of that stuff. They just want to do it. So I'm sticking with that one right there though, for real. Because I have not seen it to this day. I literally to this day, everyone, it's the way you're saying it. Let me talk to this person and maybe they're gonna say it better, and they still the same way. You still.
I think that
they'll use the same tone that they don't want to be used against them.
Right back, yeah. Hit you with that mother and throw extra words with it too.
Right.
Yeah, I think that.
I had to learn that, it wasn't about, what I say. It was about how I said it to a lot of people because they always felt like I was rude, and I could have been. But I feel like as adults, like you need to be able to hear the truth. Shouldn't have to sugarcoat nothing for an adult. That was my mentality, but
And that's why they created the movie. You can't handle the truth.
I never seen that movie.
What do they call it? Charisma? Constructive criticism. Yeah. Well, what
my thing is, I didn't say it's constructive criticism. When somebody bring me something and want my, opinion, then I'm gonna give it to you. And I tell you the truth. I don't put you down, but I just keep it a buck.
Yeah.
I still do what I do
putting
with a
down is
smile now.
subjective. You could say the nicest thing and still put them down. So that's just subjective.
Well, there's a difference
But I say
between
stuff with a smile now.
being assertive and
still
being.
It ain't the fact people don't do it. Sometimes they don't feel like.
Kelly, you laughing at me?
No, you said I say stuff with a smile. That threw
I
me.
do.
You know, you just a dumbass.
For real.
Just pay attention to the smile. I ain't saying nothing bad about you.
Right. You know I love you.
What's today's topic?
Man.
So what?
What's today's topic?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
I forgot what y'all was talking about. Oh, cousin was talking about. I forgot.
Yeah. Well, cousin was talking about like how you can just say fuck it. Like some people just need to get over some of the stuff that they've already gone through. And we were talking about walking on eggshells earlier. Yeah. Like, do we walk on eggshells or do we just say Fuck it, like.
I think we do a little bit of both.
Hey, you know what? Now that I thought about it, cousin, I'm like, can I just crash the eggs? Can I just step on the eggs?
Man.
Yeah, I think we do a little bit of both. It's like putting your foot halfway in the water because you gotta have a little bit of fear in order to be prepared, while at the same time don't overthink it. It's like the turtle in the hair. You can be the turtle in the hair at the same time. Because think about it. If you don't know something coming, you want to be the last or the first. You want to be somewhere in the middle. You don't want to be the first sacrifice. You don't want to be the last to find out. You want to be somewhere in the middle where you can prepare for anything comes your way. But wherever you can't prepare for, you can say, fuck it.
Right.
Well, I'm glad that you
the
brought up
stuff
the
you don't have
turtle,
control over too.
that
You
you
just
brought
gotta
up.
let it go.
And guess the one
Give it
thing
to
that
God.
do that? An airplane. It go too high, it messed up. Go too low, you got to always be in the middle. Problem is, everybody want to be on top. Nobody think about being in the middle. I'd rather be in the middle.
I'm glad you brought up the turtle in the hair because I brought that up a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
the
that's one
turtle
of my
in the hair.
characters.
It reminds me of Psalms, like the endurance, the level of endurance. Just because you move slow doesn't mean you're moving the wrong way.
Yeah, because you know why? Who won the race? The turtle, right?
Right.
But then who was smart enough to get to challenge the turtle? It was the hare. So basically, a little bit of fear challenged the smallest animal to say, "You think you smarter than me?" And then what happened? The turtle proved he's smarter. He faster. So even though he had the confidence, you have to have confidence and no fear to win the race.
Well, the
And
hare,
that's the human part of it.
the
So
hare
we can learn
cheated.
from both.
That just make me think of that Bugs Bunny cartoon when he was the hare and
I thought the turtle cheated.
Exactly.
That's
Well,
hilarious.
the hare cheated.
He
Yeah,
did.
he
That's
did.
the thing.
The hare cheated.
No,
He was
what
taking.
happened was the hare thought he was so confident in himself, he took a nap, and then the turtle beat him.
Yep.
Man, the turtle cheated, bro. That's crazy. I don't know how y'all saying that hare
just being
cheated.
cocky.
The turtle had two different turtles in that boys.
That turtle did not cheat.
Boy, it's taking shortcuts and everything. That turtle did not win. It cheated the
Now,
whole
if
time.
you use that in the real
People gotta
world,
just
now,
learn.
if you use the turtle and the hare
The
in the
hare was
real
running
world,
fast in the mud. He just couldn't.
Yeah, but what did he do?
so
He
if you
took
use
the
the
time out.
turtle and the hare in the real world,
apples or something.
What did he do? He lost to a cheating turtle. That's what he.
Hey,
What
he
the
fell
heck?
asleep on the job.
Wait, Kev, are you
yeah.
telling me that the turtle cheated?
Yes, the turtle. Well, at least the ones I seen on the cartoons, that dude
Yeah,
was
that's
cheating.
Looney Tunes, and
He had
that
a
boy was
twin.
funny.
He had a twin that won the race. He had a.
Oh,
That's
that
not
was
the
funny.
I
children's
remember
book.
that episode.
Oh, you know what? I
Wait.
remember
He
that
walked
episode. You
backwards
right,
and won the
Kev.
race. I done seen it a few of them.
You right,
Okay,
Kev.
look
Nah,
at it
the
like
turtle
this.
had an engine
If you
in the
compare
back.
the turtle and hare to the real world,
Did he?
a hare is the person with high confidence. They say we gotta have high confidence, right?
Cocky.
But then the turtle is also the one moves slow. Look at the Coca-Cola guy. He took his time and got rich. So if you combine both of them together, you unstoppable. The confidence and also the patience, and that's how you control the stock market.
Interesting.
I was always taught
That's why
that.
I'm the turtle in the hare. I'm two-faced.
Like I was always taught that the turtle
Double-minded.
represented being consistent and being smart.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the
Yes.
hare represented being arrogant.
Right.
And
Yes.
there's the difference. Confidence
Okay.
means that you know, right? So I agree. It's like I think
Let's talk about it.
yeah.
Okay, here go another good example before we talk about it. Let's use it in a flirtation
This
mode
boy's
with a
so
woman.
smart,
If a
man.
woman want a man to be a turtle or a hare,
Man, I mean,
you want a man to move fast in the bedroom or slow?
it depends.
It's you know what it
You didn't
reminds
get
me
the
of?
joke because they had this thing on internet, right, with the turtle and the hare, right? And what happened was the turtle got the woman because she enjoyed the ride versus the hare that get it over.
No, they want it fast at the end.
Right. They
They want that hair at the
So
end.
now we can talk about
When
it
it's
'cause you
getting
can use
there.
any metaphor.
I told you the hare
Right,
cheated. I told you that.
Spit it out.
I remember now.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
turtle did cheat.
So that's how you
Straight,
use it.
straight and narrow path. Straight.
Right.
The turtle never got off of the path.
Sure didn't, but he had family, on his side.
Mm-hmm.
So we use that in the real world. We can do what we want to do.
Well, you got kids,
Well,
you
that's
better be the
why.
rabbit.
That's why I got a split personality. I'm a turtle and a hare at the same time. So I made a poetry like that.
What's your
Here's
sign,
somebody
Eric?
come up the stairs. Hurry up.
You want to hear the
Just like when
poetry?
Kev was talking
What's
about
your
him
sign,
being
Eric?
freaky.
Virgo.
Hey, sweetest.
So I'm the this how the poetry
Say, hurry
goes.
up and suck it. Hurry up.
I'm the turtle, I'm the hare, look up and down everywhere. I can move fast and slow. I can always make the money go. I'm the turtle and the hare. Sometimes I move slow. Sometimes I move fast, got the money ready to go. Understand, anywhere I go, I can be anything I want to be. I evolve in any environment around me. When I'm moving fast, I do anything I can do. When I'm the turtle, I take my time, get my nap in. Understand, get more sleep. But understand, when you think I'm weak, that's when I sneak. Like a hare, moving fast around. My lucky charm never bow down, while my wisdom will always be everywhere. I'm the turtle and the hare. I'm better than a polar bear.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ours.
Come
Okay,
on
polar
with
bear.
that.
Hey,
I'm a
I
poet.
told y'all this man is smart.
very.
That's how I always do that because I always like Two-Face,
Mm-mm.
and since I got a split personality, like a weakness and a strength, I always use my strength and think about the turtle, and use my weakness and think about the hare, and say I got the gift of both with my disability. 'Cause I got cerebral palsy, so one side of me weak, another part of me strong. So every day I'm finding it's a turtle and a hare.
It's so crazy that you brought that up, Eric, because I brought up the turtle and hare a couple weeks ago in another live, in a whole other live, and I don't know, maybe it was what my spirit was speaking on, but then I know Kev has talked a lot about patience. So do you think the turtle was patient, and the hare was like you said, arrogant or confident?
Yes,
Arrogant.
because when you think about your nature, right, and you know that you got the gift or power, it's how you use it. So the hare had much power, thinking, man, I am Sonic the Hedgehog, I am whatever. Nobody can compete against that. That's high confidence on your power. While the turtle saying, well, I got wisdom, I got patience.
That turtle
He try to have a
definitely
race to
wouldn't
see
have
who
beat Sonic.
outsmart who, and say, turtle, I know I can beat you. Well, hare, I bet I can beat you with wisdom. And in some kind of mix, they created a race. We don't know what the real race is, but think about it.
Right.
The race started because they both would challenge each other's intelligence.
Yep.
And we can use that to the real world between the rich, the poor, the middle class. Then you realize the rich want to be us because they want to go backwards. We want to be them trying to do that. So who's ready to turn the hell? We trying to move fast to the rich while the rich is trying to move slow and act po.
Well, I'm glad that you
and
brought
I
that up.
rhyme that too. Y'all didn't even see it.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Eric, because if you talk about a race, there's two different things. Race is whether you're BLK or YT or what you're running.
And yet they all intertwine with each other between white and black. So who really winning the race and who really losing it? Because we was already the hare, right? In history, they say we had the skills, right? So we were so overconfident, we let the turtle take over, which I hate to say it, racism, right? Or the other way around, that we might come back and win the race at the end. Because you never know how we look at it. It all depends on how we look at our history. Because in history, we already had everything, right? That's what they claim, right? That means we was the rabbit and we slack off and we let some, or we flip it, we the turtle and we get our power back. It all depends on your confidence. I'm using it as a phrase, but you also remind me it was a race involved in it. So at the end, what's the definition of a race?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
It's American. So it's all how we look at the wording and the illusion or the matrix, and we break out the matrix, we know the right rules to it.
Right. Well, because if you think about it, a turtle is a turtle, a hare is a hare. So
but you know the funny part about the hare?
Okay, y'all
they
confusing
say it's
me.
a lucky charm too. They said take the rabbit, take the fee off a rabbit, and you have and it's good luck. So basically,
Right.
who luck we talking about? So we put all that intertwined, we begin to see how people think.
I don't believe in luck. It's just, it's
But
just the Lord,
it
divine
also has to
intervention.
do with the turtle and the hare. At the same time, you ask yourself, okay, so the rich people get rich because how do they think? Do they think like a turtle or the hare? Or is they both?
Right. Well, you have to know both sides. It's
Right.
kind of, this is what Kevin does. And I know Kev does this on purpose. It's like you got to see both sides.
Exactly. So when I do research on Whitey and Black, I realize I see why they hate us.
They don't hate us.
No, I'm talking about
They
in the
want to be
past. I'm
us.
saying in the past. Okay, let me put it this way. When I first saw the black and white shows,
I
and they were
believe we want to
showing,
be each other though.
and
No,
they
I
were
don't want to be
showing,
no
and they
white
were
tea
showing,
person.
and they were
Oh
showing the
shit! You ever
whiteys.
put blonde in your hair before?
Never
Absolutely not. I
noticed.
don't even put brown in my hair. I feel
Lucky, I
like
was
that
about
Never
white.
to,
Yeah, I
noticed in
don't
those
wear
I was about
old
to
weave.
checkmate
movies
you real quick.
I don't
when
wear
the
weave.
You
other
straighten your
people
hair out?
come.
No,
They always
I ain't had no heat
show.
in
They
my hair in
always
like 8
show.
I'm
years.
gonna catch you.
They always show in
No, you're
those
not.
old classical
Look on my
movies
feet.
that that they hate us because we take their women. They assume we're gonna take their women because we good lovers, right? So if you ever watch those old movies, then you watch other movies about cowboys and Indians. Point is, if we take the history of black and the history of white, and then we'll see the whole puzzle. If we just take one side and say we don't want none of the race, then we don't understand why they hate us. Then we understand that they hate us because we faster and smarter than them in some
Right. They
cases.
hate us because they ain't us. And they try to break us, but they can't.
But then we also learned that it's also divine conquerors, a third party that want us to fight each other for the illusion of the race. You
Yeah.
get it? The race to be president, the race to be better and smarter, the race of color, turtle in the hair. So who basically started the race? Who basically made the rules of the race? Who basically built the race board? It was already there before they ran it. So who got the board?
I got a
Other
question then,
animals.
cause she said,
Go ahead,
'cause
Kev.
Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
now she done started some stuff now. So now,
What?
yeah, what? It's past time now. So I just find it. I guess I find it funny, right? That we say they try to be like us, but at one time we was trying to be like them, but we was over here fighting for equality, right? At one point,
Yeah.
and now we got the equality. Now we saying don't let them be us now, and it's like I'm trying to understand like what
Okay.
I thought we was trying to be like each other for the most part, and it's just like it's like
Actually, it's deeper than that, but I got you.
Hold on, let Kevin
yeah
finish there.
man. Dang. Yeah, because even though, like I said, I might not get you on a couple of things, but no, it's some of us that's doing what they're doing too, you know. And like I said, they doing the blonde hair and straighten their hair out. They ain't trying to wear the curly hair anymore. They and they also ain't they trying to do the little
Bleaching his skin.
the facts
Yeah.
yeah.
BBLs.
But you
Oh
know
yeah,
what?
yeah.
Actually, we all just need to give these people grace because they have not matured yet. Once you mature and have more life experience, you grow. I used to wear weave.
Who haven't matured?
Women, people. It
Women.
don't matter their age. I mean, it's just when they have their own spiritual connection. And, until then, they won't. They gonna be lost.
Now, I can prove in my own way that they mimic us and then we mimic. It's like saying, okay, you know how they do with China when they talk about the rice, that we eat the rice, but they got paid 10 times more off their own land. If you look up Rome and what came before Rome, it's going to tell you black women created gladiators. And no gladiators, Rome took them and took
Wait a minute,
that
is you
and
saying
gave fatherhood.
gladiators?
Yeah, gladiators. Black women created gladiators before Rome was even created. So they took our stuff, then they used it against us.
Where you read that from?
Of course.
You can look it up. Look it up.
Okay, you
Google
can't be
it right
coming here
now.
without no
Google it right
receipts.
now. What came before Rome? And it shall pop up
I'm
a
gonna say
name.
black woman.
It should pop up the
Oh my
culture,
God,
and
that
then you
makes
look
me
at
think
the
of Woman
video. It's
King.
gonna talk about black women that create gladiators on the video. Look
They
here.
created gladiators. Why?
What came before Rome? That look this when you Google it, it should pop up a letter called a country called E something. Then when you go to video, it's gonna show black people that built it. It's gonna be women. It's gonna be black women. And this was long time ago, before America was created, long before Rome was created.
What came before Rome?
Oh, wait a minute. This is BC?
I guess you can call it that.
I was gonna
And you know
say
what? That's crazy because I never
I
really
think it
believed
is
that.
on BC before Christ.
well,
Yeah.
The
because
Yeah. Then when you hear
the most
video,
positive.
when you hear video, you're gonna see black people, and they're gonna talk about and gonna show.
Oh, that's the earliest evidence of 900 BC before Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then when you hit the
Kev,
video,
You know what? I thought
when
that
you
was
hit
fake.
the video, it's gonna tell you they created gladiators, and it's gonna show you a picture of black women.
but
I'm pretty sure we started everybody. I think black came before white.
Yeah.
look at
So
Hebrew.
that proved who was the turtle and who was the hare.
Come on, man.
I said, what now? Who is the what?
In other words, that we slack off, something
I got to
happened
go
when we
back to
lost
school.
something. You know.
Look at Hebrew. Hebrew was before Hebrew was before Rome.
Yeah. So
I thought Hebrew was a speech, a language.
It was a country.
Right, a language.
But the point is that was built before Rome, and if you look at the video, it's gonna tell you they believe in sun and the moon, and women was ultimate rules. They was queens, they were goddess, they was princesses. They
That's
had
why
power.
we still the
So
rulers.
they were kings. There was queens and princesses, but did they have king?
No, it was just showing how they created gladiators. They had enough power that they had their own continent. Women had their own continent, and they created gladiators, men warriors. Later, Rome created gladiators, which we call entertainment right now, which is TV. Which they say United States Rome created the laws. If you Google who is Roman laws in the United States, going to say yes. That means some of that culture that they brought over here is also our culture that we had before Rome was created.
Well, you know how America is. We take everything and put our name on it.
Then my question is, okay, so the women created all these, the you said gladiator men, and the women created all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
that
then
video
my
talks
question
about
is, okay, I'm gonna have to look
And they
at
were
the
black.
video because
And
I
they
have a
all was
question
black.
of, well, what were the men doing while the women were doing all this?
I just know they
Because
were
someone
black.
had to help them create
Right.
these sons to build them up to be gladiators.
Right.
Because that's the way our
So you
body
don't believe
functions.
women was queens at one time?
Yeah, I believe
Goddess?
that, but I'm saying, what were the kings doing?
They
There was
didn't
no
say that part.
kings.
They was mostly talking about women that ruled. So they had men too, but they pointed towards the women that created gladiators. They the ones that wrote the laws back then.
Say Noah's
That
son
makes me
should
think of
Wait,
Sweetest
wait a
with
minute, wait a minute.
her
So are we talking about?
religion.
I think
I mean, her
when we're talking about,
heritage.
there were women who had they had troops of men, like they actually had, like, gladiators were like football nowadays.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what he's saying is they had women who had teams. Let me just put it that way. I'm trying to break it down.
The men was the gladiators back then.
Think of the woman king.
They didn't make up gladiators. Okay, that is just not that's what it's sounding like, and that's not true.
That's what it says. Where gladiators
No,
came
but that's
from.
not true. That's not true. Gladiators are something that has been, that was a gladiator. It's not even called a gladiator.
It's like a sport.
But
long
and
before
that
then,
was
I'm talking about
Rome.
long before it became a sport.
But
That's
those
what
were
I'm
just
trying to tell you.
soldiers. That's
Right,
been through the
entertainment.
dawn of day.
Yeah.
There's always been soldiers. So
Yeah.
a woman didn't create, basically.
Well, I'm just
invent a
telling
show.
you what the history say, and it
That's-
show black people on it. That's all I was trying to say.
No,
You can take
I
it how
get you, but
want.
what I'm saying is, I think we got to get some context, because
It's
it is
easy to-
very true. It is
Yeah.
very true that there were women, just like there were women slave owners. There were women who invented things throughout history that never got credit for it, right? We can go back in history and look at all of that, but they did not. When you said invent gladiators, it
They
sounded like you
created
were
the
saying-
law. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying they called it. They call men. Look up the video. It would tell you itself. It's a video, and it show you the black people, and it show you how they were fighting, and it show you how they worship the sun and the moon.
I get
Well,
you,
they ain't literally
but
them.
but
No,
that's
They
actually,
ain't had
it
no
says it in
videos
there though.
then.
It says it in there though. It says
but
men worship one, women worship the other, and something about it. It's all in the video.
Okay.
what I'm
Gotcha.
saying is
I see the video, but I don't really feel like
if you
watching
look at history, there's been if you go to the East Asian,
And
and
they said
you
they
know
lost.
they
And
worship
they
a lot
said
of
they
women.
lost.
In Rome, they had women gods. Like that, what I'm saying is, yes, you're correct. There are, that's but anyway, I just wanted to say I think that the context is. I mean, that's a blanket statement, which
It's
we
easy
could
to look
roll
up the
with.
thing. They lost anyway. They lost anyway. It said they lost the war, and then Rome came after them. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Rome destroyed them, took whatever they had, and kept the tradition wherever they started. That's all I was trying to say. And it was black people, it were black women that created
Well,
it.
I mean, Moors. We were Moors before that taught that whole region everything. So
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you know
that's
what I mean.
probably a
So yeah,
clue. That's probably a clue.
we know. But just to go back to, I want
That's
to
all I
kind
was
of
trying
touch
to
on
say.
when we were talking about the way. I don't think that we understand that racism and how things are now is not the cause. It is a result
Right.
of classism. And I think a lot of times we get it confused. We think that, oh, they hate us because this, that. No, it's about classism. It's about survival of the fittest. That
And I
is
get,
how
yeah,
racism got created.
yeah.
So
And that's why I was
racism
saying,
is please don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
Racism is the invention or is a catalyst to continue to keep classism in place. So racism is just a tool. It wasn't
Come
the
on.
reason. It was not the reason why we're here because of racism. No, racism became what it is because of classism. So what you have is you have people who want power, right?
Yep.
They want
Yeah,
control. And
yeah,
the only way that they can do that is to have the lowest class be under them, which happened
yeah.
to be us because we did not have the resources. So what
And
they
I
wanted
was
was
so,
free labor. They wanted that. And the only way they can get that, they couldn't
Eric,
go to
let him
they
land.
couldn't they couldn't go to their fellow man because they would have been like, wait a minute, what you talking about? We ain't about to do that. So they had to go
yeah,
to somebody with another language who didn't speak the language, who they could take out of their element, the whole shit, and it
Right.
became us.
and,
So now when we fast forward to 2024, I'm just gonna say it, and it might be controversial to some people, but they don't hate us. They love us actually.
Right.
And it's all
and,
evident that they will tell you that.
and
But
Yes.
I
they
and I ain't
they
racism.
Oh,
continue
Eric,
to
let him
I'm
land,
sorry. I'm
please.
sorry.
they continue to perpetuate what was going on in these racist tactics and things like that. That's only so that they do not lose that footing. That's
Right.
it. It's not about they hate us. They don't care. They can care less because I tell you what, if something happened right now where everybody overseas, all the quote unquote undocumented, if they replaced us, we would be like, okay, come on, we good. But now, because we got somebody else to oppress, it's not about us. It's about they need that position of oppression to
Right.
be filled for this particular system to work.
Right.
That's it. And once we
That makes
understand
sense.
that, that's the reason why if they hated us, why would they always want to listen to our music? Why would they always
Come
want to
on,
take everything that we
cousin.
have? Why would they always want to promote when we get, they always got to have that token, one of us, right?
Preach,
To
Lord.
keep them going. So it's not about hating us. And I think that's one of the misconceptions that we got to get past
Yeah.
because
No,
it's not hate. It is just fear. They
Envy
fear that
and
if
fear.
we excel, their way of life decreases.
Yeah.
That is what they
Mm-hmm.
fear. And it's not, and once either we got two things to do. Either we show them that,
Yeah.
listen, we don't want your spot. We just want to be out of this spot. If we gotta prove that, or I think it has to be like some cosmic fucking intervention or something, like aliens came down and it's like them against all humans.
Oh, they
Then
on their
all of a
way.
sudden you would see that they don't hate us. They'd be like, hey, listen, we need to join up because we about to, you see what I'm saying? But until they get that pressure, we're going to always have this because it's a class system. And I think
I
that's the
wasn't
point I
trying to
want
say it like
to Kyle. What do y'all think about that?
I
I
wasn't
agree
trying to
with you,
say it like
cousin.
that. I was just giving out history of how it all probably started before slavery, before the Romans changed the Bible, before even the Bible existed. And I was showing that women had one time, and then somehow they got downgraded. Then later the culture got downgraded, and somehow they don't want us to have our power back in some cases in the old days, to a point where we did get it back, where we show that we are equal rights to get where we are now. At the same time, when we watch TV, that is the new version of Gladiators,
Don't
entertainment.
watch TV.
And Gladiators is used to distract us while battles go on the other side.
Absolutely.
So the illusion is still here, which we call the Matrix now, right? And yet, Gladiators was the first signs of Matrix, and it also show how strong we really was as men. If Gladiators existed back then, that means we had the strength to do many things, and we need to tap back into it to protect Mother Nature, because Mother Nature is the balance between all of us. Because what's the point of being here if we don't go back and save, protect the land and listen to the sun and the moon, whatever, because Mother Nature get polluted every day. So what is our purpose? And it leads to our purpose, and also lead to I don't give a F, what you say, right? Because we have a purpose and we don't know our purpose. At least we can go back in time and see what our purpose was at one time to tap back into it. Because some of us have a purpose of being strong, and some of us have a purpose to write stories like that so we can always go back and look at our past. And some of us have a purpose of other ways. Each one of us have a purpose. And because we all gladiators, or as you call it, gods, or we call it stars. That means we have the strength to do whatever we want to do if we know where we came from. And somehow we lost that. So
And can I just piggyback off of what
that's all I
Eric
was
is
doing.
saying?
It wasn't a race car. It's about learning our past to understand how precious we is if we strong in the mind and the heart. So when we say we don't give up, we losing our power of gladiators or
No.
gods.
He was saying you don't give a fuck about things that you don't have control over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
and that's true. You can't.
And the only way I get my control is to learn about my past. So since I know I have was a warrior.
No.
Because I'm a man.
You have to accept that some things you don't have control over. You cannot
but I have a purpose.
do anything. You have to put your
but we
faith
all got a purpose.
in God.
That's the point. We
Just
all
give it
got
to
a
God.
reason to be here.
We
And that's
do.
all I'm trying to say. That
We do.
that's the one thing that you can't
What
take
up,
from
Kelly?
us, our purpose, wherever that purpose may be.
Right. But the thing is, I definitely agree that we all have a purpose. But some people have not, tapped into that yet.
I
And we
understand
can't,
that.
we got to give them grace
But
and
that's how I
time
tap
to
into
grow.
it, by learning from the past or what was created before me. So I can understand how it connects to me. And since I know I got a DNA that says, hey, I can be a gladiator. Hey, I'm a man. Hey, I can do this. Then my purpose is to do what I'm doing now.
Well, I didn't go back in history to discover my purpose. I just went into myself, my spiritual self, to, get
Because
to
right
know
now we
myself.
building, because right now we building what you call that, Atlantis. We all have our own opinions putting on a map. This is a 3D version of Atlantis, or the city of Babylon, where everybody's in one room giving out ideas, and later
Wait,
gonna say,
Atlantis and Babylon the same thing?
So we doing our purpose right now. We built the Atlantis.
Right.
Hey, let me say this. This is nothing dealing with like you directly, Eric, but I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I be getting angry when I be hearing black people talk about how we was kings and queens and goddamn warriors, because like, where is that spirit at now? Like, I damn near think we don't really believe that, because we take no action behind those words. Like, how can we be so superior that we let someone that's less than us, so-called, rule us for all of these years? Like, it doesn't even make sense
whatsoever.
Right.
And I think what black people tend to do is uplift one another. But I
Right.
think for certain people, it makes you upset because it don't align with nothing when it comes to
It never
history.
comes into
But
action,
that's
you know.
It
and
never
that's
comes
when
into action. Like saying that we are warriors, like, and then especially this part when saying like black women were gladiators and
no,
how
I didn't say the
Well, I'm
women. I
reading
said
it
they
and
made
it's
the
true.
laws of it. I was trying to say they made the laws of gladiator. The men was a gladiator, but they the one wrote the laws back then.
Now,
It
women
says in the
were
video. It's
gladiators
easy if you
too.
watch the video. That's all I'm saying. It's
I know.
just
Okay,
knowledge.
but
It's
even
how
even
we
with the
take it.
video, this is what I'm saying. When you say the word, I'm not saying that it's not women that work doing this, right? I'm just saying, like, when you think of the word black, that word itself wasn't even around during that
I
time. So how
understand
can
that. I
hold on,
didn't.
you gotta
My bad. I didn't know that
Eric,
the
Eric,
actual
let
culture.
him land.
how
My
do
You
bad.
you
I'm
gotta let him
sorry.
finish his thought.
I'm sorry.
it's cool,
He
man.
really a
Hey,
sweetheart.
yeah, I know. I don't take it personally because I seen him do that to other people before
You
me.
know
So
what? It's
I'm
I
hard
take it
sorry. I'm
personally.
for
sorry.
people.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to explain that they show the picture and they don't show no whiteys. They show color
Mm-mm.
people in there. That's what I was trying to say.
I know. Okay, but
He
I
hear
would
you,
say
but you
this
gotta let
that
him land.
yeah, I would say this that uh, even though it may be colored people, I think it was Charisma. Somebody said that black people we known for taking something and claiming it to be ours, right?
I said
Like
America.
okay, America, right? Like even if you say it was dark complected people, whatever
Yep.
the drawing may be, that doesn't mean it was black people. It was
Right.
niggas. It could have
Mm-mm.
been some Arabs. It could have been some Indians. It
Okay.
could
Mm.
have been some goddamn I don't. It could have been anybody. Though. It'd have been some Hispanics in that
Okay.
motherfucker. So we can't say it's us because it's dark complected people,
Right.
and then nothing about our history backs up anything that you saying about we was kings and queens. Like
Because that was long. Because that was a long time ago. People don't go far back in time. And at the same time, I got books. I learned that older books used to have pictures. I even got a book that showed a submarine made in 1866, and yet it would do the North Pole and all that. And yet, when I Google it, it shows that they made a pyramid. They made a submarine a long time ago, proving that they had technology far advanced than we realize, where they got certain places that we say, "Dad, how they get there? How they
okay,
get that knowledge?"
let me ask you this. Let me see if you part of because you said the Matrix, right? And I think last time we had this conversation where you brought
Yeah.
up the Matrix in the Bible, right? Now I want to see if you part of the Matrix or you really a king or queen, right? Okay. Do you believe that 1 times 1 is 1?
What do I believe? 1 time 1 is 1.
Yeah.
1 time 1 is 3.
Okay. How did you
One
come
man
to that
plus one
conclusion?
woman equals 3 people.
1
Nation.
man plus
Nation. You
say
gotta
again?
have a male and a female to create another. So when it comes to everything has the opposite to create something else. One man and one woman equals a third person. If you say 1 plus 1 is 2, but when it comes to pound, don't it create a baby?
Mm-mm.
I said 1 times 1. I ain't
I'm
saying 1
Yeah.
plus 1.
That's how
totally
I add it up.
confused.
1 times 1 equals 3.
Okay, let me see what Google's talking
One
about.
man, one woman equals 3 people.
Okay,
My
but I'm
cousin used to
okay.
tell me that joke.
I know, but I think that the fundamental part of it is I asked you a question about math and you just turned it into people. And I'm trying to see how did you get to people? Like how did you get to a man and a woman
Okay,
and then a baby? Like yeah, I'm confused.
for one, I said that because yes, I know 1 times 1 equals 1. I know that rule, right? 2. But the point what I'm saying is we learned that in school. When we think outside of school and think logic consists of nature, then we realize that nature have its own math of opposites creating a third thing. So I'm saying is when we think on a higher level than what we learn in school, we start seeing common sense, that things begin to make sense, that math is different when it comes to nature versus what someone taught us.
Okay.
Me too.
You
I'm
also
confused too,
you
Kelly.
can
No filter.
also overthink stuff and it
Yep.
becomes
Yeah.
convoluted. So
Yeah.
I think we
Hey,
gotta be
was it
careful.
y'all talking
And
about
that's
the
the
hatred?
Virgo in him,
Yeah,
overthinking.
I think it was Cousins. I think he was explaining if I heard him right about like how white people, YT people don't hate us, right?
They
Let me
don't.
tell you why I agree with that, and I don't know why so many of us think that they do, right? Because if you just sit back and just deal with reality, right? And I believe this is across the board, right? If you look and see who hire us the most, right? If you have a Hispanic boss, the likelihood of you getting hired and you're a black person is damn near slim to none. You out of there. Hey, if you're a Hispanic boss, you pretty much out of there. They're gonna hire their own kind. If he's an Asian boss, he's gonna hire his own kind more than likely. If he's let's say if he's black, the black man damn near ain't gonna hire your goddamn ass because he's gonna look at you as competition. He want to be the only token nigga on the job.
Nah, they got to hit
Somebody even text
that
Wilder said he
diversity
get what I'm
issue.
saying. He said one man.
But once you get when you get a white person interviewing you, right, and it's a white boss, the chances of you getting hired compared to all them other race of people hiring you and that's been in a position, it increases a lot.
I'm hired.
I don't take. Then they also are the ones that's teaching us, right? They teaching us. It's not like we have to go to our own school and learn the shit that the white kids are learning. We are learning the same thing they kids are learning, right? So, and then when you look at certain things, like I just don't see how. Like I like what cousin said. Like it's not about hate. It's just I don't see how. I heard you say hate, and I just don't see how you could look at life and see the things as far as like who will hire you more than outside of a YT person and see how much it drops. I wouldn't consider that hate at all.
Okay, let's do this then.
Wait, hold up before you do that, because I don't even think you even heard what he said anyways. But let me say this real quick. Let me say this.
Hate. Okay. I don't hate nobody, but I get what you're saying. I was just trying to say.
Gotcha. I don't think he was talking to you anyway.
Oh, my bad.
He wasn't talking to you. Everything's not just going towards you, brother. But
my bad.
We love you.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I was gonna say that because y'all was talking about that they don't hate us, right? And I can feel that though. But we can't say the same on the other end, right? I believe we hate them. And you know why we hate them? Because we hate ourselves.
Yes,
you know why?
Yes.
You know that's what, you realize that?
Pastor Kim.
I don't see that. I mean,
I had to get that out real quick though, but I was thinking about that when you said that. I'm like, man, that's crazy. And then the only reason why is because we don't love stuff
they
about
even
ourselves.
have a theory that it's in our that
that make a lot of sense though. That do make sense.
And they have another theory too that sometimes the hate is generic from our past wounds from generations of stuff. Meaning that let's say something happened to you and your great grandkids still feel that pain.
Forget all that.
I mean, I know you say forget that, but I was just saying that they're doing research on that.
Like genetically, I think that's not. I'm gonna say
in some cases, not all.
You talking about he said genetic?
He said generation.
Once you said,
he said generation.
Okay, if you say that, right? If you say genetic, I'm like, F that.
On that too. They did a research on that too.
Like even when I see stuff with
you got hate in your blood,
kids,
like what?
Right? Like when I see people that have,
I mean, science is new every day.
What's Sean saying?
No more. Nothing's impossible no more.
I promise I want to know what he's saying.
Why you think we got strength? Because it's in our blood to survive.
No, it's not, man.
We have one. I hate to say it, but one person even have another theory that we got DNA like cockroaches that we ain't going nowhere.
Hold on. The reason I can't use the DNA stuff is because I think we have to
because they can survive through bombs on weapons.
You gotta let him.
Okay, I'm good now. I'm good. You gave me. Okay, I think we gotta stop. I think we need to pay attention to like when we say stuff is passed down. I could believe that it's passed down, but I don't believe that everything is just genetically passed down. I believe that you could pass down, like when I see like big people who have kids and then their kids become big and then their kids become big. It ain't nothing genetically about that. It's what you did was you passed down the bad eating habits to your goddamn kids. So it's a possibility that you pass down an bad eating habit to your kids, and then you tell your kids that, well, just big people run on my side of the family. Everybody in my family is big on my mama's side, but I'm not. But all my brothers are. But guess what? They didn't. Oh, you say meet themselves? Okay, yeah. I didn't. Oh yeah. I never. All of my brothers are big, right? And we lived in the same household. But the difference was, I told you I was always the goddamn difference maker in my house. Like I always went against the grain, no matter what. I seen what was happening because I had 2 older brothers before me, and I was like, okay, I'm like, okay, these niggas is big, like, you know, they getting to a point where they starting to get a little chunky. So I said, okay, what's up? I said, I don't want to take that route. So I started doing stuff differently. I started getting active. I started playing sports. And even though I eat the same shit they eat because they ain't have no choice, I was just more active than they were. So it wasn't that it was genetically passed down. It was just bad habits passed down.
Yeah. Habits. That's exactly what it is. I don't believe in that genetic. That's the BS part I'm talking about. Because people just try to use that to take
Absolutely.
away
No,
accountability.
Yeah,
I
I
can
I would
see
definitely
say
that,
don't
it's
like them
Tyler.
because it's in
yeah,
my blood.
yeah. I would say that it's
I don't
not
know how true
necessarily
it
in the
is. It's just
blood,
something I
but
heard. Ain't like I can back it up. I just heard about it, but I do
Hey, we
know that
got you, man. Let
it runs
somebody
in your
new talk,
generation curse.
man.
Yeah. Let
I,
CC
I was gonna say
put
that
it
I don't
in.
think it's like in the DNA either. I think it's just passed down like
Right.
playing telephone. Like great
Yeah.
great grandma told grandma this, so grandma told her kids this, and it
Right.
kept going and kept going and kept going, and nobody said, "Wait a minute, like stop." Like after a while, we have to come up with our own, thing to pass down. We can't keep passing down
Mm-hmm.
what great
Right.
great great grandma went through and great 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 granddaddy went through because they told their kids that told their kids that told their kids, and now we telling our kids, and it's like what? And then before you
Mm-hmm.
know it, it's like it was a thing that did happen. So how we grow and make new and how we get better. Because if we
Right.
keep doing the same old thing, we're gonna keep on passing down generational traumas. You remember great 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 grandma and they found her them in the woods and they was picking cotton and it's like,
Mm-mm.
wait a minute. When the last time we picked some cotton?
What?
When the last time we did
Right. What? You made me think about this too. Why always negative stuff we pass down, man? And then if we are talking
Right.
about generational wealth, it's money. That's the only wealth we
Right.
got to
Right.
be worried about. So it's always
I'm
trauma
telling
we
you,
pass down. But we can't pass the smart heads. We
Because
can't
that's
pass
all
the
they know.
logical thinkers, the ones that knew how to control their emotions. We can't pass
Right.
none of that stuff down.
and
Always
then
the
when you do
negative stuff.
have them,
My
That's why I
granny
know it
did.
don't work. That's why I know that DNA stuff is BS. It
Right.
always got to be negative stuff.
Well, you
Right.
know what? I, I I would have to say, we gotta keep it 100. So it's the markers. Some markers are scientifically proven to be passed down.
that's
And
what
what
Yeah.
a
I'm trying to say.
marker is the propensity. Like, so as human, we adapt to stress. Stress takes on forms physically, okay, whether we realize it or not. And so what
Right.
would happen is, like, let's say, I'm just going to use this as an example. Your grandmother was a farmer, right? And she was a sharecropper, whatever. Wasn't a slave, but was a sharecropper. So she was physically fit. She was always in that field, strong hands, the whole shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? Usually their kids are gonna have those same strong hands,
Okay, I
right?
can get that.
They're
Right.
gonna have that same, because it's a marker. Now, if those kids don't work out, like my man was just saying, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're just gonna come out strong. You just have, if you do the same thing, you're probably gonna pass that down, right?
True.
So we know about that. Okay. Now, with that being said, when you have a certain diet, when you have certain things that you're used to, your body reacts. So if you're always stressed out, you're always in fight or flight, like in slavery, you have a propensity to have a short fuse because you have to have that to respond. That your body, if you do that for 2 or 3 generations, your body will actually pick up a marker of you have a higher fight or flight, because this evolutionary is telling you that this is what we need to adapt to, right?
Uh-huh.
So,
And I
but here's
agree.
the
That's
thing.
what I was trying to say.
But people say that, but then I got to go back to you and what everybody's been saying on the panel. People use that shit for excuses, because the reality is that's highly unlikely that we are still going to have markers from slavery, right? That are going to affect us to a point where it's going to be visibly shown. When you fat, you fat. You can have a marker. You could have okay, if I eat, my metabolism is going to be slower because that's in my family.
I can feel that. Yeah, I
Have
get
developed
that.
a slower mentality. Cool. So that means that if you eat, you probably going to gain weight faster than someone with a higher metabolism. Okay, we got that. So that's your marker. But now, like my man was saying, what you passing down is bad habits.
Right.
And so now when you have those bad habits and then you have that marker, oh yeah, you are now gaining weight, and now you are, perpetuating that bad marker. But it's not the marker that is what's you're passing down. What you're passing down is some bad habits. So I think, and people found out about this, and now that's the excuse. Well, it's running my family. No,
Right.
mental illness is something that will actually run in the family. You know what I mean? Like some certain disease or heart diseases or deficiencies or something like that. Those actually run down
Yeah.
through families.
That's
Right?
genetics, right?
Right. But like habits can be because they're passed down physically. They're passed down emotionally.
Physically, right?
They're
Exactly.
passed down that way. And so I think that's it's safe to say that both of those things are true. We just got to give the context to it, and people got to stop using that shit as an excuse to start manning up to the fact that they just lazy,
Yeah.
or they just have a
And
bad
I
habit
get all
that they
that.
don't want to fix. You get what I'm
Y'all
saying?
getting to the topic too. Now I'm thinking about it. That's about something about the topic. The angle I'm trying to get to. Exactly.
And that's what and I agree with that. And I also believe by having that knowledge, you awaken yourself, which is like a sleeper dragon, to a point where you are becoming more of your own God of choices, because you have the knowledge that some people never had in the old days. So you take all this knowledge and learn about yourself, and then even though y'all might not believe in the Bible, it says the image. You create your image that you worship the most, which is yourself, because you learned about yourself.
Also, let me add this too, because I heard this earlier. And when we keep talking about kings and queens and how we came from royalty and all this other stuff, look, some of us may have. The reality is there were kings and queens in all races, all tribes, all nations had royalty, all nations had. And if you happen to have that in your bloodline, hey, I'm happy for you. Okay, but the majority of us was peasants. Let's just get the shit out here and get it right. The majority of people are just regular people. Okay? It has never been ever in history the majority of people were kings or queens or anything of that nature. That is a small percentage of people. And so, yes, there were black kings. There were actually black kings and queens of Europe. You know, and they had to pass. They had to act like and whitewash them so that they can be presentable. But we know history tells us that, yeah, there were. My family I have knights that were in my family. But does that mean that I'm a descendant of a king? No. It just means that, hey, I had a good family sometime and one of them was cool. One of them had a high rank. But so I can totally understand what Sean was saying when you're like, look, I'm tired of hearing that shit. But at the same time, right, to be fair, I think that I don't mind it as much because why not? You know what I'm saying? They've been telling us we've been the fucking bottom of the barrel. They've been telling us we've been shoe leather for our fucking 400 years. Why not say we queens and kings?
Yeah, but I
get it. You know what I'm saying? So now it just comes to we need some more decorum when we're using it. You know what I mean? Like what you're saying. Like I do think it's getting out of hand.
I just do this a confidence builder because
I would rather have somebody come up to me and be like, "What's up, King?" Than "What's up, N-word?" We take that. I'm just saying.
This is what I'm saying. This is the point. Okay, I agree on that. Okay, I agree with you on that part. The only part I would say, I feel like we're missing a step with going from just nothing to kings and queens. And I feel like we're missing a step that is very key before you get to being kings and queens or getting us to realize it, right? Because you got to understand that there's a lot to think that you're nothing and that's all you ever taught in school, that your people were slaves, to all of a sudden you're kings and queens. I feel like that's a big jump to us to try to fathom or understand. And I think a lot of the times for me, and I think a lot of times when I used to go, like my homeboys would go talk to the kids in the communities, the black kids, they ain't trying to hear none of that shit about no kings and queens because
they have a hard time feeling like they even a damn human. So I feel like if the first step is just acknowledging that we are humans, like, man, you know, we are this type of people, we are this, and acknowledging our culture, and then you could jump to the kings and queens, but you can't. I don't believe you could jump from just being nothing to just goddamn we kings and queens, because I feel like it's a step that's missing in that process.
Yeah,
And
I
I
I'm
get
follow
what
looking at.
y'all,
you on that.
Let
I
me.
get what y'all saying, but I was just for me. I'm gonna use this as a joke. This is a joke, okay?
I think Kel was trying to go.
This is a joke, but this is
He
also
can go
real.
ahead.
I know I'm a king. You know why I know I'm a king? This is ironic because my mama father was last name King, and he was a Rolling Stone. And same time, right? Same time, my name is Eric. I look up Eric as mean ruler of all, and ultimate ruler. Same time, I know, I was my auntie was from the South, so I know I got Native American blood. So I got warrior blood all through me. So I just look up myself, and that's so more I look up myself, the more it says that I have the power to do what I want. So if I have confidence in myself,
How did you find out you got Native American in your blood? Did you go by your
my
last name?
My auntie, my great auntie was 89 years old. She lived all the way out outside of Chicago because my grandma was from the South, and it was on my daddy's side, my daddy's side, and they told me, and even my other uncle before he passed away last year told me, and then he told me it's Blackfoot. So I'm still learning more about it. But before he passed away, they told me I had Blackfoot bloodline. Same
So
time, my mom has the last name King, and I asked myself, is there a chance I'm related to Martin Luther King? Because her father was a Rolling Stone. He had so many kids, it's ridiculous. And they got brothers and sisters from different places. So she got a whole bunch of relatives all over the place with the last name King. Even though my father was last name Pump, and the name I always grew up with different names. So when I look up those cells, and my mama name was Arcanella, that means Queen of the Sea. So it's in my blood when people run with those names. I
so
know
let me say this
last name
then.
matter, but it's all about my confidence that go with it.
Yeah,
So
let me say right. So you getting to the point I was just about to get to, and I'm glad. I guess now I gotta use yours as so. Let me ask you, what are you doing with this warrior in your blood right now? What you doing with that?
well, I stay out of jail
Don't
most of
say
my
it.
life. I know that.
Huh?
I stay out of jail my whole life. I know that.
No, that's cool. Man, that's cool. I'm just
And
saying.
also, I have no kids, so I stay out of. I don't have I don't owe no women no money or nothing. I ain't no deadbeat daddy anything, and I want to
Think it just think it's
I want
smart.
to have kids one day, and other
You gotta
than
be a
that, I'm
warrior to
still
be
learning
that.
about my
You gotta be a warrior to think like that.
No, what I'm saying is a warrior control his environment, where he don't allow nothing stand his way. And I'm working on that because I'm not perfect, because I have a few flaws that stands in my way, which is my disability, but I still fought it. I got me a job, and because of that, my Social Security turned from SSI to SSA. So I'm still dodging a lot of stuff, and I'm still controlling things. It just takes me a little time. I'm like the turtle in the hell. Sometimes I move slow because of Social Security and stuff like that. And other things I move fast by learning more about myself and my environment. Now, since they all passed away, I'm basically trying to evolve more into my warrior side, because now I'm more about myself than I was before, where my grandma was my payee and stuff like that. So I'm evolving every day, and I'm still here. I outlived my own daddy. He died. He was unalive at the age of 19 or 18 years old. So I'm basically keeping the strength for him, because he brought me in this world, and I'm gonna make sure it be worth it.
Hey, I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
do
would
Let
you
me
have?
say my
While
other
having
point
a
though.
disability, cerebral palsy.
I got you. I feel you, my brother, and I feel it. And yeah, I see that's the warrior part. I was gonna say, nah, the time what I don't get is like, and I had I want to put that live up too about the ancestors thing. So some people, because I bet you some people ain't digging back in their past to find out that they had an SA in the family, and now they gonna say, I have SA in my blood. They gonna say that one. They're
Oh, here
not
go
gonna do that.
another one too.
So hold up, man.
I'm sorry. I forgot one. I forgot one extra one.
But let me.
Blackfoot. When I look it up, I found out that Blackfoot has they know a little bit of power thing, and they also was giants. And guess what? My father was real tall, so it might be a chance I might be related to that because my father was real tall. My cousin skipped over me. When I look up Blackfoot, I found there was tall people like giants, and it also had people that had magical powers. And I always had these spiritual dreams.
Okay. So yeah, I wanted to also like on the other part, right? So this the time I don't like when people and nobody did it on here. I'm just saying in general, right? We always talking about when people find out they had kings and queens in the so this gonna be some what's BS to me, even if they find out they got royalty in their blood, and I hear so many people be saying that junk. It's like they say all that, but then still play victim at the same time. That don't make no sense at the same. They act like they weak. It's like I don't understand. Like some of the I'm black and I'm proud, but there's so many people holding us back. And we can't do this, and we can't. There's so many cases though, but I'm strong and I don't. So I don't be. I think people just like hearing. They just like running their mouth or something like that. Maybe is it a quick dopamine effect? Dopamine? Oh, what's the word? Now I'm messing up. I don't even know. But it's just I never got that. Like you say, you got all this in your blood. You done did all this research about your things, and I'm talking about in general, right? Everybody. You got all these things you done found out. Oh, cool. Nah, I done found out my great auntie has been a queen, and I got this in my family, and then you still working at McDonald's. You not doing nothing but talking about how bad men and women is. That's all you do all your life, and it's like I never got like what is all that for? And then you gonna spend half your life doing research of looking at this just to go to the grave with it. What a waste of time. You know what I'm saying? Ain't did nothing to show your queenism or crown or whatever, your royalty. You ain't show no royalty blood throughout your whole year. Just sitting in your room, wagging off, whatever the situation is. You done use all that for what? You know, so I just never got like why people do all this research and say how high or how they got all these things, and then play victim the next moment. I'm like, what is the point? I don't know. This should just be. I don't get it. I don't get people sometimes, man.
The knowledge ain't for everybody. That's the thing about it.
I think that's Sam from
knowledge ain't for everybody.
You
can say that 3 times again. It ain't.
They royalty in OnlyFans. They see the king coming.
That's what I'm saying.
I just wanted to have make a statement with like the DNA thing. A lot of I took the ancestry. A lot of people don't like to do the ancestry thing, but when I took the ancestry to find out what I had in my DNA, I also read a part where they broke down how DNA works. So a lot of people will say, "Well, my auntie, my brother, my sister, all these people have the same. They've been kings and queens, or my great great grandma was the." It's like how DNA works is that you and your brother. This is the best way I can explain it. Like a brother and sister can have the same mother and father, but one can take more of the mother side and one can take more of the DNA from the father side. So sometimes we say, "Oh, well, my great grandma, my great auntie," like just because they were, don't mean it's in your DNA too. You might not have gotten that strain of DNA from them from that side. Your sister or your brothers could have that, but it probably skipped you, and maybe your kids might have a slight piece of it. Like for me, all my DNA says I'm like majority of it is Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. Look at me when you probably even tell, but looking at the history of the little places, I'm like, I can see it. But anyways, I never knew Nigeria. Some Nigerians have slanted eyes, but cool. Everybody always thought I was Asian. But like that's how to me like DNA when people are like, oh, it's in my DNA, it don't necessarily mean because your great grandma was or your great granddaddy was, you have it too. That's not how DNA works. It's a hit and skip and miss. You might not have it,
Let
your
me go ahead
kids
and
might
put
have it.
that topic up since we talking about it.
Yeah, the reason I heard some people do that to prove that they related to people who have power because they have wills. If you can prove you're part of a king or a queen, they got royalty, or you for to be free of slaves, different stuff. Me, I just want to do it to know who my family background is and what my purpose on earth to understand the coincidences of where I came from, because I don't know that much about my family. So if I was
Your purpose on earth is not gonna be in your history book.
no, I
Nope.
understand all that. I'm just saying that I know that if the lost tribe is there, I'm the third tribe. That means I'm lost at F what, right? Because I grew up by my father. That's the reason I ask these questions, to understand my father's point of view of life, because I look like him.
What
Other
did you
than
find
that,
out then so far?
I told you I found out I got Native American blood.
And then what you gonna do with that?
Start eating any of the food of the Native
I
Americans?
haven't did deeper than that far as actually proving
You
it
gotta
as a
keep doing
fact.
research to apply
Yeah.
anything.
I learned from
He do
family.
because he
I
learned
didn't
it.
do the
That
research.
sound
I
like the
learned it
Bible
from a
readers and
family
stuff.
member.
They know every
No,
last scripture, but they ain't doing no
Every
no, what I'm
application.
saying is my
Do you
family
know
told
John
me I
something,
haven't
something, something? But
actually.
they not living it. That could be so funny. Like,
No,
no,
what
why
I'm
you
saying
know all these
is
scriptures?
my family told me I haven't actually did the DNA thing to actually prove if he's right or wrong. I just heard a relative told me I got it. My grandma told me I'm part of it, but her brother, before he passed, told me it was Blackfoot. That's all I know. Now I know Blackfoot is like the United States is a tribe of its own. I haven't did the research because I ain't good at
Okay, you need to
reading.
do that research. Hell, you might be owed some funds.
Hey, Kev,
Yeah,
you
you
know
might
what I
have some land
realized?
out there.
I think, and this is something my brother told me, and I start watching documentaries about prison,
And I
right?
look,
And
yeah.
Hold on,
yeah,
Ed.
I
Let
was
him
right
land.
in the middle of talking. I was
Please,
right
Ed.
there in the middle. Okay, I know I would. Okay, it was a documentary, right? And my brother was like, he didn't realize black people really hate each other until, because I had a couple brothers that went to prison, made different choices. He said, I didn't know that black people really hated each other until I went to prison. I said, what the hell you mean? And everything he said, when I started watching other black people that when they come out and they start speaking about prison, they start saying the same shit, and it lines up with what we see in real life. He was like, a couple things. He was like, when he say it's three gangs in jail. He said you got blacks, you got AB, which is, or you got Mexicans, which is Brown Pride, and you got the AB, which is the white people, the Aryan brother neighborhood, the Aryan brothers, whatever that is, right? He said one thing he noticed. He said, but he said they have that tattooed on them. Like, you can't, if me and a Hispanic person was cool outside in the real world, once we get to prison, I can't be cool with you because you got to pick a side. Like, it forces you to pick a side. But he said he noticed that when white people come in, the white people would sit there, take them upstairs, you know what I'm saying, give them some soap, give them some soup, like give them commissary. They would look out for them and let them know, like, hey man, you part of the brotherhood. He say the same thing with the Mexicans, the AB, with Brown Pride, whatever. He said they would see one of their own, go grab them. You know what I'm saying? They all get the Brown Pride tattoo on them, and the AB get the same thing on them, and they take care of them. He said, but every time a black person walk in prison, he said black people don't embrace him. They ask him, what set you claim? And he said, you're going to either be a BK or a C clay. You're going to be a blood, you're going to be a blood killer, or you're going to be a Crip killer, right? So he said, at that moment, like, he said, he said, my brother said, one thing he noticed that was very powerful was the white people have tattoos on them with the lightning bolts, and it let them know, like, hey, I'm for us, and it let you know who they are against. He said the Mexicans have the Brown Pride tattoos and let you know who they are for and who they are against. He said black people on got all this Crip shit, and when you got Crip and Bloods, that's black and black people. So you basically saying, hey, I'm black, we kill each other. You know what I'm saying? We basically kill each other. So we don't have no tattoos to let us know that we are for us and we are against anyone else. But all the other races of people have tattoos to represent themselves and to let you know who they are against. So, and I see that in real life when we come out in today's world, where black people, for some reason, like when I say about black people hiring each other, I've never been hired by a black boss, and I've been interviewed by tons of black men that was in positions to hire me, and they didn't. Several times I've been hired around Hispanic people. They didn't hire me. I had same thing with Asians. The only people that have ever hired me, even the job I have now, I got hired by two old white men. Right before they retired, I was the last person they hired, right? So I feel like for some reason, we just don't like, I ain't gonna say we don't like, I believe that if you could look at the reason we have a so high crime rate amongst each other, some people say it's poverty, But damn again, when you look at Jim Crow, they was under that same shit and they wasn't doing this shit. So I really feel like we just come to a point where we just don't like each other, and it comes with all type of hatred that comes with that.
I feel like it's a mindset, you know. And
I
what
didn't hear what you said, Charisma.
what
What you
you
said?
saying? You know, when your cousin was in jail, was the Crips and the Bloods against each other,
Yeah,
or they was together?
yeah, no. The Crips, and that's the point he was saying is, you got all type of Mexican gangs, but when you come
Right,
in prison, you just whatever the biggest gang in there, or them people
right,
in there, whatever they claim, you rolling with those. You know what I'm saying? He said what he was able to call a tango blast. You know what I'm saying? They all rock with each other. It ain't no Crip and Blood. You gonna fall up under this brotherhood of this is our race. And he said when it was black people, it was always Crips and Crips against Bloods, Bloods against Bloods, Crips against Crip. And in those gangs, predominantly it is black people. So you
right.
basically saying that you don't have a problem killing another black person.
Unalive.
Unalive, yeah. They don't go against each other. They don't come together as a unit inside a prison and to fight the other gangs. The other gangs, and the biggest part he said was when white people come in, the white people embrace that white person and take care
They
of them.
do.
And a Mexican
They
person come
do
in, they embrace them.
until
But black
they
people
don't,
don't.
you know, ride with them. If the white tea person that come in don't, you know, fall in line with the white gang, they, you know, they will unalive him and treat him like an outsider.
That's
Like you
true.
have to just conform.
Hold on, I agree. What you just said, 100% true.
Yeah.
But here's the difference. They will. Hold on, I ain't gonna lie. You, I heard those stories that
Man, it's the
you're
truth.
gonna have to pick a side. Like you're gonna have to pick a side.
You have
The
to.
difference is they give you a chance to embrace them, and they're gonna treat you with love. And if you don't, you're a traitor, right?
Man.
But with us, we don't give each other a chance to be like, hey man, join in such and such. You automatically an enemy the moment you step in the door.
Yeah.
It's not welcoming at all.
Right.
And
But I feel
I've
like
seen
in
where I live in
jail, you know,
neighborhoods.
they should change that, you know, because if both of the gangs united, they would be unstoppable.
I damn near think that's impossible because
No,
you
that's impossible.
you ever watch it? I'm gonna tell you why it's impossible. You ever go to a hood, right? Go to a bad community, right? Watch how you get
Nah.
to see white people, YT people walk around that community like nothing in the world. Like now black people, we'll look at them and be like, okay, that's the cops. Like, hey man, who is that? That's 5-0. Like we'll look at them like, oh man, he needs to stay away from us, right? And we won't even bother that motherfucker. But let a black man walk down the street and he got the wrong colors on or anything. We don't have that same respect for each other the way we give other people.
Right.
And that's the problem that I have. And my brother was like, you'll see that shit in prison and you'll see it outside of prison. So he said he know it's something to be true. And he said a lot of people don't he said other races don't respect us. He said he thought it used to be because of our skin color. But he said what he noticed was when he talked to other inmates and people that go to prison is they don't like us because they see how disloyal we are to each other. So if we're willing to be disloyal to each other, then what the hell we'll do to them?
Right. Chaotic, you know. I mean, I understand that.
Can't save
But I feel like
everybody.
with our people, you know, because we come from rough neighborhoods, they look at it as everybody is guilty until proven innocent. So you just always everybody that's coming in is a op.
No, some people are victims too. I hate to say it, but they still people lock up just because of their skin.
You was about to say it right now. You said you was about to say play victim. Real life. That's what people do.
It's still people lock up. It's still people lock up, and they legalize. You know what? And know some people still lock up because they were selling candy on the street. Now it's legalized.
Yeah.
So
but you know what? Actually, I will say that Chicago is doing really good regarding, you know, releasing those people that was locked up, you know, for the cabbage. Now, if they got other charges, which most of them do, then that's on them. At least that one charge dropped.
I seen somewhere that I'm sorry. I was gonna say I seen somewhere. I don't know. I didn't read into it, but it came on my news feed. I think a couple of days ago. Joe Biden pardoned like over 1,500 prisoners.
Yeah,
I don't know for what.
1,500.
Yeah, I've seen that.
He pardoned them because they was incarcerated, you know, for
for the
for
cabbage.
for the cabbage.
Hey, but if you
And
pay
they
attention to
legalized
that,
it.
right? If
Yeah,
you pay attention to that, I think, and it's just my own beliefs. It haven't been proven, but this is what I
I
believe
love
that is a
conspiracy
way
theories.
to. I believe. Okay. What I've seen is whenever they release, like
I
I'm
know
gonna
you.
say, look, I'm gonna say criminals, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
it's just me. I don't believe that just because when you went to jail, the shit was illegal. So it
Right.
shows me that you have a problem with obeying law. Now because they
Absolutely.
made something legal that was once illegal, I don't believe personally that it grants you to get out of prison because you still broke law. You see what I'm saying? Like you still show that you don't follow law. So whatever
Okay.
you get out, you're still not going to follow laws because it showed that you had a problem with following law. But what I've
Okay.
seen
What
were,
about?
hold on,
You
when
can learn.
when they
Yeah,
let
let
all
him
of these
finish,
people,
please,
when they
Eric.
let all these
Love you,
people out,
friend.
when they pardon all of these people, we have to understand as black people that you know where these people are coming from. You know where they're going, right? They're coming right back to our community, right? So when they
Right.
come right back to our community, if they still have that criminal mindset, guess what? Our crime rate in our neighborhood is going to go up. So it's pretty much we're going to be oppressing our own damn community. So
Man, hopefully they learned.
they think they want us to think that they doing us a favor, but I think they really hurting us by allowing, like, remember, and I hate to say this, man, it's true.
Man, just keep it a buck.
New Orleans was like a murder capital at one point, right?
Yep.
When Katrina happened, and whatever place the criminals went to, I'm not gonna say the people of New Orleans because everybody in New Orleans is not a damn criminal, but the criminals of New Orleans, when they came and whatever place they put them at, them motherfuckers was causing hell. Like they was pretty
Yeah.
much just the crime rate went up and everything.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask, think about the liquor law. They at one time was illegal, now they legalized. Or think about the fact that they arrest people because of their skin. You think they should still be in, even though it was the color of their skin? So I'm saying is
See, hold
that
on. You doing
I'm
that? Hold on.
confused.
Let me tell you what you're doing, man. And I feel like we do this a lot.
no, I'm asking questions because I'm trying to say
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I can't say that. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I could assume that they arrest someone based upon their skin color, right? But
Right.
I don't know that to be 100% true. So, but I think what we do is we will treat it as if it's 100% true, and we'll spread that narrative in our community. And if we don't know something to be 100% true, I don't think we should speak on
well,
it as if it is the truth.
Right.
I know for a fact that my father was unalive in there. He was in there for one day, and they were about to drop charges. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of innocent people. I can't say it's all, but it's some that's still in there for laws that go back
Yeah.
way farther than we can even imagine. And so when we think about thinking everybody's the bad guy, we remember what do the Constitution say? Once you get locked up, you are a slave. It says that in the Constitution. So
Really?
it's
I
kind
didn't
of funny
know.
how if we kept those people in there with selling the candy in there, they are slaves for something that just got legalized. Think about that. How
Hey, hey, Eric, I want to ask you a question. I want you.
it's in the Constitution.
I
Read
want
it. It-
I know, but I want you to continue, right? But I do want to ask you this question. Okay, now we talking about all these criminals and all that stuff, right? I'm gonna give you something to see if you believe in your own logic, right? Let's just say that you, hold on. You got. Let's say you need to walk into the house, right? And there's a pathway to walk into the house, but there's 1,000 snakes in your front yard. 900 of those snakes is poisonous. Like if they bite you, they can unalive you. 100 of those snakes are not poisonous at all. They don't. All the thing to do is hurt you when they bite. Would you still walk through the door? Would you still walk through that front yard with 900 that are poisonous and 100 that is not poisonous? Would you still walk through and take a chance?
With my faith, yes, I will, because I cannot pay who's good or bad. All I know is that it's kind of funny how every time the law changes, it's against us, and yet they do stuff. Because, like, for example, when they be talking about the
Hey man,
pow
hold on.
law
I'm gonna
and
say this.
says
I'm
people
gonna
with
say this, and I'm gonna mute.
disability,
Hey man, it's not
Hold on,
healthy
he
to
muted.
see
good
yourself.
example. I'm using this as a good
You see
example.
yourself as a victim, man. I hear it all through All
No,
you've been
no,
talking all night,
listen,
you see yourself as a victim, brother.
this,
But then you say we can't.
no,
You just prove Hold
listen.
on. You prove
I'm
Kel's
trying to
point
tell you what
that
the
we all
news
as
be
kings
talking
and
about every day.
queens,
I'm
and
not a
then you play
victim.
victim. Everything you say,
No,
you want
no,
yourself
you
to be
ain't
a
even
victim.
listening. I'm saying how laws work. I'm saying how laws work and how I
What
got to
laws they
stand
made
up
against
against
us?
the laws. That's all I'm
What
trying to
laws?
say.
Okay, what laws have they made against
Yes, I'm
us?
saying
What laws that you know for sure, not
you don't
assumption?
never hear them always talk about. No, you ever heard them always talk about blaming stuff for people? So let's get the pow pows. You ever heard of that? Him say them on TV, say that on TV. Every time
I,
they say stuff like that, I tell myself, I ain't
Give
with
me
that
the
part.
law. At
So
this
I'm
point, we
saying
want to
that
hear the
I
law,
have
brother.
put.
We want to hear the law. Give us the law
I
that they
ran.
made
Okay,
against black people.
I ran in the middle of the street.
Okay.
I ran in the middle of the street in snow, and police put pow pow in my face, forearm, and they asked me some
Give
dumb
me the
questions
law,
like why I'm
brother.
running. I'm running
Give,
for a bus.
give
Why
me the
I got
law.
my hand in my pocket and it's snow outside.
Can you give me the law that they made? You
I'm
speaking on what
saying,
individuals do. I understand that. I'm talking about give me the law
well, look up.
that
Okay,
is
look up.
against black
Okay,
people.
they got. I saw it. Yeah, the police thing, they got this thing where they say when they arrest people, they still got the old slave laws in place where that's why they go to areas because they expect us to meet the high crime rate. So that's why they always arrest us the most because they already expect everyone to be guilty in so certain areas. So like I live in Bronzeville. They already expect people to have a crime rate there. They got that old law still in place. They're basically where they can look in and judge you from wherever. Like some people pull you over. But I don't have a car, but I'm saying I've seen documentaries about that, how they said it's certain laws that's still in place that go against us, but they never took it out. So even though things change, some of the laws is still in place. That's why we get pulled over faster than the rest of them because they got laws that says, okay, let's go in this area is have the most high crime rate. And no, and that's what I'm saying. They still got some of those old laws. I forgot what they called, but you can look it up. Cause when I seen police stuff, they said some of those old police laws is still in place. Then they did build a whole bunch of a whole bunch of prison systems, aching away. While at the same time they got star market, like Will Smith got a star market on the prison system.
Michael Jordan do too.
Exactly. So they expect to make money off us going to jail. Like
But
you
this is
said, even
Hold
black
on,
people
hold on.
got
thing.
stock markets on us going to jail.
So real quick. So let's clarify a couple things because we got to clarify. There is no specific law that says in words this is against black people.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up real
But
fast.
when for your example, like stop and frisk is what you were
Right.
talking about, and
That's
what
what I
that
was saying.
is, we know that it's not a law written specifically, but it is a tool that someone who has a racist mind can use against just black people. I think that's the distinction. That's how like redlining. We all know what redlining did. It was no rule in words that said it was against black people, but it was only used against black people. So that the way the laws work, they will never ever say you can't rent to a black person. But what they will do is put specifications in that they know the majority of black people don't meet. And that's how they get away with it. So I think we can safely say that we know that exists, right? So those two things. Now, also that thing about Michael Jordan, that's false. Michael Jordan, the basketball player, does not have any stock in prisons. Never has, and he does not. That is another businessman. You can look this up. He's actually
I am.
yeah, he's
I'm
a
on Google.
CEO. His name was Michael Jordan, and he's actually a YT guy. And it was a story. It got put out because what other Michael Jordan is going to have this much money to, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
but it was actually a CEO or something. I forget the company name, but his
It's
name
all
was
right. I'm
Michael
about to find
Jordan,
it.
and he was an actual YT dude.
And
with that.
then there's
So
another
I just
thing.
those two things, but yeah, I mean, but still, I will also say that Sean has another point though, right? Because yes, we understand that all of these things are against us. We know that. All right. That's a proven fact. But what does that mean? Does that mean that you have to now use that as a crutch? Or do
No,
you
I'm
say,
being
right?
aware. That's
No,
all.
I'm not
Like
saying
for
you. I'm not saying
yeah.
you, but he's just making that's his point. His point is these laws, yeah, we know that there are people who are going to be corrupt and use these laws against us if they have the opportunity. It's not the system that's the problem. It's the people that's in the system who want to perpetuate that, right? They can
Absolutely.
use these laws and they can use them against us. So we know that. So that means that we just got to be on our P's and Q's a little bit harder. And that's not
Exactly.
fair, but it is what it is. And so we can either complain about it or, like Sean is saying, do something about it. And understand that this is the system. Learn the game, learn the rules of the game so that you can master the game. And then once you master the game and you get some leverage, then you can make your own rules. But right now, we want to make our own rules. And I'll say we because I'm talking about the majority of our, the majority of us Meta Nation want to make our own rules without becoming masters of the game first. And then when it don't work out, we want to blame the powers that be. Blame the coaches, blame the refs. No,
Like you might not even
you got to
like
learn the game, master the game, perfect the game, and then you can get out of the game. But you can't
like
do it backwards. And I think that's the
Absolutely.
problem.
like you might as well
Am
not.
I on something, Sean? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth,
No,
man.
no, no. Man,
This is what I got from it.
I'm happy. You put
You
it right.
said it.
You said it exactly the way how I meant it, right? And I get what he was saying about is I know it's not laws, but even with that
Like
being
they
said,
got a law in Chicago.
yeah, I
They
was
go.
right in the middle. Right up in the middle. I
I'm
was
sorry.
right there. I was right there. Okay. What I was saying was like what you said about the stop and frisk, right? And how I was looking at that is if I know, like, in black community that we like Asian food, right? And we like, to drink liquor, whatever the case may be. I'm not gonna be like, well, they putting that in our community just to oppress us. Because I believe that's just a smart business decision, right? If you know what some people like, you're gonna cater to what they like. You're gonna put things and I also know that those stores just don't pop up. I've learned when I started going to city hall meetings and stuff like that, I learned that everything that are in towns have to get voted on by the people. And what I started to notice was black people wasn't down for the majority in those meetings, like the local stuff that's going on in the community. They not there in those meetings. Like back in the day, when black people was into politics, like the 50s and 60s, you could see them in those town halls, city halls meeting down there. Like, hey, we want this, we want such and such. Every time I go to a city hall meeting in my community, I probably see me and like two other black people out of 100 that's up in there, right? So our three voices is not strong enough over those other 97 people. So I could now if people are not aware of what's like how to go to those city hall meetings and vote on things, they would say that the YT people is putting this stuff in our community to oppress us. But they not seeing that we could go down there and stop all of this stuff from even coming to our community if we just go down there in numbers to get this stuff thrown out. But we don't do that. We'll sit back and say, oh, they're oppressing us. They put liquor stores in our community. How about we go down there? Everything that's in your community has to get voted on by the community.
Like for example, you probably don't want to come to Chicago no more because last year they passed a law that
Don't do
says
us.
no bail bond. No bail bond. That means when you get locked up, ain't no, you can't have no money to bail you out. They passed
Oh,
that
like
law
an Alpine.
last year. So I don't know what new laws they're gonna come with. Every year they have new laws, but they put that in law. They try to do it year before that, and they change, but then they pass it anyway. That means when you go get locked up, you cannot bail yourself out no more.
Hey, Eric, do you
But you
believe?
know what? You have to, when you know better, you do better. And even if they
I mean,
are putting all of these restrictions around, people, you have to be smart. These
yeah,
police officers is
and
at your neck.
yeah,
So
exactly. And
move
like I
accordingly.
paid attention to some of the things they talk about when they always blame stuff on people with disabilities. So let's get the pow, right? I have a disability. I never had a criminal record. And I'm praying, hoping I don't get in that situation. And fortunately, a police officer did put a pow in my face. And lucky I dodged it. But they asked me some dumb questions like, why I got my hands in my pocket and snoring? Can I open up my hands? Why I ain't open up my hands? And I got a disability. It took me a minute to open up my hand. And it took 4 in a pow to be in my face. And yet they had undercover car. And I was 19 at the time.
Let me say this.
So I don't have nothing against police.
No.
I'm saying sometimes we run into situations we can't get out of.
Okay, but I think what I was saying, I think what cousin was saying, right? Like we know that certain things is hidden, right? It don't have to be a law on things, but it could be certain things that are hidden in there that you could be like, okay, I can perceive that as a law, right? But from me just on the outside looking in and like hearing you, right? And let me go for a second. Everything that you have said have never come back to any type of accountability on our end. It's always something that no matter what our results would be, it's going to be in the hands of someone else. And I think that a lot of our people preach that to our people. And I think it just creates where we're in a docile state. Like we don't really even try to think outside the box. And on the other part, like I've seen, okay, when I seen where people was talking about Trump wanted, and I'm not a Trump supporter, let me just say that. If I was, oh well, fuck it. But I've seen where people was like, well, Trump want the cops to get full immunity, right? And I was like, okay, I get that. But I was like, okay, hold on now. As black people, let's be real now. Now, when we talk about Trump giving cops full immunity, let's not forget that we give the criminals in our community full goddamn immunity. We know people that are in jail for murder and selling candy to our community, and we'll still have shirts and say free my nigga such and such.
Right.
So we can't. So if Trump is doing the same thing we do as a whole in our community, not all black people believe in that shit, but as a whole, we glorify that shit, and we would give the unalivers and the candy dealers free immunity ourselves. So you can't be upset when cops want to do it. It's a hypocrite.
Now, I got a question on that. Like, what about the other law he talking about that if you do unalive a police officer, which I ain't saying I would ever do, they gonna unalive you right in
Brother,
in jail.
hold on. I could address that, but I'm just showing you your pattern. You're doing it right now.
No, I was just asking.
I'm not
asking a question.
You had a chance to. I did it on purpose. I said you have not brought up anything that comes back to black people as far as what we could do to change certain things, right? We can't change everything, but it's certain things we can make a move on, right? So when I give you an example of how we give the smurderers in our community immunity, you went to another law. Let's not address that part first.
I thought you were talking about Donald Trump. My bad. I was just asking you what your opinion.
Can I say something, please? Cause I think y'all arguing about the same thing, but you asking for a different result.
Right.
You saying what are we gonna do for us, but you keep arguing about the laws that they made. The problem is we don't have a community. We don't have any resources. We don't have any institutions. We're asking for help in someone else's system. That will never work.
Right.
We're behind enemy lines.
The
Until you
system wasn't
decide to
built for us.
separate, be uncomfortable, and build your own, you're going to be all day talking about, well, they changed this, they did this, we affected by this, they. When it's going to be you doing it for yourself.
Hold on, you just lied, brother. I'm not talking about the laws they made. He brought that up, so we're not saying the same thing.
I'm saying y'all having a conversation about the laws is irrelevant anyway because you can't change them.
That's what I've been saying.
You have to.
You saying the same thing?
So then we need to get past the point. We need to get past that part and say what we gonna do.
I agree. That's him down below. That's him downstairs, boss.
No, I'm saying so since you agree, what we gonna do?
Okay, couple things that we could do, right? Outside of expecting. Now the problem is expecting YT people to stop doing what they doing when they benefit what they doing is, to me, that's damn near crazy as hell to think they're gonna stop benefiting from oppressing us. That shit just sounds stupid to me. But I do believe that we can start loving each other, right? We don't need the YT man to start doing that. I also believe we can start supporting one another as far as businesses. We don't need the YT community to do that. I also believe we need to come back to, the community should be able to, let your kids is doing wrong, because it takes a village, like how it used to be, right? We don't need the YT people for that. We also need to start reporting crime in our community, and we can't let criminals get away because we don't believe that no snitches, like stitches get stitches. No. So all those are 5, and also we could make sure that fathers, men are not out here, or when our women are out here just sleeping around, having unprotected sex and having these kids, and then you dependent on the government. You need to find a way to be like, you're not just having kids everywhere and can't afford them, men and women. Those are the things that we could do that could help make some progress. And we don't need the YT person to do not one thing for us to do that. How do I know that? Because during Jim Crow, and when our people was under those same oppressions, even worse than what we did, they changed what they could. And what they could change made a big difference.
How are we gonna get the money?
You don't need see what I'm saying? You just, goddamn, man. What do you mean? You don't need money to be able to be like, you know what, we're gonna treat each other better. You don't need no damn money to be like, hey, let's report crime. If anything, you report crime, you'll get some goddamn money. It's called 222 tips.
In other words, I'm trying to say, how are we gonna create Chinatown?
Wait, hold on.
See, you don't want no solutions, man. You don't want.
Okay. What I'm saying is, Chinatown. Everybody got their own town, their own village, their own stores.
Hey, Miracle, you hear what I'm? Hey, Miracle, you see, I came up with solutions, and what did he just do?
Right.
The reason why, bro, is your solutions sound like a Hallmark card.
That's simple.
It has to have.
That's crazy.
It has
that's
to have
simple.
a foundation, bro.
Hold on.
It has to have a foundation, bro. The only thing you said was love each other.
I did this on purpose.
It sounds like a hallmark when that is the basic rights that humans have. Like to say that's a hallmark.
Listen. It's not a human right to love somebody, bro.
That's
That's
some
natural.
action,
You should do that.
Shine.
It's a choice.
What
I'm saying to you is we're in a situation where we can't teach our own. We can't feed our own. We can't heal our own. We can't educate our own. We can't do anything for our own. And all your solution was report crime and love each other.
Let me tell you why.
You see what I'm saying?
But
hold on.
Can I say something?
I think we should buy, instead of buying shoes, we should buy farms where we have our own water, turn that to energy.
But we're going to get the money, Eric. Like you said, we're going to get the money.
It's black banks. It's black banks.
It doesn't cost money.
I just found 2 black banks
to get land. That's what I'm saying. We don't even know the rules we playing in. We living behind enemy lines and don't know the rules.
What you
we
got?
Gotta educate ourselves.
You see what I'm saying? Like I don't think anybody's ever played a board game and didn't read the instructions first.
No.
You know black people do not read the instructions.
Yeah, we playing.
You got to. So if you living in America and you don't know the rules,
hold on, Eric. I said this earlier because we've been on live for a couple hours. I said this earlier, right? That, and I think Cousin spoke on a couple of minutes ago about. I said I feel like I cracked the code when it comes to life, right? It's just me, right? I do believe that I know how humans work. I've said some shit like I know how in society, humans, if you speak highly of yourself, people want to bring your ass down. If you speak low and negative of yourself, people want to bring you up. I understand how life works. I understand how things are. I accept them for what they are and I adjust. And when you adjust and you learn the rules of the game, you can find ways to manipulate the game. You can find ways to take shortcuts. You can find all types of different things, but you have to know the rules. So what I'm saying to you is, when that lets you know how bad we are as a black race, that the shit that I said sound like a hallmark when you don't need, like when you say teaching, right? My big mama taught me about my history way before I even went to fucking school.
Absolutely.
That's free. So the school has nothing to do with that. That's something that you can instill in your kids way before you give them to the school. Therefore, they won't be brainwashed. But you know what?
I got a question for you. So if I teach my daughter how to be a ballerina, how's she gonna learn how to be a lawyer? What I'm saying to you is teaching somebody about your history is not preparing them for the future. You have to teach them what's going on today, and then they have to try to figure out how to see the future. And that's by knowing the rules of the game. And I'm not talking about the game of life. I'm talking about the land that you live on has a set of rules.
Yeah, like in Chicago.
Just like the young man down there just said, we need land, we need farm, we need this. Where the money at? Bro, do you
Rainbow
realize you could get
Push.
land for free if you knew what you was doing? Because that's what
Right.
they do. They get land for free.
Exactly.
They
Kev,
don't
here
pay
goes.
mortgages.
You
They
gotta
don't pay
learn.
rent. They
Kev,
don't do
listen.
those things.
And then
But that's
Rainbow
because they know the
Push.
rules.
This is where that hotep
Yeah.
shit is hurting our goddamn community with this
This
kings
has
and
nothing to
queens
do
But
and
with
yeah,
rising and
Hotep.
shit.
This is
Hold
what
on,
I'm
hold
saying.
on,
Where
Hotep.
that come from?
hold on.
And the
I'm gonna
fact
tell
that
you.
you use
We are
Imhotep
the
should show you something
consumers.
No,
that Imhotep
We
was
are
the
the
first
buyers.
doctor, the
I'm trying to
first
show you something.
scientist, the
That
first
you, that
the
you
first of those
and
things. That's the only thing that means.
no,
But what I'm
I'm
saying to
saying
you
that
is
you and
In
Eric,
other words,
you
we
and
are the
Eric
consumers and not the buyers.
you and
We need to
Eric
start
is
being
worse.
the buyers, not the
Eric, you said
consumers.
enough, brother. You and
Hold on.
Eric at this point is damn near worse than any racist YT person to me. Because you
Mm-mm.
guys, the shit that y'all are spewing is very detrimental to the black community. It feel
Okay,
like
are you
y'all.
ready for
Wait,
AI? Are you ready for
wait,
AI?
hold
Are
on,
you ready
Let me
for
just say
robots?
one thing. Let me just say one thing.
Are
Let me
you
just
ready
say
for the
one thing
robots?
because we going in the wrong.
Wait. Yeah. Let me hit that mute button right quick. Okay, now
Wait. How you get to mute me though?
I got mutant powers over here, brother. I am
So
your
because you
I'm
got mute
superior to
powers don't
Oh,
you
make
he a
you
mod.
right, bro. Just
because hey,
relax.
listen,
It's
I'm
okay,
a
man.
moderator.
You
I'm a
upset because I
moderator,
said
brother.
Hallmark card, and the reason why I said that is because I'm a person who actually goes up against the system, bro. I build
Okay,
systems, bro. I go
you know.
against the European every day.
Hold on. There you go. Hold on. You just contradict yourself. I like when you just
I
talk like that.
didn't
Hold on.
contradict
Now,
myself. I said I
yes, you
build
did. Yes, you did.
systems. Do you know what
You
that
build a
means? That
system
means
to
it's
do what?
something
Hold
that
on.
I
You build a
control
system
that
to
they
do
don't
what?
have no control over.
Come
That
on,
means I
guys.
do it
We
for
can't
myself,
even
for my
hear
people. I don't
y'all.
go
Okay,
talking about let's
so
go change the laws for them. I go against their laws. I study their laws and figure out how to go around what they do. And I'm doing it legally, not
okay.
illegally.
Now watch this.
It's
Now watch this.
legitimate. I'm the only
Here's where you
black,
contradict.
listen to me, I'm the only black full-fledged firearms manufacturer in the US. Period. You can look me up. So what I'm saying to you is I'm
Who
not
do you go
speaking from
through?
a place of
Who
speculation.
do
I'm
you
speaking
go
from a
through,
place of someone who understands what it takes.
sir? Even with your system, who do you go through
I
to
don't go
get
through
your
anybody. We
firearms?
build it ourselves. That's what I'm saying. That's what
Where
I'm
do
trying
you
to
get the
tell you.
material,
When you
sir?
build
Where
a
do you get the
system,
material
it's
from?
yours. You don't have
Where
to
do
go
you get
through
the
anybody.
material? Where do you get the material from to build the
The
things that you
ground,
need?
bro. I got land. I mine. I refine. I manufacture. That's what I do. I make parts, bro, from the
You
raw
prove it.
material
Hold
in
on.
the earth. I don't
You
need to
even
talk to
prove it.
nobody to do that.
Okay, but you proving my point, sir. That's what I'm
No,
trying
I'm
to tell
telling
you.
you what's necessary. I'm not proving any point you make. 'Cause the only thing I heard was you say we need to call for crime and love each other. That's all I heard you say. What point
Okay,
am I
hold on.
proving?
Let me tell you how
I'm
you
actually
proving my
telling you
point.
practical solutions that I'm doing today that I could take to you. I could put in your hand.
I'm trying
And
to
you
show
talking
you.
about
You got to.
speculation.
You have to
I'm
let
telling
me
you
tell you how
that
you
going to
prove the
them for
point.
help is not going to work, bro.
Sir, I don't want to, man. I don't want to, brother. I'm trying to give you. I think we should have respect for each other. That when you, I'm trying to tell you how you are proving my point. Okay, you're proving the point that even with all this oppressive system, whatever the case may be, their laws and all of this shit, you as a black man, how are you able to do what you doing under all this shit? How are you? What's different from you and every other black person?
Nothing's different. That's my point. But the thing
You
about
just
it
proved.
is the mindset is that y'all believe that y'all have to go through them to do it. I'm telling
I
you,
don't believe that, sir. I never said that.
you just
I don't know why
said
you keep
call it.
saying
You
that.
just said call it and put people in jail for crimes and love on each
Oh,
other.
I know what you
These
want
are
to
all
do.
things that they told you.
Okay. No, it's not. No, it. What the
Bro,
hell?
when
Hold
I
on.
grew
So,
listen to me. When I grew up, bro, I'm 43 years old, bro. In my neighborhood, you know why I wasn't no crime? Because we stood outside and we made sure wasn't nothing going on. Ain't nobody had to tell us that. We protect our own. Like that,
that
those
shit don't
aren't things
happen.
that someone has to tell us. Those are things we naturally know to do. But the difference is you
Okay,
got to grow up and
so you mean
understand
to
Like I
where
tell
live
me?
you
in
Okay,
actually at
Chicago
on
and we
this
got
land.
Rainbow Push
It's
in
not
Chicago.
wait.
yours.
Hold on. So hold on. This what you telling me, right? That if I see now, I love my black people so much that if I see my black people committing a crime, instead of me unaliving another black man, I'd rather put his ass in jail. That's called love. You, on the other hand, you don't understand how our community has this mindset of no snitching. Outside of the
No.
Washington,
That's my thing. You keep saying our community has this mindset of no snitching. I keep telling you, we don't have a community, bro. We don't have any community that we control. It's not
our
ours.
culture.
So all
Okay,
the
our
rhetoric
culture.
that you're spitting is stuff that was given to them by someone else. else.
Okay, so do white people control love? Let's go. Let's start. Do white people control love, brother?
I just told you that love is the hallmark part, because love is
So you
not gonna
want?
get
So
us to
you?
the promised land, bro. That's the hallmark part.
Hold
You saying
on.
love?
You
You
talking
thinking
about you
love is
believe
gonna
in the
get us out
Bible?
of the poverty, bro? No. You have to have a plan. You have to have resources, bro.
It's a step, you know,
Yeah,
No,
you
hold
gotta
on.
have
to
money.
bring
And you know
people
what the
Okay.
step
together.
is?
Hold
Love
on.
yourself enough to know that you are
So
not
you
getting
saying
what
we
you
should do
deserve out
Martin
of
Luther
this
King
earth.
Mars? That
That's
what
what
you
you
do?
Hold
do.
on. Y'all, because everybody's talking over each other. Let's
Right.
let's 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 keep it together. Let's talk one at a time. Let's try to get. Let me see if I can just ring us back a little bit because
Come
I
on,
hear
cuz.
I hear us talking, and I hear a couple of things that might be the same, and we be speaking in different vernaculars. But then there's also some differences, and I want to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly. So y'all let me know if I'm right or wrong. So on one side, I hear the solutions are more than just love and all of those. I get that, right? There are practical things that we need to happen. Infrastructure, right? There's infrastructure that needs to happen. But in your same sentence, you admitted we don't have community, right? So one thing about infrastructure is if we don't have a community, the infrastructure will never happen. It might happen for some of us with that mentality, but like I know, like everybody else knows, it ain't that easy for everybody. If that was
Which
the
comes
case, we
first,
would do it.
cousin?
But hold on. So
Infrastructure
I'm
or
just saying,
community?
I'm just saying the infrastructure needs to happen. I agree 100%. You are correct, right? And the information to get that infrastructure is probably more important than all, right? Because if nobody knows the rules, like you said, that's a problem. So there you go. That is 100%
So
valid.
so so you
Now,
you so
on
you
the other side,
understand what I'm saying.
right, right,
If you
right,
don't build the infrastructure, nobody can come be a part of it.
right. But
You
what I'm
can't
saying
call
though is,
community and you don't have one.
but what I'm saying is that right there that's the big element, right? But here's the elephant in the room that we have to address,
So how
which
many people
is,
does it take to build infrastructure?
Uh,
Well,
but
I know
but
in
hold
Chicago they
on,
got
hold
Right,
on,
let
roads.
him
hold on,
finish.
because the other side of that is the infrastructure comes from me understanding or trusting in, like, we can't do it ourselves, right? That individualism, it's only a few of us. There's a very few of us who actually have the wherewithal to actually get up from the ground and get it like you get it,
Right.
right? We understand most people are followers. The majority of people are just give me a direction and let me come
Mm.
with you. That's the majority. So that means that the ones with the wherewithal that's going to make the infrastructure, they have to do that work, right? It's going to be a hard pill to swallow, but that's what it is. But here is where Sean's point comes in, and I think we can all agree with this as well. If we don't have the Hallmark card, if we don't have the pride in ourselves, if we don't have those basic, um, you know, soft
Come
skills,
on.
like I like to say, if we don't have that, we're not going to unify and come and even go into that infrastructure that you build because we're not going to
So let me
trust
ask
that
you a
it's you.
question. Let me ask you a
And right
question.
now, we know that when we have black
Cousin.
owned businesses, most of us, not all of us, but
He
most
got
of
to
us,
finish. Let him finish, please.
most of us will give you like extra,
He
like,
he's
oh,
he's
we'll
he's
go
talking
to,
about a point that
Colt
doesn't matter. I
or go
could prove him
somewhere
wrong
else,
completely just by
no
one
questions
statement.
asked, right?
Do you love going to work every day?
Okay, but it's not about proving wrong or right. See, that's
Right.
your problem. See, that's
No,
what I'm
that's
trying
what
to
it is.
say,
It's
bro.
about
That's not the
standing on
problem. I'm
right.
Right.
You
not
have
trying
to
to be
build
right
on
or wrong.
truth. You can't
Milton, you're
build
No,
not
it's
on
not.
listening.
on
Listen,
something
hold
that's not
on.
solid.
You
Hold
have to
on.
You can't.
actively
If
listen.
you don't understand, okay, all right,
He just
listen.
want to prove a point.
There, there,
I'm saying, do you
what I'm trying to do
love?
is validate your point, right? And also understand that there is a human element to it.
No, your
because you
your
because
elephant
you
is
have a
taking
certain
this
mind frame and certain skills and certain things. What I'm trying to say is I had to get out of that myself.
else.
Hmm.
Just because I can do it, doesn't mean that everybody else can. Even though it may be simple, even though it
Combine
may be
together.
common sense, even though it may be something like we say, damn, you know what? All we got to do is do this. But it ain't that easy for most people, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And if you want to reach people where they are, sometimes we got to come off the high horse. I can sit up here and tell you right now, I've never smoked, never drank alcohol, never did any of these vices, all of that shit. My discipline is stellar from day one, never. And I can tell you, everybody in here is shit. Y'all just your mind is fucked up. That's why you can't do it. No, it's just because that's me. I can't sit up here and say that that's easy because it's not, right? So all I'm saying is, I get you. I 100%. I'm with you.
Can someone
But
who's
I'm
been through
also
it say it's
saying
easy?
that there are a lot of people who are not going to be on that same level. And how do we reach them? Guess what?
That's
We
that's
gonna
the
we gonna have to
problem, bro.
use the
That's
card.
the
Those,
main
We gonna
problem,
have to
bro.
use the
Is that we
Hallmark card,
think
though. You
that
get it?
right,
human
you need the Hallmark
beings
card.
that
We
look
gonna need
like
the
us
Hallmark card.
aren't
Is what I'm saying.
capable of learning, bro.
You do.
Huh?
That's
Say
what I'm
again?
saying. How do we think that how do you come out and say I want best for my people, but then I say, you know what? Everybody just ain't good enough. What?
Because that's
We
facts.
all
No.
humans, bro.
You just
No,
you just
Learning
Rainbow
is
said
Put.
you
separate,
just said big
bro.
on facts, right?
Learning is about an environment, bro.
I'm
If you take
stressed.
somebody out of the hood and you put them in an environment with wealth and information, they will become successful
If you don't take them
because
out
That's
it's
the
not
the
if you
true.
environment.
don't have that Hallmark
That's
card, that's
not
part of
true.
taking them
If
out the
you put
hood, bro. That's what I'm
somebody
trying to
in
say.
Hallmark
uh
card, what do you mean? The environments that we live in today aren't built on love and everybody doing it.
But they need
So
to
what do you
be.
mean love? They united in the nonsense right now. They don't love it.
Okay. Yeah, that's what
Like
you say.
That's what I'm
Listen,
like
saying. We
it's
trying to
the
take this soft
mindset.
approach when the reality is
it's
we
not.
haven't built anything for our people to have for themselves. We haven't done it.
What I'm
like
And
in
if we
saying,
my
don't
listen,
do that, then we'll never have anything.
what I'm
like
saying to
what
you
I
is
say
we
is
need both, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Right. You do.
To argue the fact, hold on, listen. I get what you're saying. But if you're telling me that, well, no, we don't need that. We need this. That's bullshit. We need both. That's just like me telling you
Bro, there's
all you need is the
there's
metal,
two
but you don't need
ways
no
to
screws.
change people, bro.
Right?
Let me show you something. There's two ways to change people. I
Okay,
believe I said this
come
on
on
your
with it.
live
Come on with
before,
it.
bro. Either you show them you're the best possible thing for them, or you show them that you're the worst possible thing for them. There is no in between. So if you can't provide, meaning something tangible for them, they won't follow you. Or if you can't threaten them, then they won't follow you. Being in between on the fence, talk about we need love with no actual tangible results or accomplishments that they can grab to, it's never gonna work. You have to build from a strong foundation, which is actually having something they can hold. It's that
yeah.
simple.
You first have to sell it.
Right.
And
No, I
selling
don't
it
have to
is
sell anything unless I build it.
100% based on emotions.
Just listen
That
to
is
it. Build it and they will come. That's how Rome thought.
what?
But once
Yeah.
I build it, bro, I don't have to convince you because it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Okay. That's what you say.
like
Why
in
do you
That's not
think?
what I
Why do
say.
you
That's what
think
I
for?
live. That's what I'm saying. Like today, if you wanted to hop on a
Mm.
flight and come out and visit 5,000 acres where we're building, which is ours, which has $4,500 trillion worth of resources that we've done by survey already, I can show it to you. I ain't gotta convince you. Pull up.
You have to get people
How
motivated.
do I know it's there if you don't
That
sell it
ain't
to
got
me?
nothing to do with love, bro. Either you gonna look at
How
it
do
and
It
I
get it for
does.
know?
real, or you just
How
gonna
do
be a
I
hater.
know? How do I know it's there if you don't
I don't have
tell
to
me
sell
about
it
it,
to
bro?
Right.
anybody. I
That's
built it.
selling.
You
That's
do have
selling
to
though.
sell it
Because you
before
can
you
walk
build
and
it.
see it.
I gotta
You
know
have
what
to
the
That's
sell
not
fuck
it
I
before
selling.
you
How,
get
want.
it.
that's not selling it. You haven't spent no money on it. What do you mean selling it?
Bro, selling there have to be a
you
fucking
talking about how
money.
people
Okay.
gonna
What?
get the information. That's
That's what
what
I'm
you
How are
saying.
talking
they
This is
about.
gonna
why I
know
said this is
about
our
it if you
issues
don't tell
be.
them?
We
Ain't
just
gonna
want to be
prove the
so
point.
right. I'm not selling you
No.
anything. I'm showing
Sir,
you
Jesus
something.
Christ.
you
That's
want
the
No,
to be
same
so
thing they
right.
do.
no,
Every
he
day they
thinking
show
actual
you
sale.
stuff and
No,
they put it in front of you. And what do?
no,
You go chase after it.
no way they was
That's
saying how
Yeah.
you
called
gonna
selling, man. A
show it.
commercial is selling, isn't it? Do you
Absolutely.
pay for a commercial? No, you see
No,
it. They are
that
the
was
marketing is
Right.
selling. You have to know about
You
it to
have
know to
to
get it. What do
feed
you
the
mean?
brain.
That's like common
This
sense,
is
bro.
what
What
I'm
are you
saying.
talking
This is
about?
why we in the situation we in now because you more concerned about a commercial and I'm talking about
Mm-mm.
tangible shit
Oh
that's for
my
our
Mm-mm.
God.
Yeah.
people.
So
Did you
so
hear
Like, what does a
did you
commercial have
hear
to do with
anything that I
how
anything?
we
said?
gonna.
Nah,
I
he
do
ain't
I,
heard
I
nothing.
do
Let
to
me
a
break
gr-
it down. Let me break.
I say one thing. I do to a degree think that the black community focuses too much on expressing love and emotions rather than finding ways to build foundations for the community. And love is a necessity. I think black people have
Yes.
showcased for since the beginning that we are the culture of love in our music, in our
We are.
style, in our actions. We have that down pat.
we have the concept that even though sometimes we argue and we fight and we commit crime, we have shown the world that we are the representation of what love it really is. So I think we need to focus a little bit more on producing things for the community. So if this guy is telling he's the only black I apologize, pew pew producer in America, he has created something.
Bro, man, somebody got to lie to you. You can look me up. That's what I'm saying. No one has to lie about things.
Something that's tangible.
You can go look it up.
Maybe we should.
That's the whole point. You got to have something tangible.
Hold on, Miracle. Can you let him talk?
Or maybe we should be asking a little bit more questions and figuring out how maybe we can build other companies for the black community to have something to stand on, because we have showcased that we're about love.
Everyone knows that they got black banks.
So let me ask this then.
Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Let me say this then, because I'm done playing the game now. So he got all these things, right? You said you own all these things, but you haven't learned how to control your emotions, huh? Because I don't think they got a degree or you can buy a business for that.
Bro?
You're right.
This is what I'm saying. Because I go against somebody that's emotions.
It's like you.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
Well, you can't
that's
even.
your problem. The first thing y'all talk about is emotions.
That's our problem. Is your mouth right now. That's your problem right now. Because it's like we cannot.
Foolish, bro. Because in a meeting with men,
this is why we can't get along. That's the reason why. And this is what. This is what Sean and Cousin talking about. We got to get to the root of this situation first. You
it's
own
not
your
a
own
situation
little thing, but you don't even know
because
how to
I'm
stop running your
actually doing
mouth.
it while everyone else is looking for solutions, bro.
Is this how you communicate for real? You just every time you feel like you about to get put in a corner, you got to just keep running your mouth. You don't even hear what nobody else saying.
You came and said something to me about emotions.
Okay, right. So let somebody finish.
This is how emotional. Because any man who says something, so if I am back got on here and said, "Hey, I do this," you know what I'm gonna say to him? I'm gonna say, bro, what teach me how to do this.
That's why black people can't get along, because this dude, he got his own thing.
Because y'all don't think that a black person can accomplish anything. That's why they can't get along. That's
what? That don't mean nothing.
We're not good enough.
That don't mean nothing. What do that? How's that helping any of us?
Do you like your
stuff ain't helping any? Your stuff ain't helping anybody right now but yourself, and that's how majority of us do.
I got a village of people, bro. What do you mean not helping?
You got a village of nothing. You don't. You ain't got no proof of that.
This is what I'm saying. You hear how you just said I don't?
You don't.
You hear how you just said it? Was you there?
I can't hear anything because I can't.
No. You just making up shit. That's what I'm saying. If you don't know
you
what's
making
going on,
up stuff. What are you talking about? I don't get why. That's the problem. We spend our whole time flexing, but you don't know how to communicate. You don't even know how to communicate. And that's what they talk about right now.
For the people, and you talk about flexing. I never said nobody come hang out with me or do nothing with me. I said we need to build something. Everybody said we can't. So I said, you know what? I've done it. So that
we need to build we need to build ourselves. We got to hold up real quick, because he cannot even hear me. You think he about to hear you? What I'm saying is, you're not getting to the root of our situation. You keep talking about building some stuff, but we can't even communicate.
So you tell me what's the root of the situation?
What I'm saying is, how is your situation helping any of us?
Bro, my situation is an example that you can do it. That's the point.
You deflecting again. Once again, you didn't answer my question. I said, how is your situation helping black people?
And say, you look like me and you can do these things. How is that not helping you?
How is... No, it's not. You just...
So you telling me a Hallmark card saying we need to love each other is helping you more than me saying, hey, man, you
how is your business teaching us to love each other?
Bro, teaching us to love each other is not going to get you out of poverty, bro.
And that's the problem, right? Because you don't think that's the issue. It's not helping us communicate. It's like right now, as soon as you feel a certain way, you just got
overpowers poverty.
Did I say that?
So you telling me there's no love for black people today? Nobody love the black
Miracle.
People.
Did I say that?
That's what y'all making it seem like, because y'all saying that the root of the issue should be love.
Did I say that, or that's what it seemed like? Did I say that?
So explain it to me so I understand what the love is.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how you even got your business you got now. You act just like these women.
I got results and I understand.
You talk just like a lot of these women, man. You just
emotions, bro.
Boy, did you have your father?
That's what I'm saying. You see how you frustrated? All I'm saying to you are actual facts.
It is frustrating to talk to you because you can't communicate.
It doesn't matter how I got it, because it has nothing to do with emotions.
Did I say that? Did I ask you that?
You can't. The first thing you said was emotions, bro. When you stopped, you stopped everybody and said you emotional.
You didn't hear anything I said. I bet money you didn't hear nothing I said. You keep talking about accomplish nothing. You didn't accomplish
No, see, that's what I'm saying.
You need
I've
to
already
accomplish how to
accomplished
have a
something. I got
communication.
results.
Accomplish
That's what
that
I'm saying. You
first.
talking about me trying to accomplish something with y'all. I'm not trying to accomplish nothing with y'all.
So what
I'm
is you
telling you
on
that
here
you can do it
for?
for yourself.
What is you on here for? The flex? Just like any other black person?
What flex, bro? I literally came up here and said,
So what have you?
black people
You're
need to
not
build their own
teaching nobody.
community.
You're
That's
not
all I
telling
said.
nobody anything. All
Then
you doing is saying you have a
Cousins
business,
and
we
Cousins
talk
and
about
Stan say that it's about love and that nobody can do it on their own and we don't have this and we can't think like this. We're followed.
Wait
That's what they
fucking
said. And I said,
wait.
hold on, man. Why are we talking
Hold on.
about the potential of our people like it's non-existent? That was what I said before I even mentioned anything about myself.
Okay,
So
listen.
to kind of paint a
My
picture
only
like I
question,
came in here
real quick,
flexing
real
means
quick.
that
I see
My
what
y'all
only
y'all
are
was
the
question
going
ones
through.
is
That's
this.
crazy.
that's in the wrong, bro.
Hold on, miracle.
I thought I could do
First
something
of all,
different.
could
I see how you communicate. That's crazy.
did you even
No, you can see how I
can you
communicate all you want, but that's because
I
you
see
don't
why
understand what
I
I'm
keep seeing
saying
why
to
you
you.
get muted. That's
miracle,
just crazy. It makes sense.
but
Bro, you can mute me
miracle,
all day, but at the end of the day, I'm still gonna go back to doing what I'm
Miracle,
doing
That's
for
why
my
are
not
you
my
people.
point.
arguing with
While
You
her
y'all
gotta.
get
I know you.
such
You got a
Miracle?
girlfriend.
Why are you arguing with a
miracle.
room full of
Did
oh
you
black
my
hear
people,
me?
goodness,
acting
bro.
like you're the only
I
black
hope
person
he
in
ain't
the
got no
Oh,
woman
room?
though. That's crazy. I
oh
bet
my
you. I bet
goodness.
you a
Now
passport
you
bro
see that's
too
what I'm
though.
saying. Now you can assume what my
You are
business
literally
is. You can
arguing
assume
with a
about my
room
Because
full
I
of black
can't
personal
see
people,
life,
how
acting
see
assume
you
like
about
you're
my
communicate
emotional.
the
like
only
that.
black
You
That's
person
must
in
be
the
a
room,
crazy.
you
bro.
must be a degree in psychology therapy. What is it? You just diagnose me? That's
No,
what
I
I'm
said
saying. You diagnosed me
all I
because
fucking
I
said was
said
that you are
that
acting
black
like
people
a
can do
fucking
This
things
is
for
victim,
sad.
themselves.
like
This
you're
is
the only black person in a
Crazy to
room
me.
full of white people trying to fucking flex, saying that you're better than them when you're literally
Megan,
arguing
he
with a
stop.
haven't
I
black
said
haven't said
man.
anything
anything.
about
And
being
he
better
wanna
than
laugh when we
anybody.
talk
That's my
about build
point.
love, build
The moment
families
I
and
said
stuff.
that
He
black
get
people
a
can do for themselves,
business.
they said we
What the
can't.
heck?
I am the only white person
People
in this
can't think.
camp.
He went
We
from he
followed.
went from
That's the
I know
first
that.
thing they said. Nobody said nothing about that. Everybody agree with that.
go ahead, yeah,
Everybody agree
please,
with
yeah.
that though. Yeah, y'all are. Yeah, y'all are. Y'all
Why are you
disputing the
so
results
mad?
because you questioning it based on what?
I'm
You
not
didn't ask
pissed.
me to prove it. You didn't ask me where it was, what it do. You just said, nah, he lying.
Bro, listen, hold on,
So he's
everybody,
so
hold on. I will mute listen. This is my talking. I'm trying to hear everybody, but we talking over each other, and I don't want to make this into an argument, and I don't want to drop everybody off the panel. I'm just saying, I want to make sure everybody gets heard. So, who was just talking with Miracle? It was two people talking at the same time, and I couldn't
the one right
decipher.
above you, cousin.
Okay, all right. So listen. All right, because what it sounds like is a whole lot of emotions happening right now. So let's get this. Let's reel it back, and so that way we can hear each other points. Because a lot of times we've been agreeing on a lot of shit, and it's still being argued, and I don't understand how that happens. But now I do because it's just that we're not hearing each other because everybody talking over each other. So let's do it in order. If you want to go ahead, say your point, Sean, and then Miracle, you respond to that if you want to retort, and then if one of the ladies want to get in here, because I know I heard a female's voice, I heard a
Me.
woman's voice somewhere,
That
and
is
I don't
me.
want to know. You can go right after that, okay? Let's get our points out and get it in order. All right, let's go.
you have to start reporting those crimes in order to protect you and the people that's in that community, right? So if I were to tell you that we've been very successful, we got all newspaper articles, and we pretty much, you can look us up. Do you care that we made change in that way, or you only care that it's only being changed in your way?
What I'm saying to you is you're focused on one specific thing, crime, right? What I'm you build your follow you, bro. The crime is going on in someone else's system, not yours. So you're fighting against something that is producing what you're fighting against. So that's a bad place to be in, right? You're setting yourself up to lose. It just doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is, if you want something for our people and you want to see our people progress, you build something that's for them, and they get sustained from it. They learn from it. They get healing from it. They get food from it. They get everything from it. If you haven't built that, then no one will follow you. That's my point. You're putting a Band-Aid on the situation versus saying, you know what, we need to just go do something different. They want you to put a Band-Aid on it. They want you to do those things. They want you to nonprofit all up and take government money and tax
So are you
exempt.
going
They
to
want you
build
to do
this?
all that stuff.
Are
Because
you
that's
going to
fueling
build
their
this in
system,
America,
bro.
or are you going to go
It ain't
somewhere else
fueling
outside
yours.
of America?
I've already left America and started building, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm already
So are you even
doing
here right
this.
now?
I'm not speaking just to speak. There's over 60% of the land mass on the earth is undeveloped and untouched, bro. And we out here fighting over places that they've already taken advantage of, they've already secured, and they already control. And we want them to help us.
That is true.
That's not how it goes, bro. You got to build your own.
That is true.
Okay, so I think now let me ask you this though, Miracle. Do you concede that that is a part of something that needs to happen if we want to have a community? I think that we all agree that that is not the only
Which part? You
solution.
talking about the crime part?
I'm saying, yeah, if we live in a community,
No. I'm saying to him that is absolutely a good thing. But what I'm saying
okay,
to him is, if we go build our own place on our own land, what crime is going to be there? Unless you brought it. Don't you
right,
get a fresh start when you go build your own, right?
right, I got you.
So that's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm saying, why fight crime in they system when you can just go build a place where ain't no crime there,
That
you,
is
you,
and you
true.
get to
yes,
control who come
yes,
in
you
there. You get to
could, yes, you
control what
could, but
goes
also
on
you
there.
can't. Because
That-
even the territory that you believe is not claimed is claimed.
Oh my goodness, this is someone telling me about something that
You
I
saying you
know
can
about
buy
and I'm
it. You
actually
talking about
doing. This is what I'm
buying the
saying.
land.
Like, we can't
Okay,
talk about
you're doing it
speculation. We gotta
cool,
talk about
Stevie, but
results.
I'm just telling you, like, you can't, as a person, you can't just be like, hey, I own this territory, even if it's,
That's not how it
it's
works. So
already
that's what I'm saying. If
previously
you don't know
owned
the
by other
rules,
countries.
if you don't know the rules, then you would ask questions like that or say what you can and can't do
I'm not,
versus
but
actually trying to do it.
please do not try to
You
fucking
see what
talk
I'm
down to me
saying?
like I'm fucking.
You
I
just
get
told me
it.
you can't go claim it as a person, this, that, and other, right?
Yes,
I'm
unless you're with the
saying
country.
you don't sound like you've read what the actual rules say. That's what I'm saying. Because I've read the rules. So if you would have read them, then you wouldn't have said that to me.
What
That's what I'm
territory are you
saying.
trying to claim that isn't
That's
claimed?
called
Like somewhere in the middle
speculation.
of the fucking Amazon forest or like Antarctica? Because I'm pretty sure every other
Oh my
territory
goodness.
on
Here
this
this goes.
planet is already
See,
claimed by a country.
this is why we can't get
I
nowhere,
see some
because you got
islands that's
somebody that's
costing
gonna question something
$1,000
and
to
they not doing nothing to do it anyway.
There is some islands that you can
Like this is
actually
what I'm
buy
saying.
for
Like,
$1,000.
let me give you a little secret though.
I
If
love
you
how
ever
you love the
want to
sound
go on the
of
internet
this.
and research something, go to the UN.
That's why I mentioned your red bars earlier, by the way.
United
I
I
mean,
got all them,
Nations Declaration for Rights
got
Yeah,
all
but
these
you
business,
haven't.
and you can't get
for
afford
indigenous
a signal.
people. And
That's why I
you
mentioned
get
his red bars earlier.
I get what you're trying to
Bro,
say.
jungle, bro. I'm in the Amazon jungle while you talking. While you over there paying for the European
I'm in the
system
United
and
States.
supporting
What
them
the
and,
fuck are
and
you
helping
talking
fuel
about?
them against your people, right? That's what I'm saying. It's always the
I'm
super
in the
slave
United
trying to
States.
down the free man.
I do
Like, it
think we
don't
need to
make
push more
sense.
building in the back.
Like, why we against
Hey,
each
I
other?
don't
If
understand
Elon Musk came in here and told
why is it a passport dude telling us about our American issues?
Thank
Why
you.
I
Thank
don't
you for
even know
that
why
for
he
you gonna
even
one.
put
over there
robots in
talking.
your house and not let y'all do
I'm literally so fucking lost on what the
your
fuck
own
that had
to
anything to
say
do with what
against
Sean
him
said.
because
Now I see what people mean when they say get out our business, because that's crazy. How you over there yelling
Like, oh,
across the
you left
seas
America.
I
telling
wasn't
You
us
fucking
about
responding
our
left
to Sean. I was
America.
issues?
responding to
That's
I
probably
was
You
why
left
he
responding to
don't
him.
America, so why
understand
the
it.
fuck are you in our bullshit if you're no longer here?
Yeah, that's why he don't understand it.
Bro, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. If y'all look up Miracle
No one
Territory,
cares about
that's a
American territory
holistic
because
healing
you already
facility in
inflated your
Atlanta,
fucking
Georgia,
amount of money.
where I have a house and a
You trying to
business
Do you
and a
know how
promote
much
something?
$1
That's
laboratory.
what it
trillion
is.
is?
Where I'm building is outside
Do
the
you know how
country
much $1
because that's what
trillion
I want to
is?
do. So what are we talking
Why
about? That's
why
what
are
I'm
you
saying. So
flexing so
stop
hard? Why are you
assuming
flexing so hard?
and just ask. Cause
Don't say
y'all don't
y'all.
assume
Don't
nothing
say
when the
y'all
white man
because you
say
are
something.
literally
Y'all
in a
just
room
go
full of
along
black
with what he
people.
say.
I'm the only fucking white person here.
I'ma say y'all.
And you're flexing, trying to show other black
I'm
people
not
that
talking,
you are better
sweetheart. I
than
don't care
them.
about your color. I'm talking about Europeans. I'm not talking
We
to you. I'm talking
okay.
about our
Wait,
people.
Miracle.
You want to be
Wait,
included.
Miracle. Miracle. One
I
fuck
didn't
sake.
come here to talk to
If you are
you. I'm
saying
talking about
your
our
people, right?
people.
Here's the thing. To be able to stop all the violence in the world, right? Every person, no matter the color, is your fucking people. We are
Do
all
you
the
realize that
same
every
fucking
civilization was
species.
created through war? Do you realize that?
You're not in
Do you
America,
realize
so
that every single
why does it matter?
civilization, all the rights that you have, was created through war?
What does that
It
have
was created
anything to
through
do with the
violence.
fact
Do you
that I
realize
just
that?
said you're saying your people, your people, your people?
That has
Technically,
to do
you
with
are my
everything. There is
people.
no peace. There is no peace without
You are my
violence.
people
There is no
because
peace
color
without
is
setting
just
order.
color.
There's no peace without
So
having
you're
boundaries and being
okay.
able
You're
to
okay with
secure it.
your
That has
people
nothing
being
to do with
darker
anything. All the
skinned.
stuff you're asking for results in, you have
So
to
you're
be in
okay with
control.
like saying your people are not all the people. You're okay with fucking segregating people.
I'm saying that my melanated
We are
people in
every
this
person's
world are
melanated.
at the bottom of the totem pole right now because we don't have anything that we control.
We
All
don't.
other racial groups or ethnic groups, they have things that they actually
Unless you're in
control and they're
Africa
only for them.
I
We don't have that.
agree.
So
I
or
we
agree.
need to get to
Jamaica.
that point.
I agree too.
I humbly
That's
agree.
the point.
I
If you
think
don't
I
care
never said
about
I
that, that's
didn't.
your
I was just
business. But
saying you
that's
are
what I
literally
care
in a
about.
room full of black people arguing with a room full of black people. Like you are the only black person in the
black
fucking
I'm
room.
supposed to
people
argue with my
argue.
black people to
All
get us on the
races of
same
people
page.
argue.
Absolutely. That's what
All
I'm
races
supposed
of
to
people
do.
argue. So it's okay that he's arguing. That's just what happens.
Right, like what are you talking about? You acting like I'm degrading them. I'm telling them they could be
Yeah, he
better.
hasn't said anything necessarily
No,
disrespectful.
I understand, but
There is
he's
islands you can actually
arguing
have
and
for
flexing
$1,000.
unnecessarily.
No, you just want
I'm
to
not trying to
argue.
argue.
I'm
I
literally
actually
telling my
wanted to come
people
up
that
and
we
talk
could build
about the
our own
background
shit,
stuff.
and you.
So sometimes people don't like the message, but I kind of do hear what he's saying. I think in the black culture, we do need to promote more building, more productivity. We just okay. Let's just promote that. Like build some shit.
Yeah, because they got islands you can buy
Why
for
would we
$1,000.
build
Bro, when you say
anything with a person that we
build
don't
something better,
love or we
they
can't
always get
trust? That was the
offended.
whole
They get
point.
frustrated. I don't know what it is. When you tell them to build something of their
That
own,
makes
they
no
go back to being
sense.
lazy,
Because
bro.
there's
They
a
don't
lot
want
of
to
a lot of
hand
things
it
that are
to them.
built by people who hate you, but they benefit off of you going to their company. So at the end of the day, if it's someone who actually loves you and you produce something, a product that's good, people will buy it. So black
That's
people
the
need to produce. We're the most loving people in the world. Let's produce. Let's fucking
but
produce.
I'm saying, but who we gonna produce with? If we can't trust us,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. The person that's telling you what to
Right. If
That's a
we
produce
hate
can't
something,
crime.
build
you don't really
families
want to listen to him.
and
You want to talk
have
about
no
his internet and talk about his
But
emotions.
there are
Like, come on,
families.
man.
Not
oh
everyone
my
is like me.
gosh, y'all missing the point. I don't even get how y'all own
Listen,
anything. man, bro. Y'all
How
just
many
y'all.
people
100%, Kev.
do you think it takes to start a company? How many people? You
You
don't
guys
have
are
five. You don't
talking
have five
over
Okay,
the
I'm
friends.
gonna
host.
say
Wait,
this
wait,
You
again because I'm
cannot
tired of
say
y'all
that,
Kev,
deflecting.
Talking
Y'all
over the
keep
Kev,
host.
y'all
you don't
keep
have five.
deflecting.
Kev, you don't have
So
five
real
friends
quick,
that
let's
you can
listen
trust.
for a
You
minute.
don't have five
Listen.
family
What?
members that
this
you can trust.
program's like
Hey,
It
Rainbow
doesn't
sit
take
down.
Push.
thousands of
Let him
Sit
people,
let him
down.
bro.
speak, man. Let him get it out.
All right, bro. He can't hear me. So next part. All right. Like I said, What the freak? I was in the middle of this thing. The whole point is, right? I said, how are we going to build with some people that we don't trust or have any love or any family with? How are we gonna build anything? I think you talking about jumping the I can't say that word.
Agreed.
But talking about jumping it, we just gonna we just gonna build with random people because they have the same skin color as us.
It's places like
I
Rainbow.
agree with you.
Hold up. No, actually, no. I just need this one person to say something because, like, I think he's missing the whole point. And other dude keeps saying we had love all this time.
He ain't gonna receive it, Kev.
No, I want to see if because I want to dissect this one by one and see if he can actually hear me because I just know he just like talking.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, my spirit is saying that.
Don't answer another question. Let this dude answer the question. Miracle, answer the question,
let
man.
me know when you're ready.
I've been ready. This people keep jumping in every time I ask the freaking question like the question ain't mean nothing.
No, I'm about to answer your question. What I'm saying to you is businesses are run on results, not love, bro. There's no emotion in business, bro. People go to work with each other and hate each other guts. But as long as they both produce the result that they need,
let me put it in
business,
another language then. Let me put it in another way. What I mean, okay, are you going to hire or is you going to have somebody work with you if you don't know they're going to steal from you? Hello?
This is what I'm saying. Do you go into a business saying the person
you about to deflect again?
Or do you have things in place so nobody can steal from you, bro? This is what I'm saying. Like we acting like this thing is a piece of clay. We talk about business, bro.
You deflect so much, bro.
That's okay. I'm done. I think I did get to the
business, bro. Y'all keep talking about everything y'all saying is stopping you from even starting.
I think I just asked the golden one and he just went right past it. That's crazy.
Fucking question.
No, because you looking for some magical answer. Talk about who wants to go into
You're not gonna answer. Is you gonna answer? No, you're trying to jump.
Question you gotta ask.
What I'm saying is you're jumping straight over to. It's just like saying I want to be a millionaire, but you're not putting no work into it. Hey guys, you can be a millionaire and not
you gotta
no work.
Start. You can't start by saying I'm not gonna go into business because I don't trust people, I don't love people, and they're gonna steal from me. That's not how it works.
Love is paramount.
Oh my, that don't make no sense.
What the fuck he
love is probably the most important, one of the most important things in life.
Okay, can we go back to the process?
But at the same time, how many people do you think it takes to build a company? You don't have 4 friends. You don't have 4 friends that you love. You don't have 4 family members that you love.
It only takes one person to start a company, bro. It doesn't take a million people. It takes one person to have the idea, bro.
You don't have 2 family members that you can trust and love. You don't have 2 best friends that you can trust and love. It doesn't take 1,000 people to build.
That's not what the fuck you said.
Love is paramount, but let's build with the people that you love.
Yeah, it's not like y'all making excuses, bro.
No.
I have a group of 15 friends from high school. We have built multiple businesses with each other. I'm an assistant principal. I have 4 businesses. I have 3 with my brother. I have 3 businesses with my brother and 3 businesses with my mom.
Don't talk. They're gonna say you flexing, bro. Don't do that.
It doesn't take multiple people. You can build with your family.
Y'all horrible, bro.
You can build with your family and friends.
Chicago.
You can build with your family and friends.
Can we go back to background, please?
Listen. If you're gonna go into anybody's business or any type of business and you don't understand that there's risk in business, that means you don't need to be in business, period.
I never knew the most successful is people like this for real. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Can we go back to that?
You didn't know that there are people
you really can't communicate with some people on here no matter how much you try to.
What are you talking? So I didn't answer your question?
No, you didn't.
Communicate. You just don't like what I'm saying, bro. That's not called I can't communicate. I definitely
you cannot. You cannot because I made it very simple.
I can't communicate, bro. But
it's all right though. It's all right. We just gonna skip past that, man. It's not gonna get answered.
Everybody. I guess somebody thinks I can communicate. Somebody.
I guess whatever make you feel better tonight, man.
Kev, I give you a solution, bro.
It's not about feelings, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all so focused on feelings, bro. Where the results at?
You take one word out and rock with it.
His ego.
Man, you gotta call
because that's the word you keep using.
What about
you came in on emotional? This ain't got nothing to do with emotions. This is about what's right and what's not.
That's right.
What about the black mom and daughter who owns like 200?
You can't say anything I said was wrong.
What about the black mom? What about the black mom?
That's the biggest thing. Is nothing I've ever
we
said
can
on here,
definitely
can you
get
say I
list.
was wrong
Hey
when I
Kev,
said it?
hey Kev, what about the black
Somebody give me
mom?
some wine my dang on
What
self
about the
early in
black
the
mom
morning.
and
I have
daughter?
some wine
Hey Kev, what about the
in a
black mom and
bottle.
daughter who owns over 200 McDonald's? They work together. That's only two people. They'll have 200 something businesses. So at the end of the day, you don't need many people. Work with your family and
That's
friends
cool,
that you
but
do
you
love.
still need somebody you
Yes,
can trust.
exactly. Family
You're
and
So
gonna
you
friends.
don't
have to
have
go to
nobody you
your
can
That's what
trust
all
in
car
the
the
work.
world
at
like
your
that?
And
That's
I
state.
what
feel
all the
you
wealthy
right, but
people
whose
do.
families is getting along to this day?
All the wealthy people build with their families. All the
I'm
people who
not
really
lying.
own
No,
everything
I'm
build with
not
their
What you
talking.
talking
families.
about? All of the wealth is family. All those
I'm talking about
brands you
right now.
wearing
You
are
got somebody in
families,
your
bro.
family that's building some stuff.
Yes, I told you. I have 3 businesses with my mom and my brother.
Hell
I have
yeah.
another
Okay,
business
In
with my uncle.
Chicago,
that's good. There we go. There we go. And y'all trust each other, right? And y'all got some.
That's why I said love is paramount. It is. So both people
There
are
you go.
right. Love is important, but at the same time, we need to
Yeah,
build
homie.
as well. So build with the people that you
That's my
love.
whole.
Bro,
That was the whole.
that's a
That's
bad
the
day
whole
when you
point.
can't
But
find
somebody
nobody
got
you
that.
trust, bro.
Somebody finally got to the point, man. Because you got to. You can't just jump in and just hire somebody that you don't that know that much about, that you can't trust, that you can't build nothing with. That's like why a lot of us can't hire one another, because some of us just trying to eat. You know what I mean? Just trying to, and then people do anything to eat. I ain't gonna lie though. But some of us would do, we just know they can't handle no job at the moment because they just not, their mindset is not ready for that. Some people more got the mentality of spending more than trying to save. I mean, we see all this stuff. But first we have to address that issue
Those are two
first so we
different
can,
things, Kev.
Chicago got Rainbow
Are you
Push.
talking about doing business with somebody or hiring somebody to work for you? Them two different things. The
Back to
person you
both.
do
back.
They
business with has to
all of us
have a
gonna be
Let's get
working
company
back
with
that
to
they
one
have to
back.
another. That
have
don't make no
something they can
sense.
show you.
Everybody can't be a leader. Everybody
They,
can't be a boss.
And then Kev, you don't
what
have
I'm
to.
saying to you is you're
There are
supposed
too
to be
many
looking for
constituencies
leaders if you're a leader, not people to work
That
for
don't
you.
make
You're
no
supposed to be looking
sense.
for people that you
No,
can build with. So you telling me
There are
that
consumer play. Let's
Elon
get back
Musk
to
and
back,
his
guys.
whole PayPal crew, they all got together and started a company, and now they all have their own separate
they all
billion-dollar
not Elon
companies. So you
Musk
telling me
though.
leaders are not supposed to come together?
They not all Elon Musk.
No, they are not.
Bro, they all have billion-dollar companies that
They
they
do.
own.
Yeah,
They
but they're
do.
not
All
Elon
of
Musk.
them. It doesn't matter. He went just
It
because he
does.
went higher than them. They all are
Yeah,
higher
he's
than
also
everybody else.
smarter.
No, he went into a different field. That's the thing. That's the thing. Money
Elon
is
Musk is
about
one of
what
the smartest
industry
people
you in.
alive.
So that's what I said. At the end of the day, it's always a base to everything. I actually feel like, well, I actually know that the solution first will have to be family. We got to focus on family and know how to work with one another again. Also know how to, and that's even with agreeing to disagreeing sometimes. Um, I wouldn't say
No.
so. I wouldn't say trust. Then we could say like, I
Respect.
guess it's like a loyalty in a way. It's a loyalty,
Yeah.
but like soldiers, like when you at an army and stuff, y'all might not trust or whatever, but y'all got a mission, right? So y'all all got to be on one accord. For the most part, everybody
Yeah.
thinking about themselves,
Like
and
Chicago,
and
they
we
got Rainbow Push.
I think we
said
need
what?
both at the same time. We
In
need both at the same
Chicago, they
time.
got Rainbow
I got a
Push.
question for you,
What the heck
Kev.
that had to do with I got?
Do you trust
Well, black
somebody
people,
or you
black
find them
black
loyal
owners,
day
black
one,
owners,
or is
put it
that
like that,
something that
black
they
owners.
build on every single day?
You say it again.
I said when you trust somebody or their loyalty that you got for somebody or they got for you, is this something you know day one, or is this something that happens that you build every single day?
I think you built that.
Every single day, right?
Yeah, you built it.
Right. You have
Right. So
to.
that means at any point in time, the person that's just loyal to you and that you trust can turn on you. Right?
I guess.
Okay, then. So that's my point. You have no way of saying this person is the most loyal person, most trustworthy person. I'm going to do business with them.
Who was
No,
saying
you
that?
have to go into a business with someone who's qualified, and then you see if they can sustain the trust and the loyalty with you.
Who said that?
But if you don't start, then no one goes
Even the person
anywhere.
that's qualified still can steal from you, though, right? So
Absolutely.
I don't get your point you're getting to,
Absolutely.
though.
My point is it ain't got nothing to do with love. It got to do with what they
That's
actually
cool, right?
do.
We was talking about family because we got to still build a family, right? We still got dysfunctional homes right now at the moment. Our kids ain't even doing well. The kids got to grow into something,
You
but
want to know why
they
they ain't
over here
doing well?
unaliving each other and stuff.
You want to know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because
How we gonna build
they behind
anything?
enemy lines just like you.
Huh?
And you not taking them out.
The
You know
what?
what it is,
Wait,
dude?
what?
I said the children are suffering because they're behind enemy lines, just like their father and their grandfather and their great grandfather was, and
What is that?
nobody's trying to
Wait,
separate.
wait.
You know
enemies as in
Nobody's
what? What are
separating,
you
bro.
He
talking
What
about?
talking
that?
about the
What is
So they're
government.
that?
gonna be affected the same way you was
Target
affected, in the
race.
same way
Yeah,
they kids gonna be
He
affected
talking
So
about
because
the
of the
that's
same
government.
system they
who is
growing
the
up in.
enemy? At the moment,
that's
we
what I
are
was
our own
asking.
enemy. So I don't
He
get what you're
talking
getting
about
to.
the
Oh, you
government.
think we the enemy? We our
He's
own
talking
enemy.
about
Yes.
race.
Yeah.
Okay.
know what it
All
is,
right.
I
Kev?
don't think I
That
know.
might be it right
My
there.
kids is
I
doing
think I
great.
know.
Hey,
He's
Kev.
bringing up the
We even proving
white
that
race
tonight.
against
You know
black
what
You
Somebody.
it is?
say
Americans.
what?
So
I
We
said
prove what?
actually my kids are doing great.
Hey, Kev. You know what it is too, bro? It goes
of
back
course
to
they
the
are,
old.
Chris,
It goes
because
back
you're
to the
great.
old
We
argument.
prove.
Thank you.
It goes
I
back to the
love
old
y'all.
You're
argument.
welcome, love bug.
Yeah, it goes back to the old
But
argument.
Miracle, my question is, who is the enemy that you are speaking
That's
about?
that's irrelevant.
Are
But
are,
you know,
are, are are you
Anybody who
are you
oppresses our
are you
people.
literally
So do
trying to
you
say that the
identify
white
with them
people
or
are
not?
the enemies?
You impressing
That's who the
yourself
enemy
then?
is.
What the
he
heck?
said
We
anyone.
oppress
He said
ourselves.
anyone who oppresses. He didn't specify a race. He said anyone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's all. We do that
He
but
ourselves.
answered your question. He answered your question.
every race can oppress every race. It's not just
No, every race can oppress every
Who
race.
said? Who said? What the heck? Who said that? What? Megan,
She
what are you
just
talking
said
about,
every
man?
race
You
can
just came out
oppress
of
every
nowhere with that
race.
one.
it's because
But
No,
yeah,
it's
nobody's
not
talking
what
about
I
no
said.
race right now. We're not talking about no race.
yeah, that's what
She
Miracle
brought that
said.
up.
No,
All right, she
Miracle
don't.
did.
Yeah, you don't brought that up, Megan. I heard that. Yeah, you came out of nowhere with that
No,
one. I don't know.
I asked him who the enemy
Yeah,
was, and he said any race
It
that
doesn't
oppresses
matter
we
who
them.
the
just
enemy
saying whoever
is.
the
The
enemy
person
is.
is
So I'm just
Exactly.
saying
speaking.
He said
he ain't nothing. He ain't
anyone. He
saying
didn't
nothing
say any
specific
race.
though.
He said
He didn't
That's
say
what
anyone.
I'm
nothing
He said
saying.
specific.
You're trying to
anyone.
turn it into a race
But
thing.
okay,
I'm
cool.
saying
Right.
that
Yeah, we
we're in
got
a
okay.
system that's against us, and we raising our children in the same system, but we expect different results. It's not gonna happen.
Right.
He's saying
Okay.
we don't have our own Chinatown,
So
our own stuff like that. Like
Like,
like
what are we
Chicago
talking
got
about? You talking
push.
about the
yeah,
kids, and we our own, and you even said it. We're our own enemy. Damn, that's
even though
fucked up.
even
That
though
we feel we our
he said
own
she was
enemy.
proving the point, but you're supposed to let him speak for himself though. We can't just throw the way we feel and tell him that's what he's saying. That's how we misunderstand some things because
No,
somebody
no,
can
no.
switch
He
it up.
understands that he's
So
when
you
he
gotta
his
let
Hey,
him
the
sweetie.
way
say it
he agrees
himself
about
when
it
you
is he's saying
ask
that
when you
Chinatown is for
no,
Chinese
he ain't
people.
say nothing. He ain't say nothing.
You know what it is,
She
Kev?
said, was it a race? There wasn't no race. He didn't even say nothing. He just said the enemy.
Hey,
I
Kev. You
didn't
know what
say
it
no
is
race.
too,
I just
bro.
said the enemy.
You didn't say no race. I was listening.
So like what happens? I
Yeah,
think.
but when she
I
said
think
when she asked him about the enemy, he said anyone. Like I would let him say it, but
Anybody who
he'll say it
oppresses
again.
us, yeah.
I said that
So
after she asked the race question. My first response, my first statement was, "We're behind enemy lines." That's all I said. And
In
she was
other
like,
words,
"Well,
we
what
are the
race is that?
weakest
What
link.
race are you speaking about?" I said, "Well,
I said,
anybody that oppresses."
Even
who's the
when I
Anybody.
tried to
enemy?
switch the topic, I switched the subject. She came right back again. That's why I was trying to hurry up because I know she was trying to get to it. I'm like, yeah, we not talking about that.
Okay, put it this way: are we ready for AI? Are we ready for it?
What the?
Do we have the knowledge? Though you think we can survive land
We already
computers?
have AI.
Nah,
AI is here.
I don't
Well,
know.
I'm saying, are you think we ready for when they
No,
take over these jobs
We not
that
even
we
ready our
no,
survive?
own
we're not.
self. We need to be. We got to work.
I
I
wanna
want to
I,
know.
I,
So
I
I
want
that's
to
wanna
what.
know
know.
I wanna
So
know
I
are
how
we
want
we
to
gonna
ready
know
prepare for it
where
if
we
we don't
think
have
we
the
are as a
knowledge?
God
people,
damn.
bro. Like, do we think we at the top or something?
No,
So what I'm
Huh?
saying is, how we gonna do it
that's the
without
point.
lacking knowledge? The point is, I'm making is like places like Rainbow
We
Push and
fighting our
all
women right now. That's what we at war
right.
now. That's the sad part about
That's
it.
what I'm saying. You know why we fight
That's
them
what I'm
though?
saying. We got to get to
We
the
fight them
root
because we ain't
first.
got nothing for them.
The
That's
We
thing
ain't
is,
provide no environment
so
for our women to flourish and be who they need to be. But then
you
okay.
know
we
What
what it is,
does
expect
What
them
AI
to
could they
Kev?
not
got to
be
be? What they
treated
provide?
who
You
they
like
need
they
to
guys, you
like
be?
they
guys, you
raised in
guys
a
are
place
doing, you
that's
guys
Okay,
are
that's a
what
doing,
gift.
everybody
you
else
guys are
needs to
do, you
provide?
guys are doing what has been done in the black community for years. did.
Absolutely.
We
Going
keep
against each other,
arguing
battling each
about
other,
what's the paramount
not
solution, what's
listening.
the number one
I
solution.
think
The
cousin
same thing
was trying to
Martin and
speak.
Malcolm did.
Right.
I think cousin was trying to speak, and everybody talked over.
I
He
apologize.
said no.
Oh,
Oh,
my bad.
Go
No,
ahead, pop
I,
off,
I think the mic
cousin.
just came off. I was just listening.
oh, I kept seeing the mic move, but I didn't hear his voice. I'm like, maybe he just got the mic.
Yeah,
We're
my
doing the
bad.
same
Okay.
thing in this conversation that has been done over the
I heard a
past 6
fart back there until you
in the
farted.
black,
So I was like
in the
that.
black community.
Let me
Now I'm
just
gonna
say
say
this
this
though,
before I
y'all. Let
go.
me just say this
Good.
because I think the big problem is we have one person talking from an industrial standpoint and the other people talking from a social standpoint. And sometimes when we are talking and we're coming from two different angles, that's why we get this conflict. Because when we were talking, the conversation started on we're talking on a social level, right, about community, and then we bring in the industry, and so the points are very valid on both sides, but it's just like this friction in the middle because it's coming from two different directions. So I'm just saying, I think we should move on to the next topic. We've been beating this dead horse for about 2 hours. I think it's safe to say we need infrastructure. We need to build. I don't think that anybody can deny what he is saying. I think that we also know that we need to work on more respect and a general, I want to say unity for lack of a better word, which would encompass love and trust and all of the other shit that we talk about, the Hallmark card. We have to work on that as well because that's been lagging in our community. I think that is valid to say. And for somebody to deny that part, I think is crazy. So I think everyone has a point. Now, if we want to continue to argue which one is more important, I think that's asinine because I think it's all needed.
I agree.
Now, how that happens, that could be a whole nother live. You know what I mean? But I do believe that everybody has a point. And if there's anybody listening, man, touch the damn screen. Okay. It's 5:30 in the morning. We've been doing this. And I know are you not entertained? Huh? If you're not getting information from this, something wrong with you. In one way or another, with all the chaos, it is still jewels being dropped. So pick them shits up, put them in your pockets. You might be able to use them for some value someday.
It's okay if I say something before I drop?
Before I go, I'm gonna say I think the best way to work is like places like Rainbow Push and his stuff need to get together and have a meeting. Cause like Chicago got Rainbow Push and all the black people that in every country that already got something should get together and come up with ideas to unite their own little Chinatowns in every city and help each other. Cause I mean that's just an idea. Cause I know Chicago is Rainbow Push and the guy landlord on my building, he own a lot of places and he do business with Rainbow Push. And I know other places they got black communities. So if all the small black communities or those leaders get together, then that's a start in one way. But that's just an idea. I ain't no leader. I'm just telling you that they got programs in Rainbow Push for black people. He got his little thing. If somehow Rainbow Push finance him and they do that, that might be an idea for a starter. Because AI is coming, and actually, and one person even post on here by 2030, more people gonna lose jobs. So we got to start doing some kind of idea. So that is an idea before TikTok get off. That go idea right there to run with. Think about
People
it.
need to get a trade for real.
Also, can I say one thing before I drop as well? So just to add to this point, I think what we're doing is what the black community has done for years. We're always arguing about whose solution is the right solution, and we think it's only one way solution.
That's true.
Some people say, oh, it's Malcolm's way. No, it's Martin's way. Or no, we're Christian. No, we're Muslim. At the end of the day, we all need to attack it from the perspective that we see fit. If he's building something over where he's at, great. If you believe a non-for-profit is the way, great. If you believe family is the way, great. And we all need to support each other. Because if the entire black community was just working on solutions and working together, even though their solutions are different, then the black community will be great. But we're stay fighting each other and saying, no, my solution is the way. My solution is number one. Your solution is number two. No, all solutions are needed and necessary. Exactly. We should put them all together and work together, whether the solution is different or not.
And in other words, if all our opinions are 5 different opinions, what do you create? You create a fix. Now let's put all our opinions together and create a fix. That's the idea before I go.
Exactly. Attack it from every angle.
Ain't nobody gonna hear all this shit, man.
Hey, okay, that's one opinion. All right.
I agree.
You gotta have a
I'm
foundation.
just saying, reality we run out of time, but that is my opinion. But time gonna tell. We're gonna see and wait for it to happen. We're gonna come up with some ideas. TikTok about to go off. The AI is coming. One person even post by 2030, more people are gonna lose jobs. It's all on social media. Those are the ideas. And we said, well, can we talk about federal laws? That goes some ideas.
Okay, let me ask you this question. I do believe that you gotta have, like, somebody shit gotta be right. You know, what I mean by somebody shit gotta be right is you can't, like, you could, like, let's say we building a house. You could talk all day long about what type of windows we're gonna get, what type of carpet we're gonna put in, what type of air conditioning unit we're gonna put in, what type of flooring we're gonna put in. That's all cool and dandy, but you gotta have a foundation first. You gotta have the cement. You
I
gotta be able
told
to
you
have
Rainbow
something.
Push, and here's
I don't know about
the
we don't know about a rainbow push, man. I don't even like the word rainbow. But anyway,
okay, those black people, but okay.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that you gotta have a foundation for anything that you want to do. And if we can't
I
agree,
agree with you.
so what I'm saying is
I agree with
we can't even agree on the foundation. And I feel like everything else what Miracle was saying, I'm not
That's my
everything
point.
that he said.
Okay, let me
on
put it
top of
like
that.
this. He got the house. Get the women over there. Let them start raising their children at that location.
What the hell you talking about women, man? What the hell?
Women and children. You said they got to have love. They need a place to make love.
The foundation is improving the people. That's the foundation. That's the foundation. The foundation.
You get it. Now you get it now. You need a place to.
I think the commonality of everyone's beliefs is improving your people. So that's the foundation. Now, how you go about improving your people may be different. Like Kev may say, family's the foundation. Like, but or Miracle might say, no, having organizations or implementing structures is the foundation. But the underlying foundation is improving your people. So that's the commonality. That's the common unity. How you go about it may be different, but the common unity, the community, the commonality is improving your people.
See, we all right. Now the question is, who's gonna make the first move?
No, we not. I disagree again.
You need a school, right?
Wait.
You got school.
I don't know if certain people are a certain age or not, but I'm pretty sure that I'm pushing 40. I don't know if anybody. I know cousins.
I'm 43.
Hey, I just turned 43.
Okay, there you go. Okay, we got the old club. Okay. Old club.
7.
The reason I say that.
Book of Revelations.
The reason I believe that we have to be on the same page, which is the foundation, is because Farrakhan did the most powerful thing I've ever seen anybody do. He gathered 1 million black men, right? And you would think that would be the most powerful thing in the world. But nothing really happened as effectively as we would want it to, because they all had different belief systems. They all had different religious beliefs. They all had different points of view. They all came together as a collective, but they didn't have no type of foundation at all. And I feel like
what would happen if Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Black Panther had worked together? You think everything would?
I just gave you an example, and you went 40 years back after that.
They had no direction.
They was alive at the same time. Right now, we got different opinions. We're gonna either do they did or do the opposite.
Hold on. You proving a point that if people came before us shown that they wasn't on the same page, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King wasn't on the same page, then Farrakhan with the Million Man March was on the same page. I'm saying we need to be on the same page. If not, we're going to keep repeating history.
And I'm saying that when Martin Luther King and Malcolm X did come together, it was already too late because they waited too long.
Yeah, it was on two different spectrums. You just got to leave the past in the past.
Me and you need to come together, because if not, we're going to be gone soon too.
Right.
Exactly.
And Eric's too intelligent, to lose it.
So let's agree on something. Who's gonna be the better man and say, okay, let's.
I'm not agreeing with nobody that called my shit a Hallmark card. Man.
Okay, I got you.
At some point, you just have to agree to disagree.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and then you have to just vote on, what's more feasible.
What do that mean? Agree to disagree? I never understood that concept. What does that mean?
Agreeing to disagree means
that y'all both can be right at the same time until I don't
like that. Yeah, that don't fit right in my that don't sit right in my spirit.
To me,
you can be right in your opinion, and we can be right in our opinion.
Y'all both have your own opinions, and that's what it is.
Yeah, they said that's actually
King. One of y'all Martin Luther King.
That's actually one of the main. They say that's a good tactic just for people in general, especially for relationships, to agree to disagree.
Oh, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
They said that's something that's recommended or whatever, because everybody gonna have their own way of thinking in general, and we will never get anywhere. Then you be stuck because some people are just very solid on what they believe in. So that's where I guess that saying came from too.
I mean, they can be, solid on, what they believe in, but it's also important for people to actually actively listen to understand. not just listen to respond.
It means coming to an understanding.
Some people will never understand.
Like I look at it like back to the turtle and hell. You the turtle, he's the hell, and y'all both trying to win the race. But this time, let's not both one of y'all win. Let's both make it to the finish line at the same time.
Like Crips and Bloods.
See somebody use that agree to
like Crips and Bloods when they hold the truth.
How that shit work out?
Like Crips and Bloods when they have a truce.
Use that.
You know how like the Crips and Bloods, they have a truce, they're enemies, but they agreed to come to a truce at a certain time period to stop the crime, or maybe to come together for a charity. They may disagree, but they decide to have a truce, amicably work together. It's like coming to an agreement with someone you disagree with. You know, coming to a mutual understanding.
Hold on, that was a bad. Hold on, man. Maybe that was just a wrong analogy, right? You can't use people who unalive each other and they want to come. Hold on, you can't use people who unalive.
It's like war.
You can use people who unalive each other to showcase that even people who have unalived each other, they
That's
can
called a truce.
for this day, for this day.
No, but they go back to doing it after jail.
We agreed to come to a truce today.
Hold on, wait, brother, hold on. It doesn't make sense because you can't be unaliving each other and then come to some type of.
The government do that every day.
Brother, can you hold on? Wait. You can't come to a truce. You can't unalive each other, right? Then come to a truce temporarily just to go back to unaliving each other.
The government do that every day.
It was a waste of time.
For that specific time period. You came to a truce for a specific time period.
The government do that every day.
The thing
China,
is,
Russia, United
people
States,
need
they all
to
come
be
to the United
adults.
States and sit on a table and eat and drink from a religion point of view.
Didn't black people forgive white people? Didn't black people forgive one?
I pay attention to politics.
Didn't black people come to the truth?
That's a truce, though. But I think agreeing to disagree is understanding that you realize it's an opinion.
Didn't black people?
Opinions are never right or never wrong.
No, everyone has to respect just like everyone has. And don't try to change their mind.
Yeah, you can't agree or disagree on like facts. Like facts are facts, right? There's nothing you can do about that. It's either right or wrong.
Yeah,
But
y'all
when you
both
have an
stand y'all
opinion or
ground.
a
And y'all
view,
both,
yeah,
man.
you can
y'all,
say, you know what? I don't have your same view, but I respect you for having your view. So we going to disagree.
Right, that's what that is.
It's really at the end of the day, it's just all about respect.
All I know, y'all both got y'all territory that's gonna be viable in the future, and right now we disagree.
Exactly. I accept that I'm not going to change.
I accept both of y'all because both of y'all is needed, but right now we disagree.
I accept that I'm not going to change your mind, but we can just move on. Like I accept I'm not going to change your mind, so we could just move on. That's what agree to disagree means.
And that shouldn't be your motivation either to change their mind. You know, you have to just listen.
They strong with their power.
I mean, I think everybody want that though. Everybody do that.
No, it's not changing their mind. It's trying to get them to understand your opinion so that they change their mind on it.
I get both sides of the story.
It's the same thing. I think it's still everybody come on here to change some people.
No, I don't.
It's just trying to get them to understand their point of view.
I do. I'm not gonna lie. I do come on here to change. I think anytime we put our opinion out, we trying to change, or we trying to get somebody to look at it from our point of view.
From your
AKA meaning we want them to change their way of thinking.
But
That's
at the
why we
same
do.
time,
I know it sounds cruel, but it's the reason why, like we say, not cruel. I mean, it just sounds, I guess.
At the same
overall,
time,
we are looking for change. That's why we come on here for.
But what you're doing, Kev, actually is not trying to change their mind, but you just dropping gems. You know, so maybe they could see it from a different perspective. They may not, agree with you at that moment, but they might come back.
So
it's like saying my friend of my friends, my enemy. Sooner or later, they're gonna agree on something because they both strong, they both with opinion, and those are warriors. Again, back to what I was saying before about gladiators. They are gladiators. Instead of gladiating themselves, they can gladiate our common enemy in the future.
Okay. Let me ask you. So you mean to tell me that if, and this for you, Kev, this for you, get off that game, get off that game. Okay. This for you, because I'm gonna put you in the middle of the fire.
You gonna put him down with the ship.
This is
I like the fire.
We trying to save the Titanic, and you created the
This is the agree with the disagree stuff, which I don't like at all, right? Okay, if someone has a history of doing something for 50 to 60 years and they have not given them any results, right? The results that they want, right? Would you tell them that they need to keep trying? Like you wouldn't tell them that what they doing is not working? Like it ain't no difference of opinion. It just
you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Man, I said Kev.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
And I want you to answer. Well, I don't know if you're gonna answer, but okay. Now, if someone is doing something repeatedly, right? Because we know what they say. Insanity is what doing the same thing and expecting different results. Okay.
Different results, right?
So if our people have been doing the same thing in the same, remember in 1960 it was what? No justice, no peace, right? And the Million Man March was no justice, no peace, right? We want justice, we want peace, right? The 20-year anniversary of the Million Man March, it was the same cry: no justice, no peace. Here we are in 2024. We still saying the same thing, right? So if I'm saying that we doing the same thing and not getting no results, right? I'm gonna call that out. I'm gonna say you're wrong. It ain't no our opinion is different. No, that means you wrong, because why would you want to? You keep telling people to do the same thing.
But you doing the same thing too.
Hold on, Eric. Come on.
My bad.
We are literally doing the same thing. So why not try something different? So I'm gonna say that it ain't no agree to disagree.
Sometimes what you
Hold
think
on,
we're doing the same thing, talking about love.
What you think is different is actually the same thing as well.
I could have sworn he said Kev. That's crazy. I'm ready.
I'm in Spanish.
It's hard for people to, control their emotions.
Your name's not Kevin. Your name's Kevin.
Yep.
So, all right, yeah. So the term. So with that, right? You just talking about arguing facts over feelings type situation, though. You can't argue a fact, and you just have to be like, well, I guess that's just to let the situation go until you prove them wrong. But I always say, you say you don't. Overall, I think you just said you had an issue with the agree to disagree. I just say simple as that. I'm pretty sure you're married, so I know you do it every day or every moment, right? Because there's gonna be times where
we almost got divorced. We almost got a divorce.
So unless you just faking and saying, yeah, I get you, baby. You know what I'm saying? that ain't no way. I'm just saying, like, because at the end of the day, y'all grew up differently, so it's gonna be some things. Just like I got friends, right? I got friends that just will not understand from my point of view, just like I won't understand from their point of view. And we just got to be like, well, I agree, disagree. This worked for you, and this don't work for me. Something like that. So that is times you use it. But if you saying like you talking about when it's like wrong, like I'm saying, I'm agree to disagree that you backhand that girl. That's my funny one. But you did that's wrong. No, that's still wrong. No matter whoever look at it, that's still wrong. You know what I'm saying? So something like that, I can get. You're gonna never. That's not an agree to disagree moment. That's just like flat out like, no, you just wrong. You can't argue that.
Right. Because what I'm saying, you can't. And when it comes in relationships, right? When someone is telling you about their feelings about something, you can't agree to disagree on it. It's their feelings. You have to pretty much validate that, right? So I feel like in marriage, it's something totally different. But the reason when I hear to agree to disagree, it's pretty much you basically saying one of us lying, nigga. That's basically what you're saying. One of us is talking some stupid shit. So when I'm going off of history, if you have something to back up what you are saying, at that point it's just not an opinion. That's what I'm saying. Like if you got a history, you got 60 years of history that you could look at and talk about the results of what we want, and you have something to look back on to see like, okay, there's a history of, okay, you look back on this app and see, okay, Kev had 10,000 followers at one point, and I follow him from the moment he had 22,000. I got a history that I could look at and see like, okay, what Kev was doing from that time to this time. So it's not an opinion. Well, it could be an opinion, but it could still be rooted in facts, if that make any sense. It's a fact that in 1950 and 60, the cry for black people was no justice, no peace. Like we want all that. The anniversary, the Million Man March. Now think about how long this is. I'm giving you a 60-year period. The Million Man March was the same cry, justice and peace. The 20-year anniversary of the Million Man March is no justice, no peace. Here we are in 2024, and our same cry is the same. That means that what we're doing isn't working. So why would we want to keep doing the same thing?
And that's called think like China and build our own Chinatown.
Hey, listen, man. I don't know what you got with China, but I haven't heard you say let's build our own Africa.
Have our own stuff. That means have our own stuff. Every city got Chinatown. Every city got Chinatown. You ever notice that? Everywhere you go to Chinatown, they got their own money. They got their own land.
It's build our own. That's all he's saying is build our own.
So overall, look, overall with that statement, I guess, like I said, sometimes it can be a factor against an opinion, but I think that's the best route to just leave a situation alone, just like make peace with it or whatever. So, because you can argue all day and the person will never get it. You know, for 10 years you still be saying the same thing or whatever. So you got to be like, whatever. This is a person I'm just gonna have to disagree. Just like politics. You know what I'm saying? Some people are very strong on what they view is the other one, and they never changing their mind. And it's like, who's to say who's right or wrong? You know, it's something like that. We just gotta be like, well, agree to disagree. You know, that's all you can really do. Because at the end of the day, all we doing is trying to basically we feel like our point of view is right on that. Like, I believe that Republicans is right, and they like, I believe that. You know what I'm saying? But we don't have a true it's an opinion from that point. Those are most opinions in that fact.
You know what though?
I wanted to ask you: is there ever time to take off for the revolution?
You know what? I don't know. I don't think so.
Wait,
I think that's a 24-hour job.
Than we realize.
What's the revolution?
But I'll say this though, right? Because just to clarify, I think when you're talking about politics or you're talking about all of these different things, when you're talking about opinions, it depends on the question, right? If you say if this is hurting people, and then you can actually look at data to say that people are doing worse or better, like now you have an opinion that's rooted with fact, like you were saying, right? In those cases, there is no agree or disagree. It's either you're wrong or you're right, right? I get that. Agree or disagree is for conversations like who's the GOAT, Michael Jordan or LeBron.
Right.
That shit is like subjective in every facet of the matter. And so some people are going to be fans of this and who's better out of Michael Jackson or Prince? Like, fuck it. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be on you. At some point, that's when you would be like, you know what? We just have to agree to disagree. It was him. I think it was him. That's what that is. I think that's what that's for. But people, as we know, bring it into every conversation when they can't understand or they just don't want to be wrong. Well, we just going to have to agree to disagree. So in that respect, I can hear where you're coming from. I think you got a point.
And what else can you do about that though? That's what I'm saying. You can use it as a peacemaker, or you can be very valid with that disagree.
The worst thing to do is let it get turned into an ego, and the ego is loud.
Yeah, ego. That's all that's gonna be, and that's why I'd rather. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can use it as a peacemaker, but I think if we want to, you know, be right as we can, the most appropriate use for that is in those conversations, like I was saying, like just
for sure,
opinions, and then I think that's when that is a value.
Otherwise, y'all just gonna fight, and they still don't get nothing.
So,
see, I might be hard headed. Because. But I'm gonna have to slightly disagree.
You're gonna agree to disagree?
No. Yeah, you would never hear me say agree to disagree.
Hey, I was about to say it too. I'm sorry, because I want to agree to disagree with you.
No, I was going to say when it.
Wait, hold on. Right at the same time, because you
always got to squeeze in.
Hold on. I was going to say, like, let's go with. I feel like there is a if I could like tie like what you believe to like a source that you follow also, then I believe at that moment it's not an opinion, because now you tied what you believe to a source. So that means you have to believe that source, right? So if we talk about Michael Jordan and LeBron, right, and somebody just say overall that, okay, LeBron is better than Michael, right? So I have to know what make this person think that Michael Jordan is better than LeBron, right? So if they say that LeBron got more championships, right? I mean, Jordan got more championships. So I'm like, okay, so you basing it off championships. Then they'd be like, yeah. I said, okay, so it's all about rings. They was like, yeah, Jordan got more than LeBron. I said, okay, well, Bill Russell got more than Michael Jordan. So is Bill Russell the GOAT? Then they'd be like, nah, hold on now. You just said it was based upon rings. So when I bring up someone who got more rings than
epic.
So it's always going to be like, that means that you're not standing on your source. Like, you believe in your source, but when your source is being challenged, then all of a sudden we're going to agree to disagree. Nah, you're going to have to agree that you was wrong.
Well, I'm going to put it like
and people do that too. That's what I said. They use it.
Michael Jordan King and me, he slammed up, broke glass, and he threw a 3-show shot while being sick. So how many people
Nah.
can do a 3-door shot by being sick? Nobody can beat that.
Well, ain't nobody beat them. Ain't nobody beat Bill Russell's rings either, though. So we want to talk about that. But
I said shoot a 3-door while being sick and score the point.
That's sweet. Yeah, that's sweet.
Man, he wasn't sick, man. He had COVID back then.
But with that,
He fell right down after that, and they took him out the ring because he knew he was sick.
Yo,
with that, agree or disagree, it's not no right or wrong.
Right, you gotta
I
agree
mean,
to disagree.
I know.
At the end of the day, like no, I do. This is what I do disagree with. That it's not a right or wrong way to use that though. You literally can use that whatever way you want to use it because, like I said, we don't. That's just basically a way to end a situation. It's just me agree to disagree. It don't mean if somebody's right or wrong. It's just we disagree with one another, and that's what it is. And that's all it is. Even if it's the wrongest of the wrong, somebody could be like,
Oh, I know it worked because
oh my gosh, somebody could just be like flat out, this basketball, the sky not blue. And are you gonna argue? Be like, all you gotta do is be like, well, I agree to disagree because we're never gonna agree with that. At the end of the day, you're gonna never agree with that. So agree to disagree, even if they wrong. But I don't think they got it. Even if you look at the, I don't think if you look at the definition, I don't even think it's a it's a right or wrong way to use that. As I think about it, you literally could just use it for anything, just to basically just tell each other that I don't agree with you. That's all that is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that when you agree to disagree, the way I look at it is just like you said, Mr. Kev, basically like I disagree with you, you disagree with me, and we agree that we disagree. Like when people say you don't like me and I don't like you, we agree that we don't like each other. So we know how to just deal with each other. I know that you're not gonna agree, and I know that I'm not gonna agree. Cool.
Absolutely. And I feel like us as Americans like really struggle with that.
And let me try and change the subject.
Yeah, we struggle with that bad because ego and pride. We gotta be right.
It's so bad you can't even let people finish talking, and that's sad.
Right,
but it's a real struggle. I ain't taking no shots at you, kid. I'm just talking.
It's only love.
Right. People just need to learn how to respect other people.
I agree to agree.
And if you're wrong, if the other person has a better point, then you need to, as a man or a woman, concede.
People, I'm not reading the plan down there.
It's not, as far as us coming together, it's not about, who's right and who's wrong. It's about who has the best plan, and you have to accept that. Hell, everybody smarter than somebody.
I agree to disagree on that. I think everybody's smart in their own way.
Man, some people don't have the common sense that, common sense ain't common to everybody.
Exactly?
Yeah, smart is subjective though.
Common sense.
Because cavemen, when they say hoo-ha, and the other one like, hoo. Okay, I didn't know about the ha-hoo.
I think the problem with black people, we don't give away our power. We don't want to give up our power. We always want to be the head of something. Don't let nobody else be the leader.
I don't want to lead. I just want to be heard. And respected.
Just like a woman. Sorry, no, I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Sure. Let me put my feet up.
I got a question for you. You don't want to lead, you just want to be heard. What does the being heard part mean?
That's total opposite.
That when I'm talking, you're actively listening.
No way, shut up.
Do you care about them understanding?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I be hearing heard. I'm like, I do believe a lot of women just want to be heard from what I heard.
Right. Hey.
Because I hear that a lot, and it's like they don't even care if you understand it or not. They just want to be heard so they can express themselves.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They just want to be heard.
I think that's like a true statement, even if you don't want to
listen to understand.
Y'all pass that
like Miracle, he wasn't listening to understand. He was just listening to respond.
He's just listening. He's not like there's difference between hearing and actually hearing and understanding.
You said you want to be heard.
right? That's what you said.
Hmm.
That means hearing. That means sound. You want to be
That
heard.
means
But that
understanding.
doesn't mean that you're necessarily saying something that's beneficial. That just means I just
No,
want to be
that means
heard.
listening, actively listening. That's what she's
Right.
stating.
Oh,
That's all I'm stating.
what does listening
Hearing.
mean? That means
You talking
hearing,
about the
Actively
right?
ears.
So
listening,
you
like
want to
actually
be
letting it
heard.
hit your
Actively,
brain
you
and
want me
you
to hear
process
you.
it
But that
Hold
doesn't
on, Megan.
necessarily
I don't need
mean
nobody
that
talking
you're
to me.
saying something that's beneficial to the movement, the plan, the vision. That
No,
just
it
means I
has
You're
just
nothing to
want
do
to
with
be
absolutely
that.
heard.
Megan. Can I respond to Miracle? And by the way, Miracle, my daughter's name is Miracle. But when I say, I want you to listen to be heard, I just want you to, understand, like not be thinking of a response in your head, which most people do, which you've been doing. I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck. But yeah,
Right. I agree with you. What I'm saying to you is men don't think like that.
I
Men
understand.
are listening for what the benefit is of this conversation,
Right.
right?
Y'all are
Not
natural
just to be heard.
fixers.
That was the only reason why I said that. It
Yeah.
ain't got nothing to do with you.
I
I want
understand
you to be
that
heard.
men, are natural fixers. Y'all immediately, hear maybe 2, 3 words, and in y'all head, y'all got a plan going. And I appreciate that about y'all, real life. But
And I
we
get it.
want to be heard and understood, you know, just like we understand y'all. Try to just put forth the effort.
In
You
other
know what I'm saying?
words, if we build something, we got a screw left. They want to be heard and say, why we didn't put that screw in? And we'll say, we don't need a screw right now. And that's why we always got a screw loose. Like today.
Absolutely. And that happen all the time. But
I'm trying to have a sense of humor, don't mind me. I'm trying to make people laugh around here.
everybody in good spirits. Cousin kept the panel together, okay?
He always
Yeah.
does.
And
And
I
look on the
appreciate
bright side,
that.
and look on the good side. That even though we made a mess, we got a lot of viewers that are very interested in our conversation and our opinions, and that probably brought the ratings. While at the same time, we brought us together.
Absolutely.
So sometimes my enemy can also help me grow. So
Thank
that
you.
means that we stuck together regardless of
Who
what we
your enemy?
did. Even when we
Thank
got
you,
a
Cheryl.
guest host right here that's the opposite of us, and we still heard each other out. So let's look at the bright side. At least we trying and gave up ideas. And guess what? Somebody said, I
Yeah, you
quote,
got the
they said
hand
by
clap sound.
2023 we're gonna lose more jobs. So they fed more knowledge to us to realize how serious this
Absolutely.
is. So
People better wake up.
so we basically got people that telling us what's going on while we disagree and agreeing to say how serious it is. The only question is, are we gonna listen to ourselves? Because I can say this: if he built it, you know how many women or men gonna go to that hotel Holiday Inn and produce some children? Hit two birds with one stone. Build a home. Somebody gonna make there sooner or later and fall in love and raise some kids. So
Ain't no more
everybody's
kids.
right, but at the same time, we brought everybody get their opinion. That is my idea. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be the peacekeeper like he was trying to be. I'm just saying, look at the bright side. We accomplished a lot in one day. We've been here for hours, and a lot of fan base even agreed that the world is changing. So are we ready for it? And apparently
That
not
too.
today. So we disagreed for today that we can't solve the problem.
But
I think we just
it's
need to
going
understand that.
a resolution is gonna come.
Just understand this: it was no enemies here,
Yeah, I know.
and there's no adversary.
Yeah. It definitely
We have
wasn't no enemies here. That's what
yeah
I want.
we have differences of opinions, and I'm just gonna say this: when you see two bears in the forest, or you see two lions in the jungle, and they look like they fighting, and they just doing nothing but practicing. They over here,
Mhm.
they just playing, but it looked
Yeah.
to us like it's
Right.
vicious because we not lions.
I'm gonna
So if
go ahead and
anybody
get
heard this
about that ad
conversation,
situation.
if anybody heard this conversation and they got intimidated, that's because they ain't lions. So fuck them.
Right.
But
You're
they
not
attracted
lying. You not lying.
Right.
Yeah, but they brought in some views, and what's that say? You can love me and hate me. You still making me wealthy,
Mm.
and that's how rich people get rich. They don't care if you love them or hate them. As long as you come into their lives, they making money.
Well, I don't care about that. I
I'm
care
just
about
using
the
that.
people.
I'm just using it as a phrase saying that Sometimes my own enemy make me rich. Sometimes my own enemy give me a fan base. Sometimes my own enemy give me
I don't
ideas.
care about being
I
rich.
mean, you always
That's
got haters.
that's a
I'm
metaphor.
trying to
That's
make
a
my
metaphor.
enemy a ally.
Mm.
Well, I'll tell y'all one thing that's gonna happen is if we don't get enough sleep,
Mm-mm.
we ain't gonna run no revolution. So your boy
I
is
feel
not
you. I
gonna
gotta
talk
go to
here.
work later. I'm finna go get
I appreciate the conversation as always, ladies and gentlemen.
This has been a great
I really do. I
podcast.
just got to lay it down. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks.
Miracle, it's always a pleasure. You know, we're gonna push you. I'm a toil with you. You know, we're gonna spar, but that's how we get the information out. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you, brother. Kev, it's always as a pleasure, man. You know, my brother from another mother.
Always a blessing, boss.
And
Yeah.
man, and like I said, man, y'all have a good rest of y'all weekend, man. Be safe.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Have a nice day. I'm feeling great. Go to see myself. I gotta go to work later. I was washing clothes while I was talking to y'all, but I was inspired of the conversation because, you know, hey, I feel like it was Malcolm and Martin Luther King over again, if you ask me, in real time. So peace out, everybody.
All right.
All right, y'all.
All right, man.
Happy late Friday the 13th, everyone.
Right. Friday the 13th.
Yep.
It's just another day.
I'm just left with the ladies.
And Miracle.
Okay, because we ain't done talking.
Yeah, I've been intrigued on Miracle's stance on the background since we haven't even touched the background since I've been in here.
Go ahead.
Miracle.
You want to discuss victim mentality versus
Oh, I forgot
survival?
he was up there. He called me on that.
I just want to know your opinion on it. I'm intrigued.
Oh well, I don't know anything about a victim mentality because I don't think that way.
You've never seen a woman using a victim mentality versus a woman when survivor mode using the survivor mentality?
No, I'm in a different field in life, so we are like things that people pay attention to. I don't
I'm
watch
33.
sports. I don't
Good.
watch the news. I
Let
don't
me
pay
let me
attention to
ask
those
you,
things.
Miracle.
I got too much to do.
I just want to know, like, what are your thoughts on the victim mentality versus survival mentality?
Well, I mean, if you're a victim, you already lost. Meaning, I'm talking about the mentality, because if you have survived, meaning it didn't end your life, right? That means you can move forward. So to continue to be the victim of something in your past is not good for you. That's all.
I agree.
Like all of this stuff only affects the individual. Like it doesn't affect the next person. It's like self-sabotage. You know what I mean? Like you have to wake up to each day like today is a fresh start and I can make it happen today.
I don't disagree with you there, but do you know that do you realize that there is a difference between the victim mentality and the survivor mentality of people?
No, that's what I'm saying. You have to explain it to me. I don't study this type of stuff.
So to me, victim mentality is like the girls that come on TikTok and they're just they always it's the poor me. Like the poor me, everything happens to me. Like, oh well, you have to feel bad for me. That is victim mentality. Like literally always searching out to be the victim and having people feel bad for them for some, even if it's like a little victim mentality. Like, oh well, my car broke down or I ran out of gas. Like, oh poor me. Like, oh you have to feel bad for me. That's a victim mentality. And then the survivor mentality is,
Let me give you a
like
little
that
bit of
happened to me. Yes, that
background on
happened to
how
me,
I
but I
think.
am better because of that.
Megan, let me give you a little background on how I think as a man, right? I believe that all the issues that happen in the world are men's fault. I would never blame a woman for what she's gone through because I know that in some capacity it was the male's fault. Right? Like I'm not one of those guys. Like I understand how the world really works. Right? So
I'll say it's both,
Say it
but
again.
Oh, I said so. So women right now,
If,
yes,
for
on
you
the
to
side
say
of
it's
the
both, that
women,
would be
yes.
saying that this is not a man's world, that men didn't create the
oh,
systems and things
oh,
that
you
we
was talking
live
about
in,
me. I was about to say,
right? To say both.
yeah. The reason why I said is, uh, I would say it's both, but I would say majority will be men's fault because they the ones that's operating everything. So I would say men will be the majority, but both is because the contribution and stuff and the influence. Because I believe we influence one another, and so at some point, and we also have the women today, right? They the ones raising the kids, even though and they play a major part today. I ain't gonna even lie. So and then the kids, boy, it's bad. And then we got the kids growing into these young men and young women. Now they grown ups, the same mentality. It's bad. It's getting bad. So from this point, it is both. It's kind of both, but then it's more of the men because of what they allow.
But I even like I hate bringing up fucking personal issues into conversations like this, but you know, as women, like a lot of women tend to you know, always bring up their trauma and all that shit fucking into the conversations, and I feel like doing that does make you more in the victim mentality than the survivor mentality section of it. Because yes, things like that do happen to women because of men, majority of the time. But also, I know we can't blame the victim, but you could also understand that like you were a victim at that time, but now you're the survivor. So it's not. It's constantly if you're constantly putting yourself back in that victim state of like, you know, back in like, oh, this happened to me, that then you are the victim. You're not surviving at that moment. You're just continuously putting yourself back into that situation, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like until I realized that, you know, until I realized through all my trauma shit that I was better because of everything that happened and all that, like I feel like I did put myself in that victim mentality and it caused more shit to happen to me because already I already put myself that low. So it's just like, you know, you are what you think. So what you think about is what happens to you. It's the secret, you know, manifesting.
Yeah, I say I agree with that. What you think you bring towards you, what you
Mm-hmm.
think about yourself, and yeah.
So if you're constantly thinking that you're a victim and like putting yourself in that situation, you're going to continuously be the victim.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
But the survivor is the one that understands that they were a victim at one point, but they're stronger to, they're stronger and like realize that they are no longer that victim and they have the capabilities to continue to be that survivor. That's for men and women. I think that's just human nature. But number two, so it says trauma, a good excuse for sleeping with someone or a bunch of people. I don't think it's an excuse. I mean, it can be used as an excuse, like understandably. If you understand, you know, if you're past that trauma, then and you still use that as an excuse, yeah, it's an excuse. But is it a good excuse? No. Because like I mean, I'm not one to lie. Like I've slept with a bunch of people. Do I blame my trauma for it? No, because like I mean I did it, and if my trauma was the reason for me doing it, then wouldn't it have been the opposite? Like if you've been raped, then why would you seek out smacks from random people?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that your trauma is a good excuse for you to sleep with someone or a bunch of people. I don't think so. Darn it, my baby woke back up. I gotta go back and shush him back to sleep.
It'll be all right.
I know, I was out of breath too. Like, dang.
All right. Okay. I can breathe now.
What are the pros and cons of playing the victim? There are no pros. I mean, unless you like attention. People that play victim are usually attention seekers. It's like the people that overinflate their ego and fucking make them like, instead of making themselves look better, they're making themselves look worse to get the sympathy. The cons are probably because people are going to people are definitely going to not believe anything that comes out of their mouths, because usually people that play victims tell people unnecessary like traumas that happen to them, and then at that point you're like, is that truth or is that a lie? Because who the fuck wants to brag about being raped?
Some people use that because they...
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all think like the meaning of these words and things change through generations? Because when I grew up, you know, we weren't on the upside of anything. We was always on the downside, but we just felt like we was underdogs, and that gave us a sense of motivation. But it wasn't like a victim thing, right? So kind of confused about these different mentalities that we're talking about.
I think so yes, you are correct. Over the generations, over the years, words do change. Like the definitions of the words do change based on where we are in society. But I think it's more so like people are more like, nowadays people are more wanting to have a label on everything, rather than like 20 years ago when like no one wanted a label on anything. So I think victim mentality like has always been around, but I don't think we particularly had the like word for it. We just avoided that. I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like nowadays there are just too many fucking labels, guys. Miracle, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I get it now. It's just, maybe I'm out the loop with all of these social things,
No, you're fine. I half the time I don't understand what the fuck Gen Z is talking about, so you're good.
I feel like this generation, they are not as strong.
This
as
next
we
one,
were.
or the one like Gen Z or Gen Alpha?
What do you say?
Soft error.
Yeah, it is.
But Charisma, Gen Z or Gen Alpha?
Gen Z. Gen
All
Alphas
of it.
haven't even.
Whoever in this thing right now, even the ones that's older than us, is part of it now.
No, I'm not.
I think that's soft. No.
Well, I mean, I'm 33.
They just as
I'm a
soft.
millennial.
It don't matter what you are. I done seen millennials that's soft now. I done seen you can't, man. They have you know how rappers want to mold into like the current things that they don't got their old style, so they just
what's trending.
Because they adapt. So that's what happened with. That's why I never understood why people be trying to separate these generations, because like we all in the same generation now.
Exactly.
And we doing the exact same thing.
You know why? Because we all eat the same food.
Gen Z is making money, so millennials
it's in the food, Kev.
If that was the case, we should be able to identify them.
And then Gen X sees that millennials are making money on TikTok, so now they want to do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe. Did you hear me, Kev? A lot of us ain't money. You said what?
The internet.
The softness that you speak about is actually a physical thing. It's actually in the food, bro. All this processed food that we've been eating since we was kids, they put chemicals in the food, bro. That's why we
Yeah, of
experiencing these
course,
things. It's
that
messing with our
that
mental.
doesn't change people's.
Like when they clone Tyrone.
You are correct, but you're also incorrect on how, like what facts you're putting out there.
It's true.
Yeah, but that's what I said. He's correct, but he's incorrect. He's incorrect on what he like making people softer. Yes, the way our food has been being a food nutrition nut and fucking culinary over here. Like I love that shit. So being that, I will say that. Yes, he is correct, but he's also incorrect, and I'm saying that because he's correct in the fact that over the last 50 years, we have used the same soil with only adding certain nutrients into the soil over and over again to get the same products that we did 50 years ago, but we are lacking the nutrients with the same color and all the flavor of our fruits and vegetables, but we are lacking the actual nutrients that our brains and bodies are like need that is needed to actually like work properly. So your brain, if you treat your brain, think of your brain like a baby in a baby, right? So when the baby cries, it's hungry or it needs something, right? So when your brain starts misfiring, aka creating like disorders or like autism, bipolar, fucking anxiety, depression, all those, right? So when the brain starts, that's a misfire. The brain stating that it's not getting the proper nutrients. So our bodies are like, even if you add the daily supplement, that is still not giving your brain the proper nutrients it needs to actually function properly. So he is correct in the sense that our
Can
food
I
is lacking
respond
the
to that?
nutrients, but he's
Because I
incorrect in
think
the
you're
fact that
missing
it
the
is
point
making us softer as humans.
that I was talking about. The point that I was speaking about is the fact that the FDA is ran by the tobacco industry.
Stop.
Right?
FDA
This is
is
what
food
I'm saying. Like we got
regulation.
to like right now today, the big food
It's not.
companies are being sued because they've been poisoning our children.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the state of California, you can't get menthol cigarettes or any
So
flavored
this is not
tobacco.
about what you. This is not about got the right
That's
nutrients.
FDA.
No, this was design,
Right.
and it
Population
all
control.
happened because the government went against the tobacco industry, saying, "Oh, you got to put your Surgeon General's warning on there. You're poisoning the people." And you know what they did? The tobacco industry said, "You know what? We're gonna start the FDA, and we're gonna put all of these chemicals in the food."
Man.
And that's why we're here today. So when I say soft, I'm saying that they've created docile individuals by feeding them poison. And this is not something I'm making up. You can go look this up.
You absolutely is not. Have anybody watched What the Health?
Yes, I watched every single food documentary.
So why you don't
That's what I said.
think
He's not incorrect, but he's not correct 100%, but he's also not incorrect. I do understand that he was talking about the processed foods. But I was talking about
it's
the
not just the
lack of
processed foods,
nutrients
Well,
in
honey?
what
the
we're saying to
vegetables.
you is vegetables and fruits are processed too,
Right.
sweetheart. We don't eat them
They
off the tree. They have
GMOs.
to
Yes,
go
that's
into a grocery
exactly what I
store. They
said.
have to go through distribution. The
Yes.
apples that we eat now in America are hundreds of years. Wait, let me get the right word. They're actually 10 years old. Each apple that you think is fresh is 10 years old. And they use
That's
chemicals to keep the color.
Right.
These are facts.
they're at no.
Everything
That's
is processed. Even the organic stuff
Yep.
you think is organic is processed. How do y'all
And
got
then you
Organic
have
fruit?
to
food is
How do we
remember
got
nothing
food in
that
better than
America with no
looking like.
seeds?
all this stuff
They're
is
creating
In all
these
reality, you
synthetic.
don't
things.
want to go toe to toe with me in this fucking
Y'all think that
food.
they, skipping over the organic stuff? No. Everything getting sprayed with chemicals.
Yeah, exactly. But organic is no better. It's kind of like how free range chickens are no better than fucking regular chickens.
I think you're missing the part that you have to get it from the farm to the consumer.
Right.
That's
Yes,
the
I do
processing
understand
part.
that. I live in the
Going
Central
to the
Valley.
farm
I
and taking the
understand that.
chicken off the farm and slaughtering it themselves and cooking it. They're going to a
I know
store.
I've done that.
And that stuff has to be stored in there. It has to be
Yes.
preserved. That's what makes it
Mm-hmm.
processed.
Yeah. People just need to get back to growing their own stuff and stop fooling with this meat.
Absolutely. And it's
We're
easier
not
than you
even
think. You
supposed to
find
They
be.
you a
use
seed
grass
and you
leaves.
just put it in some dirt and you'll see wonders.
I don't know, Miracle. You know, I got a aloe vera plant that
You
I
you
ain't even
talk
been
you
able to
talking
keep
to
alive.
somebody who I test these things. This is what I do. Like if you eat fruit or
Yeah,
vegetables and they got seeds, just put
yeah,
them in the dirt and see what it does, and you'll be surprised.
I do
You
it.
everybody thinks you gotta have this thumb and you gotta be no. I'm telling them things know what to do on their own. You just
Yeah,
gotta provide the right environment. That's all.
I just ain't found no middle ground. I started out with aloe vera plants just to see, you know, if I can, you know, keep them alive. I
One of
failed.
the best. Keep growing that. That's one of the best.
No, it's unalived, and I'm on my third one.
The crazy part about it is let me tell you a secret. You could take aloe vera and cut it at the bottom at the root and just sit it on top of the soil and it'll grow. It
Same with
provides its
rosemary.
own water. So you might have just been in a too hot of a place. But it provides its own water. You don't even have to water it.
Do I need to sit it outside?
Yes.
You wanna keep it in a cool place. You don't want to keep it in the sun.
Hmm. I don't really know why I'm failing.
Huh?
I said I don't know why I'm failing at growing these plants.
Well, it
But
all
my
depends on
mom
what plant
is deep
and
in
your
it.
soil. It does depend on your soil, the nutrients that your soil holds.
I'm gonna try again.
Yeah,
Okay, it takes trial and error. Don't give up just because you're feeling like my dad told me when I told him I wanted to start a garden. It's not going to be as simple and easy to you at first, but you'll learn how to do it as you keep trying. Just keep trying. Don't give up
yeah,
on it
Mm,
because you keep, trial and error.
100%.
I'm gonna keep trying.
But like I
Hey,
said, it also
CC,
depends on if you're gonna do
they,
above
they
ground
they
garden
tricked
or
us in
in
telling
ground
us
garden.
that roosters only crow in the morning. That was a trick. They was
Mm-mm.
lying to us. The
Oh,
roosters are crowing because they're telling the other roosters, "This is my area. Stay away from my ladies." That's
Mm-mm.
why they crow.
when I was in Hawaii, the rooster only crowed in the morning. He would wait till 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and he started walking around the neighborhood crowing all morning
There's a
until the
rooster
sun
next door
came
to
up.
me. I don't know how the fuck they got a rooster in our city limits, but they did.
Honestly, I just love the sound of nature. That's why I like the area that we live in now. Go outside,
You
you
were
can
in
hear the
Hawaii.
crickets.
Where were you in Hawaii?
Well, when I was in Hawaii, I was in Oahu.
Yeah.
It was a military base.
Yeah.
Schofield Barracks.
I stayed with my friend in downtown Waikiki. Fucking
Ooh.
literally right across the street from that fucking mall on the beach.
I love Hawaii. It was so beautiful, and the people just seemed
Oh,
so nice. Oh my goodness! And
so beautiful.
the original Hawaiian breeze smell. Oh my goodness! This is nothing like they sell in the stores. When that fresh Hawaiian breeze. Oh my goodness! The flower, whatever that flower is
Oh, are you
wonderful.
talking about like the lily or
It
yeah.
I think it is a lily or something, but it's like it's not like how some people love the Hawaiian breeze scent and they buy it out the store. It is
Hmm.
nothing compared to really when you're in
Yeah, I
Hawaii
know.
and smell like, oh my
It's kind of like
goodness.
the rainstorms in Hawaii, like the random thunderstorms that come over the fucking that come over to like the forest,
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
daily.
Being around surrounded by all that water, you get it's like a fresh air, breathe better. I came back to visit my family when we was in Hawaii, and I felt like I could not breathe. I was like, I don't know what's going on over here. I was like, I need to go back because I don't know, the air is fresh, everything is
Yep,
just it's just
That's
better,
nice.
I
but it's
know. Hawaii
expensive.
was amazing. It was
I
amazing.
never been to Hawaii. I need to go.
Yeah.
It's very beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Very, very gorgeous. But yeah. Um. Uh, I was reading back then.
All right, y'all. Man, I'm about to call it. I'm looking at my
Okie
doors off
dokie.
playing again.
All right, peace, boss.
All right,
Good
y'all.
night, Miss
Probably be on
Gail.
tomorrow.
Good morning.
All right, for sure.
All you ladies, be good, be safe, and be blessed.
Yes, sir. You too.
Absolutely, you too. And everybody follow me back.
I
Yes,
got you,
ma'am.
Charisma.
I already got you then.
Yeah, Cece, we already been friends.
Okay. All right.
Why can't we be friends?
All right, so it was a great conversation today.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Hopefully we
Adios,
get a better
muchachos.
one tomorrow.
What'd you say?
I said adios, muchachos.
Muchachos, he called you a muchacho, not a muchacho. I know what I'm talking about.
Muchachos, all four of you.
All right, y'all. This thing takes forever.